Konoha and a wagure do not have a so-called alliance. What the Hokage said is now null and void. An extremely arrogant and indifferent voice came from Uchiha Madara, with his arms folded, looking down at Wu and Onoki below. Wu was suddenly stunned. Where am I? Then a lot of memories appeared, and the unknown memories merged with Wu's memories. It didn't take long for Wu to integrate all the memories together. So that's it. Is the world we live in just a comic book? I am Wu, the mysterious bandaged man of the second generation Tsuchikage in Naruto, the first mummy in the ninja world. And now is the plot of me visiting Konoha and being suppressed by Uchiha Madara. I just finished communicating with Hashirama Senju and was about to leave, but was inexplicably stopped by Uchiha Madara. Then came the current situation. This battle left a deep shadow on me and Onoki. Now, I am experiencing. Why? Mr. Hashirama has clearly said it, that what right do you have to deny it? Onoki's eyes were wide open, and he looked at Uchiha Madara with his neck stretched. Huh! Uchiha Madara showed a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth. The face of Hashirama Senju appeared in my mind, and I felt a little angry. Hashirama didn't even call me for such a thing. He ignored me too much. There is no so-called alliance. Don't think I don't know what you small villages are thinking. Small ninja villages should just submit to the power of Konoha. Also, don't mention that man's name in front of me. Uchiha Madara had a cold face and suddenly opened his Manjiki Sharingan. The powerful chakra instantly overwhelmed Wu and Onoki and suppressed them. What? Onoki's pupils were dilated and panic appeared on his face. Susanoo instantly spread all over Uchiha Madara's body, followed by a skeleton Susanoo rising from the ground. Susanoo's first stage so strong. Wu's face under the bandage changed. Is this Uchiha Madara? It's exactly the same as in that memory. Wu couldn't help but bend down under this powerful chakra and felt the pressure doubled, and his body couldn't help but bend. At this moment, a sense of humiliation surged into Wu's heart. Wu's mind was full of thoughts. Am I going to repeat the same mistakes? Just like the original work, should I swallow my anger? Being bullied by this guy, Uchiha Madara has left his apprentice with a lifelong shadow. He is also a ninja hero and the ceiling of ninja strength. His apprentice is oppressed, the village is humiliated, and the powerful oppress him. He is the teacher of his apprentice and the next generation successor of the village. He just swallows his anger? No, never. He must not swallow his anger. It is better to die in battle than to swallow his anger and die with regret. Wu's heart is unbearable. Thinking of this, Wu's previous timid eyes were swept away. Instead, they were replaced by a firm look. At this time, Onoki, who was standing in the front, had a difficult expression on his face and suddenly half-knelt on the ground. Surprisingly, so strong, Onoki half-knelt on the ground. At this moment, he saw the gap between himself and Uchiha Madara. It turned out that the gap was so big. This power is even stronger than the power of his master. Damn! Onoki gritted his teeth, but his whole body couldn't stop shaking. The stone in his hand, representing the will of stone, fell down, just as the stone representing the will was about to fall to the ground. Ha! A bandaged hand caught the stone, and Onoki's pupil shrank, and he looked up suddenly. Take it. Onoki, don't give up your will. I saw that Wu's bandaged face appeared in front of me. Don't be afraid, Master is here. Wu took a deep breath and patted Onoki with a firm look. Teacher. Onoki felt more secure. At the same time, Wu's chakra immediately helped Onoki offset Uchiha Madara's oppression. It is easy for people to give up themselves when they hit a wall, find excuses for themselves, and replace their will with hatred. Listen, Onoki, don't give up your will, don't abandon it. Stick to your heart. Even if it is the Shura of the ninja world, you can't bend your back. Standing firm and unyielding. This is the stone will of our Iwagakure village. As soon as these words came out, Onoki was shocked instantly. Now the will of fire has not yet appeared, but the will of stone has really shocked Onoki. Teacher. Onoki's tears burst out like a dam bursting. His eyes were instantly soaked with tears, and he clenched his teeth and held the stone tightly in his hand. At this moment, Onoki was moved. I'm here, don't be afraid. Let the teacher come, you stand aside. Wu walked forward slowly, protected Onoki with his body, and then looked at Uchiha Madara with sharp eyes. Don't bully children if you have the ability. Uchiha Madara, let me meet you. Wu's voice was calm, and he spoke while moving forward. With every step he took, Wu's aura became stronger. until the chakra was majestic. The surrounding stones were manipulated by Wu's power, causing them to float around Wu. The body flew and reached the level with Uchiha Madara. It is said that Susanoo sets the Buddha, and the two destroyed Shikoku. Today, for my village, for my disciples, and for my self-esteem, and for my responsibility as a master, I, Wu, will collide with you, Uchiha Madara. Indeed, your Susanoo is very sharp. But my dust release is not bad either. If you don't hide from my dust release, you'll be like this thumbs up. Fear is the instinct of human beings, and courage is the hymn of human beings. Wu, Wu, Wu. Teacher. Anoki looked at the back of his teacher, tears already streaming down his face. At this moment, even if his teacher is not as good as Uchiha Madara, but in his heart, his teacher Wu will always be upright. A strong man stronger than Madara, who said that a wagure Wu is the great emperor. Wu stared at Uchiha Madara, and his palms could not help sweating. Is it sweat? No, it's rain. The next second, a sparse rain fell from the sky. Hee. Uchiha Madara chuckled twice, and a trace of praise and respect flashed in his eyes. Such an opponent deserves his respect. Hee. Interesting. You dare to swing your sword at me when you know you are weak. Before you die, I want to ask you, are you not afraid of death? Uchiha Madara asked coldly in a cold tone. The strong are angry and swing their swords at the stronger, and the weak are angry and swing their swords at the weaker. Wu looked at Uchiha Madara and said slowly, You are so arrogant. Are you saying I'm a weak person? Uchiha Madara's face turned cold. No, don't take it personally. Wu said lightly. Boom. Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly became a little cold. I didn't expect that this guy's strength has not been seen yet, and his attack power is quite strong. Good. Don't think you can win just by talking. The real winner is determined by strength. Since you insist on dying, I will satisfy you. Next, I will let you see the power of Uchiha. This is Uchiha Madara, the power of God. The scarlet kaleidoscope in Uchiha Madara's eyes slowly turned. Chapter 2. The Celestial Path's Lethal Techniques. Dust Evasion. A resounding rumble echoed as the confrontation between Wu and Uchiha Madara drew the attention of the Uchiha clan. Such a commotion was impossible to overlook. Incredible! Someone dares to challenge Lord Madara. Goodness, Lord Madara is about to engage in battle with that bandaged man. Should we inform Lord Hashirama? Is it necessary to involve Lord Hashirama? Does that bandaged man warrant such a collaboration between Lord Hashirama and Lord Madara? No. I fear for the bandaged man's life if he faces Lord Madara. The Uchiha clan members watch with a mixture of mockery and amusement. Bang. Boom. The battle between Wu and Uchiha Madara commenced. Madara chose to deactivate his Susanoo, opting for a more visceral form of combat. With a swift leap, Madara soared into the air, and Wu, utilizing flight as well, confronted Madara head-on. Bang. Bang. The two collided. Wu was immediately sent flying by the force of Madara's impact. Truly formidable, a man who could contend with Hashirama's taijutsu. Earth release. Heavy rock technique. Wu's arms went numb as he weighted himself down to halt his momentum. Weak. The initial clash led Madara to perceive Wu's taijutsu as less than impressive. However, Madara maintained a strategic disdain for his adversary while tactically acknowledging him. He did not relent and unleashed a series of assaults upon Wu. In the next moment, Madara appeared at Wu's side, delivering a sidekick aimed at his body. Wu sensed Madara's presence instantaneously. Earth release. Super heavy technique. In a hurry, he maximized his weight while summoning rocky armor. Bang. Madara's kick struck Wu's rocky exterior, which then transformed into mud, ensnaring Madara's foot. Before Madara could break free, Wu formed a hand seal. Earth release. Arm of stone. The rocks on Wu's arm morphed into a colossal stone hand, gripping Madara tightly. In the next instant, Wu's fist rapidly became rock, forming a formidable stone fist. Earth release. Super heavy rock fist technique. With immense force, Wu brought his fist crashing down upon Madara. Susanoo. Madara, expressionless, activated his skeletal form. Boom. The rock fist collided with the Susanoo's framework, unleashing a deafening roar. In that instant, the ground trembled violently, and the powerful chakra of both warriors erupted dramatically. Boom. Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju was at the gambling house, perspiring profusely. What a delightful time. Hashirama was shaking the dice. Having just concluded a fruitful discussion with an envoy from the Rock Village, solidifying a bond of friendship between their clans, which left him in high spirits. Hashirama believed that a harmonious coexistence among people was indeed achievable. Ah, the clan leader has lost again, huh? One of the Senju clan members chuckled, and upon seeing the dice's result, Hashirama's expression darkened before he burst into laughter. Today, I am triumphant in diplomacy, yet unfortunate in gambling. As laughter erupted among the members of the Senju clan, a sudden, thunderous sound pierced the air. In that instant, Senju Hashirama seemed to sense something amiss. He ceased his laughter and gazed sternly out the window. The others exchanged puzzled glances, yet before they could inquire further, Hashirama abruptly rose, his expression shifting to one of alarm. This is bad. And with that, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama was diligently working within the Hokage building. At this time, the structure lacked the grandeur it would attain in later days. It was merely a relatively tall edifice, primarily constructed of wood and stone. Tobarama meticulously drafted plans for the village's future layout and a series of developmental and commercial initiatives. Today, however, seemed uneventful. Observing the serene night, Tobarama reflected on the past tumultuous era, when he would often be roused from sleep in the dead of night to engage in battles. Now, such concerns were a distant memory. Lord Tobarama, the village's female dog is pregnant, reported a kneeling Senju ninja. Tobarama's brow furrowed at the news, muttering, "The inherently wicked and cunning Uchiha." Just as he continued his lamentation regarding the Uchiha clan, a familiar and sinister chakra suddenly registered in his senses. Tobarama's expression shifted. This is bad. Uchiha Madara is causing trouble again. He sprang to his feet and executed the body flicker technique, disappearing in an instant. In a rapid exchange, Wu and Uchiha Madara were engaged in fierce combat. Do not underestimate the experience I gained from the era of turmoil, Madara exclaimed while deftly countering Wu's techniques. You emerged from the era of chaos, so did I, Wu replied coldly. Humph. Madara's eyes narrowed as he discerned the true strength of the bandaged figure known as Wu from their recent skirmish. Wu's sensory perception and reflexes were on par with Tobarama's, placing him at a level comparable to that of Izuna, perhaps slightly superior. Prepare yourself, Madara declared, as his Susanoo transformed into its second stage. A colossal arm wielding a formidable sword, descending with tremendous force. Wu, undeterred, countered with his earth release, rock golem technique. A massive rock golem emerged from the ground, bracing itself against Madara's mighty strike. Did it hold? Madara pondered. Then, to the third stage. The Susanoo surged, rapidly evolving into its third stage. Now towering 3 times larger than before, complete with legs. Simultaneously, 4 arms of Susanoo coalesced into 4 long swords, striking down upon Wu's rock golem with ferocity. The earth trembled, and a cloud of dust enveloped the battlefield. Teacher Inoki, witnessing the scene from afar, displayed a look of anxiety, his heart heavy with concern for Wu's fate. As the dust settled, the sight revealed the rock golem steadfastly defending against the 4 Susanoo blades, its grip unwavering. The land beneath the feet of the bandaged man has deeply sunk. How intriguing. A flicker of astonishment passed through Uchiha Madara's eyes. The rock giant summoned by this individual bore a resemblance to Hashirama's wood-release techniques. To his surprise, despite having reached the 3rd stage, he had yet to subdue this adversary. The bandaged man gasped for breath. In the original narrative, Inoki's dust release technique required Madara to counter with his wood release, thus it naturally could not rival Uchiha Madara's 3rd stage Susanoo. Just as Madara contemplated whether to activate the 4th stage of Susanoo, the bandaged man seized this opportunity, his gaze flashing with keen insight. Success. Simultaneously, the true body, lurking in the shadows, finally found its chance. Indeed, the entity battling Uchiha Madara was merely a split body. Prior to the conflict, in order to avoid being swiftly eliminated, the true body concealed itself using dust concealment, waiting for the opportune moment. The split body engaged directly with Uchiha Madara. This was also the reason for withholding the use of dust release. Firstly, the split body was incapable of utilizing dust release, and secondly, the intention was to deliver a decisive blow without allowing Madara to discern the intricacies of dust release. Should the split body be defeated due to an insurmountable gap in power, the true body could retreat unscathed. If the battle lingered, the split body could create an opportunity for the true body to act, unleashing dust release for a lethal strike. Look behind you. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara felt an unsettling chill at his back. This was merely a flourish, not a genuine warning for Madara to look behind him. It is well known that Uchiha Madara's vulnerability lies at his back. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had appeared behind him, The bandage man clapped his hands, and a colossal beam of white light surged toward him. It had manifested the strongest technique of his master, capable of shattering even rock. Inoki exclaimed in awe at the sight of dust release. Regrettably, his master had yet to impart this knowledge to him. The ninja art, dust release, original world disintegration technique. Swish, swish, swish. The white beam descended upon Uchiha Madara like divine retribution. Upon witnessing this white light, Madara felt a chilling fear wash over him. His scalp prickled. If struck by this jutsu, he would undoubtedly perish. This was not mere conjecture, but the instinct of a seasoned warrior. Although he possessed Izanagi, a trump card unknown even to Hashirama, there was no time to activate it. Izanagi required prior setup, and furthermore, should he sacrifice his Sharingan merely to evade death once? Susanoo. Uchiha Madara unleashed his full power, instantly ascending to the fourth stage of Susanoo. Buzz. The true body of the bandage man was about to deliver a fatal blow when a powerful shockwave struck, sending the true body reeling. Damn it. The bandage man cursed inwardly. This dust release was formidable, yet the recoil was longer than his own life. If only he could unleash his attacks in a blink. He was confident he could vanquish Uchiha Madara. Dust concealment. The entity of nothing hurriedly executed the dust technique, once more retreating into the void, leaving its split form and Uchiha Madara to continue the battle. In the aftermath of the dust release and the residual effects of Susanoo, Uchiha Madara staggered out from the blinding light, his face still bearing an expression of astonishment. He could hardly believe that his Susanoo had been obliterated in an instant. Uchiha Madara gazed incredulously at the ground that had vanished into thin air due to the remnants of the dust technique. He had been prepared to summon a more formidable four-stage Susanoo for defense, yet his own Susanoo had been entirely erased. Indeed, it had vanished without a trace. While Hashirama had shattered his Susanoo, this was an entirely different phenomenon of disappearance. Fortuitously, he had made the swift decision to abandon his Susanoo. Otherwise, he might have met his demise. Reflecting on the recent jutsu, Uchiha Madara felt a chill run down his spine. Such a potent killing move existed in this world. This individual's techniques were clearly of an entirely different caliber than his own. What manner of jutsu was this? Uchiha Madara fixed his gaze intently on nothing. Do you think I am some sort of all-knowing being? Would I be foolish enough to divulge my intelligence to you? Do you believe I am that Navi? Naturally, nothing would not disclose any information to Uchiha Madara. Madara's expression darkened, realizing that his inquiry had been rather foolish. After all, how could an adversary possibly share their secrets? Chapter 3. Proof. The power of no adults. What on earth is this? Tobarama gazed in astonishment at the flying figure of Will. This fellow can actually fly. Does that mean I won't be able to touch him? It's astonishing that he could so easily erase Madara's Susanoo. This technique is formidable. In the shadows, Hashirama marveled at the display. He was well aware of the defensive capabilities of Madara's Susanoo, which he could barely shatter with all his might. Yet, that technique merely flashed a white light and completely obliterated the Susanoo. Brother, the technique is indeed powerful. However, I am more intrigued by the sudden appearance of Wu. He vanished without a trace, eluding my senses entirely. Tobarama's eyes were fixed intently on Wu in the distance. His perception was quite strong. Yet at the moment Wu disappeared, he sensed nothing at all. Chakra concealment. Possessing a terrifying ability to render chakra undetectable, Wu is renowned for this skill. This is a description from the Hokage regarding this ability, indicating that it is not merely hidden at a profound level, but is utterly imperceptible. Thus, I conclude that Tobarama is unable to perceive it. It is indeed potent. I too cannot sense any chakra. It seems the wagure envoy is no simple foe. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's expression grew serious, as he too felt the absence of sensation. Tobarama. Let us hasten towards them. We must not escalate the situation. If we jeopardize our friendly relations, it would be disastrous. Hashirama could not help but voice his concern. He had just established amicable relations with Wu. In truth, he should have intervened earlier, but at the crucial moment. Tobarama had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to pull him aside to observe the battle. Brother, let us consider it a test of the strength of other villages. The deed is done. Whether we go now or later makes little difference. With your strength, saving that person from Madara should pose no problem. Tobarama spoke nonchalantly. In truth, he was eager to witness how far the bandaged man could push Uchiha Madara, ideally to the point of defeating him. Alas, very well. Hashirama thought, resigned to heed his brother's words. The commotion drew the attention of the residents of Konoha and various ninja clans. What is happening? It seems Uchiha Madara is battling an outsider, reportedly someone from a wagure. Hiss. To be able to withstand Madara's onslaught for so long, this wagure envoy possesses considerable strength. A multitude of seasoned Konoha warriors emerged from their clans, observing the clash between Uchiha Madara and Wu from the shadows. Upon witnessing Wu engage in combat with Uchiha Madara, directly shattering Madara's Susanoo, a wave of shock surged through the hearts of these veterans who had emerged from the tumultuous era. They understood that ninja and Uchiha Madara represented entirely different realms of power. They knew precisely how formidable Uchiha Madara was. Thus far, only Senju Hashirama had been capable of shattering Madara's Susanoo, and now, that envoy from a wagure could achieve the same. On the summit of Hokage Rock, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Tsuchikage Haru, Mito Minj, Uchiha Kagami, and Akimichi Torafa stood, gazing at the fierce confrontation between Uchiha Madara and Wu. Goodness, Danzo, this bandaged man is remarkably strong. Managing to hold his ground against Uchiha Madara, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in awe. Indeed, Shimura Danzo replied solemnly, nodding in agreement. However, the clan leader Madara has not yet unleashed his full power. If he did, this bandaged man would stand no chance, Uchiha Kagami interjected, arms crossed. Although Uchiha Kagami was not a staunch supporter of Madara, he believed that only Lord Hashirama could defeat him. Tsuchikage Haru, Mito Minj, and Akimichi Torafu silently observed, refraining from speaking. Truly, heroes are as numerous as the fish crossing the river. Before encountering Wu, he believed that only he and Hashirama were heroes. However, Wu's recent deadly move had altered his perspective. He and Hashirama were heroes, and Wu could barely be considered half of one. Uchiha Madara's gaze was serious as he focused intently on Wu below, devoid of jest or carelessness. Previously, his seriousness towards Wu stemmed from Wu's convictions. But now he regarded him wholly as a formidable adversary. With the activation of his Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Madara scrutinized Wu's body and the surrounding environment. It was evident that another Wu had materialized out of thin air, undeniably not a shadow clone. How could a foreigner possibly utilize the shadow clone technique that was only mastered by the shinobi world later on, during the village's nascent days? However, upon thorough inspection, Uchiha Madara found no discernible flaws. Could it be a ninjutsu of a higher caliber than the shadow clone? Uchiha Madara pondered deeply. Wu, panting heavily, cast his gaze towards a specific direction. Senju brothers, are you not going to intervene? His exceptional sensory perception had detected the presence of the two, and he had anticipated their intervention, only to find them spectating instead. If this continued, he would have no choice but to flee with Noki. A smirk crept across Uchiha Madara's face. He sensed that Hashirama had arrived. Summoning technique. Uchiha Madara clapped his hands together, summoning his fan and scythe. In a flash, he appeared beside Wu and swiftly struck him with the fan, sending him soaring into the air. As Wu flew through the air, Uchiha Madara reappeared and struck again. A series of rapid blows ensued. Madara's intent was clear, to shift the battlefield beyond the village. At this moment, his thoughts were still tied to the village and his clan. Engaging in battle within the village would cause damage to both, and many of his jutsu would be difficult to execute. Wu's expression was grave as he rapidly contemplated his strategy, with one attacking and the other defending. The battlefield had shifted outside the village. Once outside, Uchiha Madara felt unrestrained and unleashed his lethal technique. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. Uchiha Madara released his signature fire technique, and with a swift motion of his right hand holding the fan, he amplified the already formidable Great Fire Annihilation, increasing its power severalfold. Boom. With a narrowing gaze, I beheld the tsunami-like flames surging towards me. In the original tale, 20 water-style ninjas were required to withstand such a force. Yet now the burden fell solely upon my shoulders. The pressure was indeed immense. Earth-style, Earth Flow Wall. Boom. A formidable and reinforced earthen barrier materialized with a resounding crash, standing defiantly before me. Bang! The moment the inferno met the earthen wall, it began to rapidly dissolve and crumble under the intense heat. I pressed my hands firmly against the ground, summoning additional earthen walls to fortify my defenses. However, this was a true battle. The adversary would not simply stand idle after unleashing their techniques, waiting for my response. Swish! Uchiha Obito appeared beside me in a flash, executing a powerful kick that struck me squarely. Thud! I was forcefully embedded into the earthen wall. How spectacular! It was a close call. The impact nearly severed the bindings wrapped around me. Beneath the bindings, my expression was grim, and I was fortunate to have previously employed the earth-hardening technique. Otherwise, I would have been utterly disassembled by now. Uchiha Obito, expressionless, raised his scythe and swung it towards me. Swish. Boom. A brilliant flash of light erupted as the earthen wall, which had withstood the blazing inferno for so long, was violently cleaved apart by Obito's strike, sending the heavy earth crumbling into disarray. Chapter 4. The celestial explosion of nothingness. With a thunderous roar, the earthen barrier was cleaved apart. Uchiha Madara's gaze, sharp and frigid, pierced through the swirling smoke. Has he fled? In the next instant, the technique of earth release, heart decapitation emerged. A hand suddenly materialized beneath Madara's feet, gripping his ankle with tenacity. Casting a sweeping glance, Madara concentrated a vast reserve of chakra into his foot and forcefully stomped down. Boom. Instantly, the ground fractured and collapsed. The once formidable hand fell limply, defeated. Madara's expression darkened. This fool dared to employ such juvenile ninjutsu against him. However, this was merely a feint. The true assault loomed above. A colossal rock giant manifested directly over Madara, delivering a crushing blow with its fist. Madara's pupils constricted in shock. When did this happen? This adversary had formed seals without his notice. Had it been during the rise of the earthen barrier? Madara realized that this fool had indeed been plotting several steps ahead. Yet, in the face of Uchiha's absolute prowess, such trickery amounted to nothing more than futile resistance. As the massive rock fist descended, Madara raised his fan above his head in defiance. Boom. The rock giant, imbued with tremendous force, struck down upon Madara, causing the earth to cave in dramatically. Yet, Madara emerged unscathed, exhaling softly. Uchiha. Rebound. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted. The immense force wielded by the rock giant was instantaneously redirected back upon itself, leading to its disintegration into countless fragments scattered across the ground. From the shadows, the enigmatic figure gasped for breath, rapidly replenishing chakra. Madara was indeed taking this encounter seriously. The figure sensed that Madara had entered a state of ruthless determination, launching lethal attacks without hesitation, be it the earlier rebound or the previous kick, each delivered with lethal intent. Quickly forming a series of seals, the figure chose to reveal himself. The moment he appeared, Madara vanished in an instant, locking onto him and swinging a massive scythe with lethal grace. Whoosh. As swift as lightning, the figure hastily manipulated the surrounding stones to shield himself. The scythe collided with rock, and he deftly redirected it, simultaneously forming seals once more. With a thunderous cry, he unleashed Earth Release, Earth Dragon Technique. Madara, resolute, relinquished his scythe and instinctively raised his fan to defend. However, the figure only feigned the incantation, pivoting swiftly and retreating into the distance. Dare to toy with me, brother Madara? Madara's countenance grew cold. During his battle with Hashirama, his opponent had always called out techniques plainly, accustomed to the straightforwardness of their exchanges. This bandaged man, however, had deviated from the norm and caught him off guard. From the shadows, Hashirama observed the scene and, with a resigned smile, remarked, "Madara is truly Navi." Tobarama, overhearing, scoffed. "The one who calls Madara Navi is the real fool." Humph. Attempting to escape, without hesitation, Madara leapt into the air, his speed rivaling that of the retreating figure. Without turning his head, Wu gazed at Uchiha Madara, whose crimson eyes were fixed intently upon him, drawing ever closer. In an instant, a chill ran down his spine. Not merely a chill, for Wu's skin, devoid of hair due to the ravaging of small blades, was drenched in cold sweat. Taking a deep breath, he positioned himself at a predetermined location. As Wu abruptly halted, Uchiha Madara wasted no time in launching his assault. This time, Wu met Madara's onslaught head-on, engaging in a fierce confrontation. Bang, bang, bang. With deft manipulation, Uchiha Madara activated the first stage of Susanoo, slamming Wu to the ground with a single strike. Subsequently, he unleashed a fan-shaped attack. Wu found himself pinned to the earth by Madara's fan. To be frank, I have long desired to do this to you, Uchiha Madara remarked coldly, releasing Susanoo and casting a disdainful glance at Wu, who was immobilized beneath him. The world is still undecided. Wu's gaze remained deep and unfaltering. Stubborn. Madara smirked dismissively. In that fleeting moment, Madara felt an unexpected chill at his back. Suddenly, a hand clasped his shoulder, and his expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that the figure pinned to the ground was merely a clone? Without time to ponder, Wu unleashed Earth Release, super heavy rock technique. He imposed an immense gravitational force upon Madara, who instantly felt an overwhelming weight, causing the very ground beneath him to sink. Now, allow me to demonstrate this technique. Wu struck the ground with both palms. In an instant, the earth seemed to convulse as cracks spread with astonishing speed. Resembling a spider's web, as if the very ground were on the verge of being torn into countless fragments. Yet, rather than scattering, the broken earth was irresistibly drawn towards Madara, converging upon him at an alarming velocity. Madara was swept into the air by this colossal force, his body soaring higher and higher. At the same time, countless clods of earth and stones, seemingly animated, ascended, transforming into massive boulders that hurtled toward Madara like meteors. These stones fell like rain, overwhelming him completely. Wu ascended as well, raising his hands to execute the final seal. This is my Earth Explosion Star technique. Wu's gaze was fixed upon the massive sphere suspended in the sky, pride flashing in his eyes, even his blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Oh heavens! This is simply... Lord Madara has been suppressed. The onlookers from Konoha, astonished, stared at the gigantic sphere created by Wu. Whether high-ranking officials, Jonin or Chunin, all were struck with disbelief. Oh, Danzo! Look! Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo exchanged incredulous glances, while Mito Gate, Inazuka Kiba, and others gaped in astonishment. Is such a level of ninjutsu truly within the realm of shinobi? Under the moonlight, we stood like a deity, arms raised high, as if conjuring a second moon. At this moment, the ninjas of Konoha were struck by an unprecedented shock. It was not merely the astonishing jutsu of the elusive individual, rather, it was the realization that, apart from Senju Hashirama, there existed another capable of matching Uchiha Madara in combat. It became evident that the prowess of extraordinary shinobi was not exclusive to Konoha, but rather prevalent in other villages as well. This ninjutsu was truly remarkable. Senju Hashirama could not help but exclaim in admiration, pondering that perhaps he could develop similar techniques in the future. Senju Tobarama squinted slightly, perceiving a distinct difference that he chose not to articulate. He wished to see if his elder brother would uncover it. Brother, do you not notice anything unusual about this sphere? Senju Tobarama inquired casually. What is different? Senju Hashirama scratched his head in confusion. Tobarama did not respond but turned to the Hyuga clan leader, saying, Hyuga clan leader, have you discerned it? Upon hearing this, the Hyuga clan leader smiled wryly and replied, Lord Tobarama, with my Byakugan, I have certainly noticed that the rocks comprising the sphere are all embedded with explosive tags. Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow slightly and immediately activated his heightened perception. In an instant, he discovered that every single rock concealed a multitude of explosive tags. What is going on? That individual from a wagure has been under our surveillance the entire time. Has he not been engaged in battle with Madara? When did he plant these explosive tags? Hashirama asked in a flurry of astonishment. At that moment, Senju Tobarama calmly interjected, because from the very beginning, there was not just one person battling Madara. Chapter 5. The underlying scheme. Senju Tobarama began to analyze the situation with a calm demeanor, realizing that there was more than one individual engaged in combat with Uchiha Madara. From the outset, two figures had been contending with Madara, one in the open and the other lurking in the shadows. Brother, do you recall the elusive Wu who had just vanished? Ever since that white beam ninjutsu was unleashed, Wu has not made an appearance. The one in the light is directly confronting Madara, drawing him towards a meticulously prepared trap, while the one in the dark waits for the opportune moment. Those numerous explosive tags are indeed the handiwork of the individual concealed in the shadows. Tobarama's analysis elicited a series of nods from Senju Hashirama. Yet, why had Madara not detected this? Unable to contain his curiosity, Hashirama inquired. It is likely that Uchiha Madara did not anticipate the existence of a preset trap. Wu remained within Madara's line of sight. Thus he did not scrutinize his surroundings too closely. Tobarama believed that Madara's arrogance played a significant role in this oversight. Could it be that Madara is on the verge of defeat? Hashirama's eyes widened in disbelief. Not to that extent, brother. Madara has yet to unleash his complete Susanoo. However, given the current distance, I am uncertain if he can activate it in time. Tobarama stroked his chin, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Wu, can you truly achieve this? Ninjas are typically characterized by high offense and low defense. Even a shadow-level ninja can be pierced by a kunai. Despite possessing the Rinnegan, a kunai can still blind you. Even the Sage of Six Paths, Obito, must rely on the truth-seeking balls to guard against explosive tags. The feasibility of detonating the explosive tags at close range against Madara is indeed plausible. Trapped within the confines of the planetary devastation, Uchiha Madara found himself devoid of escape routes. Moreover, his Susanoo cannot be summoned instantaneously, while the explosive tags detonate in an instant. Madara's physical form lacks the rapid regeneration capacity. This is a reasonable assumption, not meant to belittle Madara. The 5 Kage have also employed explosive tags against him. Currently, Madara lacks the Rinnegan and is not under Edo Tensei. I believe that under conditions of overconfidence, he could indeed be vulnerable to explosive tags. Is this merely an attempt to ensnare me, thereby buying time for escape? Amidst the colossal sphere, Uchiha Madara remained as steadfast as a mountain. His reasoning was straightforward. Wu aimed to confine him, seeking to create an opportunity for escape. From Madara's perspective, there was no fault in this strategy. After all, expending such considerable effort to construct a sphere, was it merely for aesthetics? It was indeed crafted to ensnare him and facilitate a chance for flight. However, I am eager to witness the despair that will wash over you upon encountering my complete Susanoo. Excitement flickered in Madara's eyes. Imagine the expression on his opponent's face when, after exhausting all efforts, he activates his complete Susanoo. Surely, his adversary would succumb to boundless despair and utter submission. This is precisely why he had refrained from summoning his complete Susanoo until now. Only upon gaining recognition from the foundation of his being would he be worthy of witnessing the full manifestation of Susanoo. As the saying goes, genius merely represents a threshold one must cross. Yet, Uchiha Madara had misjudged Wu. Wu was not merely a genius, he had witnessed the heavens. In this context, heaven refers to the vast amount of information received about Naruto, having witnessed scenes where even the ultimate power of the Sage of Six Paths seems inadequate, and where the legendary Susanoo is easily overwhelmed. Just as Uchiha Madara prepared to activate his Susanoo, intending to unleash devastation, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Upon careful scrutiny, he was alarmed to discover that within the rocks, numerous explosive tags were concealed. Astonishingly, this was not confined to a single location. The entire area was densely packed with explosive tags, some even affixed to his own face. When had this been set up, Uchiha Madara realized something was off. How could he have missed the fact that Wu had been within his line of sight the entire time, leaving no opportunity to plant so many explosive tags? Outside, Wu gazed at the ground-shattering technique he had created, then promptly formed a hand sign. With a decisive shout, he activated the explosive tags. The ground trembled as blinding white light enveloped the area, marking the explosion's detonation. In an instant, the world was illuminated, the earth quaking violently. Wu sat on the ground, slowly closing his eyes, choosing not to flee. Regardless of the outcome, his objective had been achieved, and escape was unnecessary because Wu intently focused on the blinding light, initiating his sensory abilities. He expected that Madara would not easily fall for his ruse. As the sound of the explosion faded, an immense chakra surged skyward, accompanied by a boisterous and deranged voice resonating from above. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Truly magnificent. Almost had you there. Wu looked upward, witnessing a towering Susanoo, resembling a divine warrior descending from the heavens, standing majestically. The complete form of Susanoo. Inside the cockpit, Uchiha Madara appeared disheveled and exposed. Having been blasted by the explosive tags, clad only in trousers, yet maintaining a fierce demeanor, his blood-red eyes glinting with a hint of madness. I shall fight again. Madara's voice echoed through the skies. However, another voice emerged, commanding, Stop, Madara. Senju Hashirama, donned in traditional attire, along with Senju Tobarama, descended onto the scene. What do you intend to do, Hashirama? Madara bellowed in fury, irate that Hashirama had not intervened earlier. Now that he was prepared to unleash his full Susanoo, Hashirama's sudden appearance felt like an unwelcome interruption. Madara, this ends here. For the sake of the village, you must relent. Wu is a dear friend of the leaf. Hashirama implored, pointing at Madara. Witnessing the escalating chaos, he could no longer remain passive. Madara glared, incredulous. What? A friend of the leaf? The village has only been established for a few years. Where do these old friends come from? Madara, I fear for your safety and that of Wu. Senju Hashirama, with a serious demeanor, spoke up. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara felt a surge of anger within him. Did you not observe how nearly perished from that white jutsu? Huh, are you afraid I might harm him? Are you not concerned that he might inflict harm upon me? Uchiha Madara's voice was low and thunderous. Senju Tobarama's brow furrowed sharply. While Senju Hashirama remained silent, Madara cast a cold glance at the weary figure of Wu, who was slumped on the ground, utterly exhausted, his chakra depleted. Humph. Witnessing Wu's exhaustion, Madara felt a sense of relief as he compared their conditions. He was still brimming with vitality. Look at this. It illustrates the disparity between Wu and myself. Wu's complete depletion had barely forced me to unleash my full Susanoo. Had I not been careless, Wu might not have even compelled me to reveal my complete Susanoo. My Lord Wu, I hope you are uninjured, Senju Hashirama said hurriedly, approaching Wu to administer healing. His expression steeped in remorse. Upon hearing this, Wu's face tightened, struggling to maintain his composure. Do I appear to be unscathed? I nearly perished in Konoha. You ask me if I am unhurt? My sincerest apologies. My Lord Wu, I, Senju Hashirama, apologize to you in the name of the Hokage. Senju Hashirama stood and bowed deeply to Wu, his demeanor profoundly sincere, nearly bringing himself to kneel. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow, displeased by Hashirama's subservience. Cough, cough, cough. Wu coughed several times before suddenly adopting a theatrical tone, beginning to extol. Alas, I had believed Konoha to be a village that cherishes peace, which is why I journeyed from afar, seeking to foster goodwill and pursue mutual benefit. I did not anticipate that Konoha would lay such traps to intimidate and suppress me. It appears that genuine understanding between individuals is indeed a rarity. Will admitted, shaking his head. These words pierced Senju Hashirama's heart, striking a chord with his already tender sentiments. Hashirama's expression turned anxious as he quickly interjected, My Lord Wu, when have we ever sought to intimidate you? That has never occurred. You send one individual to battle me, showcasing strength, while you hide in the shadows, only appearing when I am on the brink of collapse. One plays the role of the villain, the other the hero. Is that not suppression? Is that not bullying? Wu remarked with a cold smile. This. Senju Hashirama was rendered speechless, his face a portrait of deep contrition. After hearing Wu's words, he was instantly engulfed by waves of regret and shame. A profound sense of remorse flooding his heart. Hashirama is a person of delicate sensibilities. Although sometimes clumsy, he genuinely cares about the feelings of others. It appears that in this situation, there is indeed a semblance of bullying. This makes me feel rather hypocritical. However, I, Hashirama, did not intend for this to happen. As he reflected, from the perspective of the other party, he seemed undeniably hypocritical. And it felt as though no amount of cleansing could wash away this perception. How can I make them believe that it was not my intention? There is indeed a solution. That is to wager the dignity of a strong individual. In tumultuous times, the powerful bow only to heaven, the earth, and their parents. They do not kneel to anyone else. And when faced with someone like Madara, they may not even bow to heaven or earth. Would it not be more sincere if I were to kneel in apology? Immediately, Hashirama, under the astonished gazes of Tobarama and Madara, made a bold move. With a resounding thud, he knelt down before them. Chapter 6. A profitable venture of 10,000 gold and 100 tons of wood. Hashirama. What on earth are you doing? Brother, this is unnecessary. Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama spoke in unison. Their expressions filled with astonishment as they beheld Senju Hashirama kneeling before them. A flicker of surprise and disbelief crossed his otherwise vacant eyes. It appeared that the memories were indeed correct. Hashirama was truly a virtuous individual and a peace-loving man worthy of respect. Initially, he found it hard to believe that Hashirama would bow during the 5 Kage summit, but now he was convinced. I sincerely apologize, esteemed sir. I express my deepest regrets. Furthermore, I am willing to compensate the rock village with 10,000 gold pieces, 1,000 ninja tools, several thousand provisions, and 50 earth-style ninjutsu scrolls. Hashirama earnestly proclaimed. If you remain unsatisfied, please direct your grievances towards me. I assure you, I shall not retaliate. Hashirama, get up this instant. Madara shouted furiously at Hashirama, who could only kneel before others. Why should he kneel before anyone else? Brother, this is a bit excessive. Tobarama's countenance darkened, also feeling that his brother had gone too far. It was not that Hashirama knelt. He valued practical matters, namely the act of making amends. While making amends was acceptable, the compensation offered was far too generous. Such abundant resources, even though Konoha was thriving, could not be squandered recklessly. After all, establishing the village in various departments, as well as attracting talent and investment, required significant funds. If the esteemed sir does not forgive me, I shall not rise. Hashirama reiterated with unwavering resolve. Please accept my apologies. Regardless of Tobarama's and Madara's pleas, Hashirama remained resolute on the ground. Sir Hashirama, is this a matter of monetary value? This concerns dignity. Are you suggesting that a mere sum of money can resolve this? Madara spoke with conviction. The village's dignity cannot be purchased, even with 10,000 gold pieces. Upon hearing this, Madara fixed a cold glare upon him. Enough. If you continue to pressure Hashirama, I shall take you down myself. To his surprise, the man remained unyielding. Everyone faces death at some point. I shall leave my loyal heart shining through history, he declared boldly. If you were to kill me, let the outside villages witness Konoha's true nature. Are you truly unafraid of death? Tobarama asked in astonishment, pondering whether this man genuinely feared nothing. If he were to provoke Madara, there was no doubt that Madara could easily eliminate him. Were it not for his older brother, he would hardly dare to meet Madara alone. Hashirama cast a glance of admiration at the man. Truly, you are a hero, speaking such wise words. Tobarama, however, had a different line of thought. Since the man had spoken thus, could they possibly forego the compensation? After all, the thought of parting with such resources pained him greatly. Sir, you speak wisely, but do you still require that compensation? Tobarama could not help but inquire. Yes, I must have it. I endured this punishment through my own merit. Why should I forego it? If the villagers from the neighboring settlement were to discover this, they might think I am reluctant to accept. Absolutely. Both Maki and I shall partake. Without hesitation, I rose to my feet, placing my hands on my waist. Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama were instantly enveloped by a myriad of dark lines overhead. Very well. Senju Hashirama readily acquiesced, then curiously surveyed the surroundings. Lord Mu, where is your disciple? He recalled that Mu had arrived with a disciple, yet now, the young one seemed to have vanished. Mu offered a mysterious smile. There is no need for you to concern yourself with that, Lord Hashirama. So, where had Maki truly gone? At that moment, on the borders of the Land of Fire, two figures were swiftly traversing the landscape, Mu and Maki. In truth, Mu and Maki had long since fled. They had made their escape, for who would linger when they could run? After all, how else could one claim the title of the premier long-distance runner from the land of Earth in the northwest of the shinobi world? Did anyone truly believe Mu would dare to remain in the presence of Hashirama, Madara, and Tobarama, engaging in idle banter? Mu was indeed terrified. He had already slipped away. After unleashing the planetary devastation, the exertion had been immense, prompting him to decisively retreat with Maki, leaving only a division of himself behind. If he could survive, he might as well stay to claim compensation. If he perished, he could feign death to evade Madara's pursuit. Should the division meet its demise, it could recover after a few days. Mu was an exceedingly cautious individual. He would never leave his true self vulnerable. If either Madara or Hashirama, in a moment of carelessness, harbored ill intentions, it would spell disaster. He could not gamble on Hashirama's benevolence, nor on Madara's swiftness. Maki, halt. Wait for my division. Mu suddenly called out. Understood, master. Maki's eyes glimmered with admiration for his teacher. After all, how many in the shinobi world could escape unscathed from Uchiha Madara's grasp? Meanwhile, the generous compensation provided by Hashirama was substantial, supplemented by 200 tons of timber produced by him. Originally lacking in wood, Mu had intentionally requested this material, citing the stone-laden nature of a wagure. Hashirama considered this and, with a clap of his hands, conjured a significant quantity of timber through wood release. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I shall take my leave now. Mu's expression was quite favorable beneath the bandages. Just as he prepared to depart, Uchiha Madara suddenly intercepted him. Hey, have you forgotten something? What about my fan and scythe? Madara's tone was icy. Mu's expression tightened. Ah, how could I forget? He chuckled awkwardly, slowly retrieving the fan and scythe to present them to Madara. With a cold snort, Madara took his leave. Farewell, Hokage-sama, Tobarama-sama. Mu gradually raised the entirety of his compensation, allowing it to hover in midair. Maki could easily lift Turtle Island with one hand. As his master, lifting 200 tons of wood was a trivial task. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama watched as Mu departed. Tobarama, this fellow is quite impressive, isn't he? His strength is commendable, and his combat intelligence is exceptional. Senju Hashirama gazed at the receding figure of Mu, exclaiming in admiration. Senju Tobarama nodded silently, reflecting on the sly and elusive nature of this individual named Mu. This young man, he mused, may one day pose a significant threat to Konoha. Ah, Tobarama. By the way, the money for the casino has yet to be settled. Could you kindly take care of that for me? Hashirama said with a radiant smile. Tobarama shot him a sharp glare. Brother, you just lost a considerable sum of money, and you dare come to me for more? Why not approach Uchiha Madara? The Uchiha clan is affluent and can easily afford it. After all, it was Madara who instigated the commotion, summoning people only to leave us with the mess and the bill. Tobarama continued, his voice tinged with disdain. You should really keep a closer watch on Madara. He has become increasingly reckless, like a monk wielding an umbrella, completely unrestrained. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's expression darkened, and he sighed. Ever since I was appointed Hokage, Madara has become more and more. Sigh. Do you truly believe Madara is fit to be Hokage? If he were to take on that role, it would only bring calamity to Konoha, potentially igniting wars. If it weren't for us, he might have declared war already. Tobarama spoke with a serious demeanor. Hashirama, deeply troubled by the thought, sighed heavily. Madara's overwhelming force and cold demeanor lacked the charisma essential for a leader. In times of chaos, a strong leader is indeed needed. But the current circumstances are vastly different. I'm leaving now, Tobarama, Hashirama said, wishing to escape his brother's criticisms of Madara. He then vanished using the body flicker technique. Chapter 7. Teacher, why did we let Uchiha Madara go last night when such a splendid opportunity presented itself? The split body of Wu hovered in the air, effortlessly carrying 200 tons of wood, gold, and ninja tools, resembling an airborne titan of considerable weight. Upon landing, Wu immediately dispelled the split body and proceeded to enclose these treasures within a scroll. Teacher, is this how it ends? Teacher, why did we let Uchiha Madara go last night when such a splendid opportunity presented itself? The words of Inoki dripped with reluctance as he gazed at the spoils. Wu shot a glance at Inoki, his expression strained. Goodness, just listen to what you're saying. Why on earth would I let Uchiha Madara go? Indeed, why would I let Uchiha Madara slip away when the chance was ripe? Is this truly a sentiment one would express? Do you genuinely believe that I could defeat Uchiha Madara? For the sake of my own dignity, I even risked a confrontation with him. Do you wish to see me stake my life against Uchiha Madara? However, upon further reflection, Wu realized that Inoki was merely a child, lacking an understanding of this ruthless world. Imagine being humiliated and struck down, only to have the perpetrator offer reparations while remaining unscathed. One would inevitably feel a loss of dignity. The ninja world is a realm steeped in brutality. When the weak slay the weak, they face retributions, while the strong slaying the weak is merely self-inflicted punishment. Rather than face death, it is wiser to accept compensation and focus on self-improvement. Inoki, I understand your frustration, but one must assess the situation wisely. Wu gently ruffled Inoki's hair and continued, Yet, teacher, did you not instruct me to never concede and to resist tyranny? Inoki hesitated, clutching the stone in his hand, questioning the contradiction between Wu's previous admonitions against submission to power and the current decision to accept reparations. Wu did not chastise Inoki for his bluntness. Instead, he chose to patiently elucidate. Endurance is not synonymous with surrender, it embodies faith and conviction. To endure means to maintain an open mind and to withstand adversity. As long as we draw breath, there will come a day when the withered tree blossoms anew, and we reclaim our lost dignity. Despite Wu's patient guidance, Inoki's stubborn nature remained unyielding. Wu, with a slight smile, picked up a stone and pointed toward a nearby willow tree. Inoki, tell me, which is superior, this willow tree or the stone? As he held the stone aloft, he gestured toward the willow. Inoki hesitated briefly before proclaiming, Certainly the willow. It is so beautiful, tall, and grand. Anyone passing by would notice the willow before the stone. Wu nodded in acknowledgement and continued, However, the lifespan of this willow is but 40 years, while this stone can endure for thousands, even millions of years. A flicker of understanding ignited in Inoki's eyes. Wu pressed on, as the saying goes, flowing waters do not compete for precedence. Instead, they strive for an unceasing flow. To vanquish your competitors can be deemed a form of triumph. Upon hearing this, Naka's eyes gleamed with understanding. He gradually comprehended his mentor's message and deepened his insight into the will of stone. The will of stone embodies not merely obstinacy, but also the wisdom to assess the situation. Those who recognize the times are truly exceptional. It entails patience, for clarity will eventually emerge. Teacher, your recent utterances are indeed filled with profound wisdom. Inoki expressed deep admiration for his mentor's vast knowledge. With a soft chuckle, his mentor offered no response. The two swiftly traversed from the border of the land of fire through the land of grass and into the land of earth. Since I possess foreknowledge of the unfolding events, I shall not adhere to the original narrative. The protagonists of the ninja world extend beyond just Konoha. Calmly, he pondered his next course of action. First and foremost, he resolved not to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation like that of the bearded man. It was imperative for him to survive and grow stronger until he could dictate the course of the world. To thrive, he needed a robust physique, which explained his desire for the wood that Hashirama could produce. Compared to the Otsutsuki cells, Hashirama's cells were more accessible. He aspired to utilize the wood to explore the possibility of cloning Hashirama's cells to enhance his own strength. However, his immediate focus remained on fortifying his village in preparation for the impending First and Second Great Ninja Wars. Yet, he pondered why such a significant conflict was not detailed in the memories he possessed. What ignited the flames of war? He furrowed his brow in contemplation. The First Great Ninja War was of monumental importance, yet the memories failed to document its origins, leaving even the nations involved in obscurity. They merely chronicled the deaths of Tobarama Senju and the Second Raikage, alongside his own confrontation with the bearded man, which ended in mutual destruction. Alas, the road ahead is fraught with challenges. For now, he must concentrate on the development of his village. As he had reached the pinnacle of his current strength, unless a unique opportunity presented itself, he recognized that he had already hit his limit. Lacking the Six Paths lineage meant his potential was inherently constrained. Perhaps, with additional fortuitous encounters, he could elevate his capabilities further. After all, the creation of Dust Release was already a stroke of luck, propelling him to heights that were otherwise unattainable through mere ninjutsu, which would have only qualified him at the level of a shadow. With Noki in tow, they soared swiftly through the night, reaching a wagure by midnight. Accustomed to the bustling vibrancy of Konoha, Noki felt a twinge of inferiority as he surveyed a wagure, a desolate village seemingly made entirely of stone. Nevertheless, he reassured himself, although it may appear a slum at present, it would one day transform into the most prosperous village in the ninja world. With a gentle pat on the shoulder, he consoled Ohyuki, who felt considerably better and nodded in response. Since the two returned late at night, they refrained from notifying the already slumbering Tsuchikage and instead directly entered the hidden stone village. The following morning, Wu promptly entered the Wagure building, resuming his governmental duties as usual. Although Ishikawa held the position of Tsuchikage, certain matters had begun to fall under Wu's purview, positioning him as the acting deputy Tsuchikage. Upon opening his envelope, he discovered several letters from the Land of Water. Without hesitation, he tore one open, revealing an exuberant message. Hey Wu, how did the last battle go? Was my steam dangers might exhilarating? Do you long for another taste of your father's water iron cannon technique? When shall we engage in battle again? It's been ages since I last saw you. Why have you not responded? Wu, you haven't perished, have you? Why the silence? You wouldn't dare to have given up the ghost, would you? We agreed to fight until our mutual demise. All these letters were from the enigmatic Tsuchikage Mangetsu of the Land of Water, who had not received a reply during Wu's extended visit to Konoha. The accumulation of messages was quite unexpected. A frown creased Wu's brow as he recalled their previous conflict, still somewhat irked. Their relationship was undeniably intricate, oscillating between adversary and ally. They had forged a bond through battle, a peculiar understanding that they desired to vanquish one another, yet simultaneously agreed to meet their ends together in the name of the shadows. However, at this moment, Wu had no inclination to seek mutual destruction with Tsuchikage Mangetsu. He was acutely aware of the splendor that awaited in the future. He yearned to live, and to live vibrantly, to witness the wonders of what lay ahead. He aspired to endure until the era of Boruto. Contemplating this, Wu slowly took up his pen and began to compose a response to Tsuchikage Mangetsu. I am exceedingly well. In just 3 succinct words, Wu sealed the letter within the envelope and affixed the wax seal. Chapter 8. The Affairs of the Land of Earth. You're back. I heard Noki mention that you were doused with cold water in Konoha. As the door swung open, an elderly man donned in a gray-brown robe and wearing the hat of the Tsuchikage floated in. Without raising his gaze, he gradually stood up to relinquish the Tsuchikage seat. I have never feared a splash of cold water, he replied with a faint smile. Oh, Shurhei slowly took a seat, raising an eyebrow. From my experience, there are 2 principles. One is to remain unperturbed, and the other is to maintain optimism. What is a mere splash of cold water in the grand scheme of things? Wuyo spoke nonchalantly, as if the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Madara was but a fleeting memory. Shurhei regarded Wuyo with admiration. This was precisely the individual he sought, someone who understood patience and restraint. Shall we bring another bucket? Shurhei jested. Perhaps not. A second bucket might be the end of me. Wuyo replied, his expression tightening. The battle with Madara was already challenging enough, and I had a stroke of luck. If it were to happen again, I might not be so fortunate. However, I heard Noki say that you fought evenly against the Shura of the ninja world. Wudo, I did not expect your strength to be so remarkable, Shurhei remarked, surprise gleaming in his eyes. Pure luck. Wuyo chuckled awkwardly upon hearing this. Noki must have boasted extensively about him in front of Shurhei, perhaps viewing him through the lens of a mentor, likely elevating Wuyo's reputation to the skies. Noki had not witnessed the moment he was kicked into a wall by Uchiha Madara, nor the subsequent incident of being pinned to the ground. Ha ha. Truly deserving of being called the wise general of a wagure, your strength is commendable and brings great honor to our village. Shurhei exclaimed, clapping Wuyo on the shoulder. Ahem. Konoha still owes us a considerable amount of wealth and ninja tools, all of which I have submitted to the village, Wuyo stated. At this, Shurhei gave a thumbs up. Wuyo, you are undoubtedly the ideal candidate for Tsuchikage, strong, wise, and incorruptible. No wonder the villagers refer to you as Lord Wuyo. Moreover, I have had your will of stone inscribed at the village entrance. I did not expect your theoretical understanding to be so exceptional. Shurhei continued, praising him with a smile. Wuyo smiled faintly, as this aligned with his intentions. It was meant to inspire the villagers, and it predated the will of fire. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shurhei yawned and departed from the Tsuchikage's office. Once Shurhei left, Wuyo's gaze sharpened. It seemed this old man truly intended to pass the mantle to him. Having already delegated power to such an extent, Wuyo resumed his seat and began to address the administrative duties. In truth, there was not much to manage in a wagure. Being a small area, especially in the early stages of village development, it was quite manageable. Primarily, there exists a need for a strategic layout and conceptualization for the village's future development. Currently, institutions such as the Konoha Ninja Academy and the Umbu have yet to be established. Given that I have acquired that fragment of memory, it would be prudent for me to proactively arrange for these institutions within a wagure, thereby initiating the creation of the Wagure Umbu and the Wagure Ninja Academy ahead of time. As for the Land of Water and the Mist Village, what a situation! I have already prepared the Zisha clay. Wu, are you certain you are unscathed? Within a lofty fortress, the figure of Akatsuki Hashigaki pressed his hand against his forehead, as if poised to unleash the water iron cannon technique akin to Zisha. Upon receiving news that Wu was unharmed, a smile involuntarily crept upon Akatsuki's lips. Splendid. We can engage in battle once more. This fellow has finally ceased feigning death. Should he remain unresponsive, I shall venture to a wagure myself. While Akatsuki lamented, he folded the envelope into a paper airplane and casually propelled it out of the window. Bang! Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing an elderly man with long hair clad in coarse linen standing at the threshold. Akatsuki Hashigaki, you young rascal! Did I not instruct you to attend to matters within the village? How dare you laze about here? Bai Lian reprimanded with a voice full of ire. Akatsuki waved his hand in exasperation. Enough with the fury, old man. Your eyes are going to squint with rage. As he spoke, he gestured playfully in front of Bai Lian. Do not be foolish. Bai Lian retorted sharply. Akatsuki inwardly rolled his eyes, reflecting on how his shadow was competent in all respects, yet excessively stern and high pressure, lacking the grace that other village leaders exhibited. The atmosphere beside him was overwhelmingly tense. Yet, being with Wu was a delight. With Wu, he could speak freely, and if displeased, they could settle matters with a fight, even to the point of mutual destruction. Throughout the afternoon, Wu remained in the office, diligently managing administrative affairs. He signed off on several engineering projects, including one for the Umbu base and another for the Wagure Ninja Academy. Concurrently, he dispatched individuals to seek investments elsewhere, aiming to expedite the establishment of commerce in a wagure, accumulate capital, and enhance the village's prosperity. Stretching languidly, Wu turned to gaze out the window, overlooking the entirety of a wagure. Just as he was lost in thought, a gentle knock echoed. Enter. Wu replied without turning, his tone nonchalant, and walked Owanoki carrying a tray. Master, it's evening. You should have something to eat. Owanoki said with an ingratiating smile. Wu raised an eyebrow, realizing his own stomach was rather empty. He nodded slowly and sat at his desk to begin his meal, while Owanoki busied himself with servitude. Master, allow me to brew you some tea. Heh. Master, may I massage your back? Master, do you desire a wife? At Owanoki's comment, Wu nearly choked on his food, his expression darkening as he shot a glare at Owanoki. What on earth are you implying, Owanoki? I presume you have some matter of concern to discuss with me? Speak plainly, for I am your teacher. As he was enjoying his rice ball, Wu asked playfully, Hiki. You truly understand me best, teacher. On the other hand, Noki bashfully chuckled and scratched the back of his head. Teacher. Your jutsu during the battle with Uchiha Madara was absolutely magnificent, especially that white technique. Noki, with a cheerful grin, affectionately leaned against Wu's arm. All right. Wu Wu felt a shiver run down his spine, and despite the bandages, he still found it rather unsettling, especially when contemplating the future visage of Noki. Observing the eager expression on Naka's face, a peculiar smile crept beneath Wu's bandages. Are you interested in my dust release jump technique course? Wu's countenance bore a teasing smile. Yes, yes, yes. Noki fervently nodded. But are you even qualified to teach? Naka's enthusiasm was met with a moment of silence. In order to master dust release, one must first excel in 3 types of chakra: wind, earth, and fire, and grasp their nature transformations. Wu explained. He did not intentionally boast about dust release. Yet it was indeed the only Keki Ta within the realm of Naruto, while the Sharingan falls under the category of Keki Genkai. His own creation of dust release is classified as Keki Ta. The sheer potency of dust release is apparent. It can disintegrate a person down to their atomic components, leaving no trace behind, unlike scorch release, which at least leaves behind a pile of ash. Dust release offers no remnants whatsoever, obliterating its target entirely. If it weren't for the Rinnegan's ability to absorb, Wu felt he could challenge Kaguya with just his dust release techniques. Oh no way, teacher. I didn't realize it would be that difficult. I'm still not even proficient in earth release. Noki lamented, looking utterly despondent. It was not entirely his fault. Peers like Sarutobi Hiruzen were still practicing the body flicker technique. Expecting Noki to master the transformations of 3 elemental chakras right away was indeed a tall order. Therefore, commit yourself diligently. Once you master the transformations of the 3 types of chakra, I shall impart my knowledge to you, Wu declared, stuffing the last rice ball into his mouth. He then secured his bandages and utilized body flicker technique to depart from the office. This work updates once a day for the time being. Chapter 9. Spiraling Sphere. Upon departing from the office, Wu had no intention of resting or sleeping. After all, he was nearing 30. How could he possibly close his eyes in slumber? Although his own strength had reached its zenith, he believed that by mastering additional ninjutsu, he could diversify his arsenal of techniques. Despite having exerted himself throughout the day, he was resolute in his pursuit of training. He ventured into a concealed cave nestled in the rear mountains of a wagure. With a flurry of swift hand seals, he struck the ground with force, causing the walls of the cave to tremble and gradually unveil a small door. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The interior of the cave was a veritable treasure trove, replete with numerous tomes and a plethora of scrolls. This was his laboratory for the creation of ninjutsu. It was from this very place that his pride and joy, the dust release, had been birthed several years prior. One could not deny the inventive genius of the second generation of each ninja village. Wu recalled the remarkable figures of the second generation, the second Kazekage, the second Raikage, the second Hokage, Senjutsu Tobarama, and that fellow, Kagetsu Mangitsu, all of whom were prodigious inventors. The Kazekage had pioneered the art of puppet techniques and sand manipulation, while the second Raikage had developed the lightning release chakra mode. As for Senjutsu Tobarama, his various forbidden techniques were legendary. Wu himself had conceived the dust release, an exceptionally versatile form of ninjutsu. And even that little mustached fellow had adeptly combined illusionary arts with water release. Wu retrieved a wooden fragment crafted by Senja Hashirama and placed it into his receptacle. He pondered that his current abilities might not suffice for an independent study of Hashirama's cells. This endeavor would need to be set aside for the time being. In silence, Wu resumed his contemplation of ninjutsu. He recalled a particularly effective technique from the depths of his memories, one employed by a descendant of that individual named Naruto. It was known as the spiraling sphere. He believed he could attempt to master this technique. Naturally adept at chakra manipulation and having successfully developed the dust release, the complexity of the dust release far surpassed that of the spiraling sphere. Wu was confident he could easily learn this A-rank ninjutsu, which was reportedly inspired by the tailed beast bomb created by Minato Namikaze. With knowledge of its principles and processes, combined with his refined chakra control, Wu set to work. Hours later, he had mastered the spiraling sphere. With a mere thought, a rapidly spinning sphere materialized in the palm of his hand. It was not difficult. Now, he could attempt to infuse it with wind nature transformation. As he gazed at the swirling sphere, a vibrant green hue, characteristic of wind, soon enveloped it. After a few brief experiments, Wu successfully learned to wield the wind-release spiraling sphere. Excellent. With the addition of form transformation, it would become the wind-release spiraling shuriken. A glimmer of pride flashed in his eyes as he endeavored to infuse the spiraling sphere with this transformation, swiftly manifesting a miniature spiraling shuriken in his hand. However, this is merely the beginning. To advance further, one must delve into the realm of sage techniques. Currently, I possess the wind release, spiraling shuriken. Should I incorporate sage arts, this technique could be cast forth and subsequently detonate. Alas, I am devoid of sage abilities. A flicker of despondency crossed my eyes. I lack the mastery of sage arts. If I were to attain such prowess, with my innate talents, I could transcend to new heights, perhaps even elevate my dust release. Yet, these thoughts are but fanciful dreams. To date, I have not encountered any fortuitous opportunities related to sage powers, let alone the 3 great sage lands. I have yet to find a contractable summoning beast. At least, the Ghost Lantern's illusion moon has its shell. I possess nothing. The rock giant merely qualifies as a ninjutsu. Is it conceivable for me to invent my own sage techniques? Quickly, I dismissed this notion. It seemed utterly implausible. Were I to possess such strength, I could easily abandon the path of a ninja and establish my own faction. After mastering the spiral sphere, I began to study the shadow clone technique created by the Sage of the Six Paths. This technique is relatively simple, requiring merely a hand seal. However, upon learning it, I felt a sense of futility. This shadow clone pales in comparison to my own splitting body technique. Perhaps I am attempting to overreach. I reclined on the laboratory cot, drifting into a deep slumber, only to awaken groggily the following noon. Upon returning to the Tsuchikage building, I discovered the officials of a wagure anxiously awaiting my presence. "What troubles you, esteemed colleagues?" I inquired, settling into the Tsuchikage chair. "Lord Mu, we have reviewed your previous proposal, and it is indeed flawless," one of the wagure officials affirmed. "However, the issue lies in the fact that we simply cannot muster such a large workforce. The Ninja Academy requires instructors. The Umbu need operatives. We must also allocate personnel to maintain the village, and a portion must undertake missions to sustain the village's finances." One official stepped forward, initially endorsing my vision, only to subsequently voice the shortcomings. I furrowed my brows, contemplating the matter deeply. It appeared that I had indeed overestimated our current capabilities. The wagure is still in its nascent stages and is in dire need of manpower. My ambitions may have been too grand. The rapid establishment of Konoha is attributed to its larger population and favorable geographical location conducive to trade. Very well, let us prioritize commerce. Construct 2 commercial streets for me, and I shall seek investment from the daimyo to see if we can entice certain industries to relocate to a wagure. With a moment's thought, I devised a plan, and the assembly nodded in agreement. As for the issue of manpower, I shall discuss with the Tsuchikage this afternoon, to see if we might relax the immigration policies. There are many wandering ninja clans in various regions. Perhaps we can provide refuge for them in a wagure. I proposed this plan, and once more, the officials nodded in concurrence. Subsequently, I made my way to the residence of Tsuchikage Ishikawa. After a brief discussion, Ishikawa remarked, "I have grown old. The wagure will inevitably belong to you. You may make decisions on these matters without my input." The implication was clear. Though I may not yet bear the title of Tsuchikage, I wield the authority in practice. Proceed boldly. In the afternoon, Wu, devoid of any divisive responsibilities, ventured alone to the esteemed residence of the daimyo in the capital of the Land of Earth. The daimyo's estate, an imposing and dignified edifice, epitomizes the noble status and unparalleled authority of the daimyo of the Land of Earth. Guided by servants, we traversed through grand crimson gates and meandered along winding corridors, ultimately arriving at the rear garden of the estate. Upon entering the opulent dwelling, we beheld a delicate pavilion spanning the tranquil pond, its columns and railings adorned with intricate carvings that showcase the artisan's exceptional craftsmanship. Advancing along the pavilion, Wu found himself at the water's edge. Here, a quaint gazebo stood quietly, harmoniously integrating with its surroundings. The structure was crowned with a thick layer of thatch, evoking a sense of nature and simplicity. Within the gazebo sat a corpulent man, leisurely reclining, clad in a flowing white ceremonial robe. Its ample sleeves billowed gracefully in the breeze, as if he were enveloped in a cloud of white. Atop his head rested a tall black cap, encrusted with splendid gemstones that sparkled radiantly. At that moment, the daimyo held a lengthy fishing rod in one hand, casting it into the pond with an air of ease. In his other hand, he waved a folding fan intermittently, seemingly savoring the tranquility and contentment of the moment. Chapter 10, The Feudal Lord of the Land of Earth. Ah, it is indeed your excellency, Wu. Please, do take a seat. Do sit. The feudal lord of the Land of Earth wore a beaming smile, extending his plump hand to gesture for Wu to sit down. Soon, several attendants brought a chair and placed it behind Wu. "Your Excellency, Wu, after such a long time, how have you been? I heard you visited Konoha a few days ago. What was the outcome? The feudal lord inquired, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. The Tsuchikage is in good health. I visited Konoha recently, but they have no intention of forming an alliance, so I had to abandon the endeavor. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, we swiftly transitioned to the crux of the matter. Your Excellency, I have come to request funding from you. Wu stated directly. Oh? The feudal lord's expression shifted upon hearing this. The mention of money instantly dampened his enthusiasm. Ahem, Your Excellency Wu, I recall that as ninjas, you can earn money through missions, correct? Each mission is worth thousands or even tens of thousands of ryo. Why then do you seek my financial assistance? The feudal lord asked, his gaze drifting absently toward the fishing rod. Your Excellency, times have changed. We are no longer in the era of the ninja clans. We now reside in the age of the ninja villages. Iwagakure requires funding for military expenses and seeks to introduce commercial ventures to foster a prosperous Iwagakure. Wu spoke earnestly. The feudal lord furrowed his brow slightly and replied, What is it that Iwagakure intends to do? Wu, wishing to avoid further trivial conversation, spoke plainly. I seek your power and your funds. I request that Iwagakure take the initiative by leveraging the unique attributes of ninjas and combining them with ordinary citizens. We aspire not only to be a military entity, but also to evolve into a thriving town that integrates both military and civilian life. For too long, Iwagakure has been shackled by mission obligations, relying solely on tasks for survival, which is not a sustainable strategy. Therefore, we must engage in commerce and attract investments to establish industries. I am confident that I can transform Iwagakure into a place that not only protects the feudal lord, but also flourishes as a vibrant city. Wu gradually articulated his vision. Indeed, the feudal lord of the land of earth seemed to be possessed by the spirit of if only love were like the first encounter, repeatedly exclaiming indeed, yet avoiding any mention of military funding. Wu felt a sense of frustration. He understood that without offering the feudal lord some incentive, there would be no investment forthcoming. Thus, he continued, the prospects are immense. If Your Excellency could provide us with military funding each year, we could allocate 20% of our village's total finances as taxes to reciprocate to you. Upon hearing this, the feudal lord's eyes brightened somewhat. How much do you require? He asked calmly. As a family that has endured for millennia, the wisdom of the feudal lord was profound. He understood that no profit came without an investment. 5 billion. We tentatively proposed a figure. The feudal lord's expression changed, and he countered. 5 billion. Wu let out a faint sigh. Upon hearing a sigh, the lord's heart sank momentarily. My lord, although you are not a ninja, you must have heard the phrase, when weapons are raised, resources must be strained. Do you have any idea how much a kunai costs nowadays? 500,000 ryo. 500,000 ryo. A single cart cannot contain it. As he spoke, the tone of his voice inadvertently escalated, and he extended 5 fingers to signal the lord. The lord of the land of earth could not help but feel embarrassed, fidgeting with his toes. Very well, let us negotiate. I will concede some ground. I shall offer you 3 billion ryo. The lord of the land of earth declared outright. Upon hearing this, the bandaged figure of Mu smiled beneath his wrappings. Excellent. They reached an agreement and proceeded to discuss the investment matters. The lord consented to send a portion of the common folk to reside in Iwagakure, accompanied by commercial establishments. At last, the residents of Iwagakure could indulge in ramen and grilled meat within their village. There was one more matter. The lord of the land of earth suddenly halted Mu. What is it, my lord? Mu inquired, raising an eyebrow. Recently, on the border of the land of earth, a region has declared independence and established a nation called the Land of Grass, along with the creation of Kuzugakure. This infuriates me greatly. The lord of the land of earth spoke with a menacing glare. Mu instantly comprehended the lord's intentions. He desired Iwagakure to act as enforcers to eliminate Kuzugakure, subsequently incorporating the Land of Grass into the Land of Earth. It was understandable. The lord had provided military funds, and once compensated, one must fulfill their obligations. Destroying a single Kuzugakure was not a formidable challenge. Leave this matter to me, Mu readily agreed with a nod. Thus, they concluded their transaction. The following morning, Mu returned to Iwagakure, accompanied by various commercial establishments and relocated commoners from the city. Fortunately, the officials of Iwagakure demonstrated remarkable efficiency, successfully establishing 2 bustling commercial streets with a few earth techniques. Mu promptly arranged for merchants and commoners to settle in these streets. That evening, the majority of Iwagakure's residents flocked to the commercial streets to indulge in the delectable offerings from the city: char siu, ramen, meatballs, and grilled meats. These culinary delights were met with enthusiastic approval, leading to an overwhelming crowd. Even Tsuchikage Ishikawa ventured to purchase tobacco from the capital. Simultaneously, Mu conveyed to everyone that a wagure was a place where ninjas and commoners coexisted harmoniously. The residents of a wagure united in exclaiming, "Lord Mu is wise." Mu also arranged special protections for the common folk to prevent any unruly ninjas from taking advantage of them. Once all arrangements were finalized, Mu decisively summoned 10 elite wagure ninjas. Wow, to think that Lord Mu himself would lead us. This is astonishing. To be commanded by such a figure is an absolute honor. Lord Mu is someone who can stand toe-to-toe with the formidable figures of the ninja world. Truly remarkable. I must ensure I shine brightly in this endeavor. Lord Mu, you are incredibly impressive. You are my idol. 10 elite wagure shinobi were astonished to discover that the formidable leader, Mu, was absent. Their faces radiated excitement and awe. For the recent events surrounding Mu's confrontation with Uchiha Madara and Konoha had spread like wildfire. Under the covert machinations and exaggerated proclamations orchestrated by a wagure, Mu's remarkable feats had left all wagure ninjas in sheer astonishment. To engage in a balanced struggle with Uchiha Madara and emerge unscathed instilled an immense sense of pride among the ninjas of a wagure. Previously feeling overshadowed by the two titans of Konoha, they now found solace in the notion that Mu could stand toe-to-toe with Madara. Now, let us proceed to Tsuchikage. Our objective is the annihilation of all ninja within the village. However, those who wish to surrender to a wagure may be spared, as we are currently in need of personnel, Mu declared, hefting the twin blades he had wielded during the tumultuous era. Understood. The 10 elite wagure shinobi responded in unison, promptly setting off towards the land of grass to execute their extermination mission. Meanwhile, within the confines of Tsuchikage, 2 men stood side by side. Are you truly not concerned about the retribution from the land of earth? The daimyo of the land of grass inquired, his expression etched with worry. Rest assured. The land of earth is unable to mobilize its forces in time, and with a wagure still in its nascent stages, they have no inclination to meddle in our affairs. The leader of Tsuchikage replied with confidence. But the daimyo began to voice further concerns, only to be interrupted by the leader. Enough, my lord. Do not dwell on such matters. I have already dispatched envoys to Konoha to cultivate diplomatic relations. By aligning ourselves with them, we shall gain strength. And a wagure will dare not threaten us. Moreover, the nearby Tsuchikage clan is preparing to ally with us. If we continue to grow stronger, who knows? I may one day be worthy of the title of Kage. Imagine, I could become the Kage of grass. The leader of Tsuchikage's face glowed with enthusiasm, as if the title of Kage were within reach. Meanwhile, the daimyo's expression reflected his unease. Truth be told, he merely wished to be a loyal subordinate of the land of earth. Straddling the precarious line between Konoha and a wagure was already burdensome, and he had no desire for conflict. To his dismay, a faction of ninja within his territory had swiftly established Tsuchikage, and to exacerbate his plight, these rebels had drawn him into their insurrection. Faced with their veiled threats, he felt compelled to acquiesce, establishing Tsuchikage in the name of the land of grass. It was evident that the daimyo had no inclination towards independence. Rather, he preferred to remain a humble vassal of the land of earth. Chapter 11. Annihilation of the Grass Ninja Village and the Capture of the Wind Demon Clan Whoosh. The figure soared through the air, closely pursued by 10 elite wagure ninjas. Wu glanced back at the following wagure ninjas. To conserve time, he had utilized his unique technique of ultra-lightweight manipulation, granting them temporary flight capabilities, albeit under his remote control. Without any pretense, he boldly penetrated the ninja alert zone of the Grass Ninja Village. Hiss! An enemy attack. Quickly, informed the leader. A Grass Ninja's expression changed drastically as he turned and dashed towards the village. My lord, should we pursue? One of the wagure ninjas, noticing Wu's indifference, could not help but inquire. Wu waved his hand dismissively. No need. It's merely a small ninja village. If they flee, they may escape the monk, but not the temple. In Wu's eyes, the Grass Ninja Village was simply a minor establishment. The original narrative depicted the village as rife with corruption, its sole merit being its amicable relations with Konoha, essentially ingratiating itself through diplomatic means to survive. This is bad. Leader, this is serious. A Grass Ninja stumbled in with an urgent report. What are you panicking about? We are official ninjas now. Maintain your composure. The leader of the Grass Ninja Village reprimanded upon witnessing the commotion. The Grass Ninja, disregarding all decorum, blurted out, Iwagakure. They are here to attack us. What should we do? What? Iwagakure. The leader's heart sank, a foreboding sense of dread washing over him. The daimyo of the land of grass, standing nearby, also turned pale, hastily glancing at the leader of the grass ninja village. The leader rushed forward, seizing the trembling grass ninja, bombarding him with questions. Speak quickly. Who has come? How many? What do they look like? Terrified and flustered, the grass ninja stammered. There are 11 in total. The leader is unknown, but he is completely wrapped in bandages and can fly. Upon hearing this description, the grass ninja leader felt as though struck by lightning, his eyes widening in shock. It's him. All of him. Wrapped in bandages, a quintessential mummy, and he can fly. This can only be the renowned Wu of a wagure. Leader, what shall we do? The daimyo of the land of grass trembled as he asked, evidently having deduced the identity of the visitors. Damn it. 11 of them. Yet our grass ninja village boasts a full 200 ninjas. The leader of the grass ninja village gritted his teeth and shouted. Hearing this, the daimyo felt his heart drop. If you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you. Ahem. I need to use the restroom. The daimyo sought to excuse himself. However, the leader of the grass ninja village saw through his ruse and seized the daimyo's collar. Wait, daimyo. Not so fast. Guards. Ensure the safety of the esteemed daimyo. All ninjas of the grass ninja village. Assemble. At the entrance of the grass ninja village, a group of grass ninjas, under the leadership of their chief, stood menacingly at the village gate. Wu, flying overhead, narrowed his eyes. Interesting. It seems these individuals realize there is no escape. Earth release, super heavy rock technique. Gathering all his strength, he descended upon his foe with a flying kick. Boom. The leader of the grass ninjas felt an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a formidable shadow. It rendered him immobile. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, his foot struck the leader's face. Thud. A cry of agony escaped as the grass ninja leader was mercilessly flattened. Where is your leader? Bring him forth to face me. Without a glance at the lifeless body beneath him, he addressed the trembling grass ninjas. Their faces bore expressions of horror and disbelief, mingled with absurdity. Beneath your foot, one of the grass ninjas stammered, pointing with a trembling hand. He paused, then lowered his gaze. To his astonishment, a mix of red and white stained the ground. What in the world? How did you get stuck to my foot? He stifled a laugh, realizing he had been oblivious. He mistook the fallen ninja for a speed bump. At that very moment, the staunch loyalists of the grass ninja leader erupted in fury. Ah, this fiend has slain our leader. We shall fight him. Indeed, they number but a mere 10, while we are 200. Let us confront him. Fire style, wind style, earth style. The grass ninjas unleashed a cacophony of ninjutsu, their faces contorted with rage. In response to the vibrant array of techniques, he remained impassive, swiftly raising both hands. Dust release, the technique of world disintegration. With a blinding flash of white light, all ninjutsu were annihilated in an instant, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. Boom. As the smoke cleared, the over 200 grass ninjas who had once roared were reduced to nothingness, mere atoms scattered in the wind. He did not even raise an eyebrow, merely reflecting with a hint of surprise that he had overestimated the strength of this small ninja village. If they were truly so formidable, they would not have been relegated to the battlegrounds of great nations in the original tale. Clean up the site. Ensure you leave those willing to submit, and eliminate the rest. With that command, he soared off in search of the feudal lord. In a cave of the grass ninja village, he discovered the feudal lord imprisoned within. Wind style, wine cutter technique. He effortlessly dispatched the guarding grass ninja. Wah wah wah. Lord Wu, you have finally arrived. These brutes forced me to establish a village. I was left with no choice. I beg you. Intercede with the land of Earth's feudal lord on my behalf. I acted out of necessity. The feudal lord of the land of grass, crawling and sobbing, sought to distance himself from the situation as he knelt before him. His eyes betrayed no emotion as he slowly crouched down to whisper into the feudal lord's ear. But I do not believe you. Swish. The feudal lord's face turned pale with terror, and in the next instant, the wind-style technique cleanly severed his head from his body. The reason for his execution was simple. Keeping this man alive would only incite dissatisfaction from the land of Earth's feudal lord. It was far better to allow the land of grass to be directly absorbed into the land of Earth. After clearing the remains of the daimyo of the grass country, Wu began to scour the riches of the territory, preparing to transport them back to the village. Meanwhile, the news of the annihilation of the grass ninja village swiftly spread, reaching the ears of the Fma clan, who were contemplating an alliance with the grass ninja village. Chief, the grass ninja village has been destroyed by a wagure. A member of the Fma clan rushed in to report. Upon hearing this news, the clan leader was taken aback. Alas, We had intended to ally with the Grass Village, yet it has met its demise, the Fma clan leader lamented. We are now in the era of ninja villages. The age of clans has long since vanished. In this time, mere combat prowess is insufficient. One must possess connections and influence to survive. Thus, the Fma clan also sought to join a ninja village. Chief, why not consider allying with the wagure? I have recently heard that their entry requirements have relaxed. Anyone wishing to join can now settle there. A member of the Fma clan could not help but suggest. I did not realize the policy had changed so swiftly. I recall that previously, it was quite difficult to ally with a wagure. The clan leader's eyes glimmered with newfound hope. Why then should we pursue an alliance with the Grass Ninja Village? Let us head directly to a wagure, one of the 5 great villages. Moreover, I have heard that not long ago, a prominent figure from a wagure, Mu, visited Konoha and engaged in a fierce confrontation with Uchiha Madara, emerging unscathed. An alliance with a wagure may prove more advantageous than one with Konoha. The Fma clan leader's resolve solidified as he absorbed this information, and he promptly issued a command. Very well. Let the entire clan heed my directive and proceed to the Grass Ninja Village to ally with Lord Mu. Meanwhile, in the Grass Ninja Village, Mu was meticulously assessing the plundered wealth and resources to be returned to the village. A small ninja village, yet it possesses a surprising amount of resources. Just as he was recording the findings, an wagure Jainin half-kneeled before him, announcing, Lord Mu, there is a ninja clan outside seeking to ally with us. Mu raised an eyebrow and turned to inquire, Oh, which clan? It is the Fma clan, came the response. At this, Mu's mind conjured the visage of Pain's animal path. I did not expect it to be this clan. Take me to meet them, Mu commanded. Soon after, Mu arrived at the entrance of the Grass Ninja Village, where a multitude of Fma clan members knelt in orderly fashion. Leading them, the clan leader knelt with utmost sincerity. This was the custom of tumultuous times. A ninja clan wishing to join another must present themselves in a posture of humble submission. Raising his eyes filled with anticipation, the Fma clan leader proclaimed, Lord Mu, our Fma clan wishes to ally with the wagure and serve it faithfully. We implore you to accept us. Mu's gaze slowly swept over the assembled clan, contemplating the potential value of the Fma clan. Renowned for their expertise in utilizing ninja tools and their research into chakra, their contribution could indeed prove to be a formidable asset for a wagure. Fma clan leader, please report on your clan's capabilities. Wu placed greater emphasis on the power of the Wind Demon clan. Return, Lord Wu. Our clan may lack bloodline limits, yet we excel in chakra manipulation and the use of concealed weapons. The clan leader of the Wind Demon reported the information from within the clan. Wu pondered briefly. This ninja clan appeared promising. Given the current shortage of instructors at the Ninja Academy, the Wind Demon clan's proficiency in ninja tools and chakra control made them suitable candidates for teaching. All members of the Wind Demon clan anxiously awaited Wu's deliberation. Are you aware of the regulations regarding allegiance to a wagure? Wu inquired sternly. The Wind Demon clan leader nodded vigorously. We are aware and shall abide by all regulations of a wagure. Wu nodded slightly. In that case, I hereby grant your allegiance. From this moment forth, the Wind Demon clan shall be a part of a wagure. Wu declared. Thank you, Lord Wu. We shall remain steadfastly loyal, the clan leader exclaimed, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. We pledge to serve a wagure with unwavering dedication. In an instant, over 200 members of the Wind Demon clan echoed their sentiments in unison. Wu gestured for them to rise. Come, follow me back to a wagure village. Arrangements will be made for your accommodations and affairs. Chapter 12. The Rock Hidden Village's military academy. Upon returning to the Hidden Rock Village, Wuxia promptly and decisively arranged accommodations for the Wind Demon clan, positioning them near the village's center. This decision was motivated by 2 primary reasons. First, to signify the importance of the Wind Demon clan, demonstrating that the Hidden Rock Village holds them in high regard and expects them to contribute diligently. Second, for the sake of monitoring. Although Wuxia believed that the Wind Demon clan would not rebel, his inherent caution compelled him to keep them under close surveillance. My lord, your immigration policy is already yielding results, remarked the officials of the Hidden Rock with radiant smiles. Numerous civilians and wandering ninjas have joined us, and our village continues to expand. Our population has increased by 3,000. Indeed, this is a positive development, Wuxia acknowledged. However, we cannot accept just anyone. We must prioritize integrity. Upon entering the village, I noticed some vagrants and ne'er-do-wells loitering about, doing nothing but taking advantage of our village's free housing. Such individuals pose a threat to our stability and must be dealt with severely. The officials nodded in agreement. Understood, my lord. Very well. You may leave now and focus on your respective duties, Wusher gestured, dismissing several of them. My lord, the location for the Ninja Academy still requires your decision. An official responsible for the academy's construction hastily reminded him. Wusher nodded thoughtfully. Yes, I will select the site. Once the office was empty, Wusher utilized a transformation technique to discreetly exit the Tsuchikage building. Walking through the bustling streets of the Hidden Rock village, no one noticed his disguise. His visit served a dual purpose, to assess the villagers' sentiments and to scout for a suitable location for the Ninja Academy. And he preferred to remain incognito to avoid drawing attention. As he strolled among the crowd, he listened to the locals' conversations. The village is thriving lately. There are more goods available than before. Indeed, I heard many have moved in, another replied. Thanks to Lord Wusher, we should hasten his elevation to Tsuchikage. Wusher silently acknowledged the effectiveness of the immigration policy. Before long, he found himself in the village's most prosperous shopping district, where an array of goods adorned the storefronts. There were barbecue shops, flower boutiques, and clothing stores, all of which greatly enriched the lives of the ninjas, providing an outlet for their surplus funds while simultaneously generating substantial revenue for the shops. Entering a quaint tea house, Wusher casually ordered a cup of tea and settled down. Just as he sat, the stage performance commenced. Today, we shall recount the tale of Lord Wusher's furious battle against Uchiha Madara. Wusher nearly choked on his tea, exclaiming, What? I just arrived, and they're already telling my story. The actor continued. Lord Wusher declared, Today, I shall vanquish you, Uchiha Madara. I demand that you flatten the capital of the Fire Nation within 24 hours. With fervor, the actor portrayed Wusher's explosive commands, humorously depicting the chaos that ensued as explosive tags rained down upon the Hokage building in Konoha. The triangle basket of your grandmother, without the detonating talisman of an adult. With a sudden thud, it accurately pinpointed and sent the undergarments of Uchiha Madara from the Fire Country's Hidden Leaf Village flying. One could say it was akin to a dismemberment, a myriad of peach blossoms scattered. The storytelling on stage stirred the hearts of the residents of a wagure, evoking a sense of exhilaration akin to that of a riveting narrative. Some residents even applauded with enthusiasm. After taking a sip of tea, I pondered why the rain had ceased, only to realize it left me speechless. I couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed. Perhaps I had exaggerated my own accomplishments a tad too much. If Madara were to hear this, he would undoubtedly return to challenge me again, though somewhat arrogant. It was, in essence, a good thing. At the very least, it instilled a sense of pride among the villagers of a wagure. Coughing lightly, I observed that everyone seemed to be faring well with the emergence of the profession of storytelling. After finishing the last of my tea, I rose to depart. Strolling down the street, I began to grasp the steady development of a wagure. All that was left was to gradually accumulate initial capital. After inspecting the commercial street, I began to scout for a location for the Ninja Academy. I arrived at an open area, basking in ample sunlight with a broad view, conveniently close to both the residential area and the village center. This would be the perfect spot. I promptly decided on this location for the academy's construction. On my way back, I ventured to the back mountain of a wagure, recalling how Inoki often practiced here. Although preoccupied with village matters, I too was a teacher. Aha! There, Inoki was diligently honing his control over chakra, focusing on mastering wind, fire, and earth chakra as a foundation for future dust release techniques. However, despite numerous attempts, he struggled to combine the three types of chakra. I quietly observed his training through the lens of my dustless mist technique. After several failures, Inoki lamented, lying on the ground. Why can't I seem to progress in my training? Could it be that I lack the talent for dust release? He wailed, revealing a flicker of doubt after such extensive training and repeated failures. Seeing him so despondent, I decided to reveal myself from my transformation technique. With a swift motion, Inoki, who lay on the ground, suddenly felt a shadow loom over him and slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing me, he quickly sat up. Teacher, what brings you here? He asked, scratching his head in embarrassment. I came to check on you. As your teacher, it is only natural for me to be concerned about your training, I replied, calmly taking a seat beside him. Let us see how you've been progressing. Don't lose heart. Dust release is inherently challenging to master. Inoki sighed. I've tried countless times, yet I still can't seem to condense the three types of chakra. After a moment of contemplation, I suggested. Condensing chakra requires balance and precision. Perhaps you should first focus on stabilizing your control over wind, fire, and earth chakra individually, and then gradually attempt to blend them together. Day's eyes brightened momentarily, only to dim once more. But I've tried so many times, yet I still can't grasp it, he lamented, sitting helplessly on the ground. Wu, with a gentle smile, rose slowly. He understood that Day had endured numerous failures and was now hesitant. This was precisely the moment for him, as a teacher, to guide his student through the fog of uncertainty. The greatest harm that failure inflicts upon a person is not merely the inability to achieve one's goals once or twice, but rather the erosion of self-confidence that follows repeated failures, leading one to genuinely believe in their inadequacy and ultimately to give up. As Wu spoke, he affectionately ruffled Day's hair. Every individual must traverse this threshold in their journey of growth. It is what we call the threshold of self-confidence. Throughout your past development, irrespective of your performance, it is essential to focus on growth rather than the outcome. Therefore, Day, you must accumulate experiences now to lay a solid foundation for your future success. As Wu continued to articulate his thoughts, Day found himself increasingly resonating with the wisdom shared, his gaze growing more resolute. If his teacher believed in his capabilities, why should he doubt himself? After all, his mentor was among the mightiest in the ninja world. With this newfound conviction, Day's confidence began to rekindle. Good luck. I believe you can do it. You are my apprentice, and do not underestimate your worth, Wu encouraged, gently patting Day's shoulder with a slight smile. Upon hearing these words, Day felt invigorated, as if he had been infused with new energy. All right, teacher. I will master the control of the 3 types of chakra, Day declared, his demeanor earnest and determined. Thus, he immediately commenced his training on the 3 chakras, methodically dismantling each challenge according to Wu's guidance, ultimately contemplating their fusion. Wu observed Day quietly, contemplating that there exists another method to surmount the threshold of self-confidence, encouragement from an authority figure. External validation, coupled with self-affirmation, can significantly bolster Day's inner belief. Just as he had encouraged Day, the young apprentice felt an invigorating surge of energy, convinced that if his master, the founder of Dust Release, believed in him, then he could undoubtedly succeed. Chapter 13. The establishment of the Ninja Academy and the appointment of the principal in the days that followed. Wu dedicated himself to the planning of a wagure, formally establishing the Umbu, personally selecting its members. However, his primary concern lay in the construction of the Ninja Academy. After several days of accelerated efforts, the first Ninja Academy in a wagure was officially completed. Wu ordered a tally of those willing to become ninjas. Aside from those unable to extract chakra, all who could wish to enroll in the academy, resulting in a total of 300 eligible students. After all, becoming a ninja was the only means for these commoners to transcend their social standing. Who should assume the role of principal for this academy? Wu hesitated slightly. Had Noki been a few years older, he might have been suitable, but Noki was too young, thus he was eliminated from consideration. Next was Ishikawa, but as the Tsuchikage, it would be inappropriate for him to also serve as principal, especially since he was nearing retirement. To bring him out of that role would be rather disheartening. After much contemplation, Wu made a decisive choice and appointed himself as the first principal of the academy, vowing to personally nurture the next generation of a wagure's successors. In any endeavor, it is only through personal involvement that one can ensure reliability. The following day, the Wagure Ninja Academy was officially inaugurated, and the commencement ceremony commenced. The full name of the academy is the Wagure Ninja Training School. On this sunlit day, under the auspices of Wu, who selected the site and oversaw the construction, the academy has officially opened, and now Wu shall address the assembly. Amidst the enthusiastic applause of the villagers, Wu ascended the platform, gazing down at the eager children and the residents of a wagure. After a brief cough, he began to articulate his vision of the will of stone that he had conceived. On this day of the academy's founding, I wish to convey that our new generation in a wagure must embody the will of stone. The will of stone signifies unwavering resolve and indomitable spirit. It represents an unyielding defense that stands firm like a rock face when confronted with formidable adversaries, never retreating even an inch in the face of overwhelming power. It embodies a steadfast and reliable approach to mission execution, completing tasks in the most dependable manner. The will of stone must be passed down through the generations. The elder ninjas shall impart their experiences and beliefs to the younger ones. Much like the accumulation of rock layers, the new generation of ninjas will tread in the footsteps of their predecessors, etching new marks upon the stones, allowing this will to endure like a mountain range, ensuring that a wagure stands eternally at the pinnacle of the ninja world under the protection of the will of stone. Before him, Not only did the children shine with hope, but even the young and elderly who had emerged from tumultuous times sparkled with excitement. As if beholding a radiant path ahead, the applause erupted once more. The will of stone indomitable, unyielding. The teacher spoke magnificently. In the distance, Yagi gazed at Wu with a look of fervent admiration, nodding in appreciation. Truly, Wu was remarkable. I had always sensed that this individual could serve as a wise strategist for our wagure. Yagi, you must diligently learn from your teacher. Master his dust release. His oratory skills, his cunning, and above all, his indomitable will of stone. With a solemn expression, Ishikawa gently patted Yagi, expressing his high expectations for him. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted Yagi's training to Wu. Yagi nodded in agreement, recognizing there was much to learn from his esteemed teacher. In his eyes, no one in the world was perfect, except for his teacher. His teacher embodied perfection. All right. Wu waved his hand to the crowd, a slight smile gracing his lips, clearly satisfied with the atmosphere. The next generation would undoubtedly revere him as a deity. In the annals of a wagure's history, his brilliance would surely eclipse that of the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa. After a brief pause, Wu continued, "From this day forth, you shall study various skills such as ninjutsu, taijutsu, and theoretical knowledge within this ninja academy. However, remember that skills are merely tools. The will of stone is your essence in the days to come. Numerous challenges will await you. Only by steadfastly adhering to the will of stone can you become true wagure ninjas." As the words fell, a timid child raised his hand from the crowd. Wu arched an eyebrow and gestured for him to speak. "What is it? Don't worry, speak freely. Feel free to ask any questions." Wu highly valued freedom of speech. Even if someone shouted against him in the village, he would allow such expressions. Accepting all criticism is fundamental for a community. The child, feeling apprehensive, stood up and nervously asked, "Lord Wu, if we encounter an enemy we cannot defeat, should we still persist in fighting?" This question sparked a division among the residents and ninjas. Of course, isn't this the fundamental quality of a ninja? Even if we cannot win, we must fight. If necessary, we shall perish honorably. Are you not made of tougher stuff, child? I oppose this. Don't you find it too reckless? They are merely children. Humph. We emerged from an era of turmoil, where every child could become a detonating tag, a living bomb. The crowd buzzed with varying opinions. Some, having survived the tumultuous times, believed that a ninja lived to face death, willing to sacrifice themselves if unable to conquer their foes. Others felt this was too extreme, considering they were just children who should learn to protect themselves. Wu, without hesitation, smiled gently and provided a clear response. The will of stone is not about recklessly charging into danger. It is about maintaining composure in adversity and finding solutions. If the enemy is overwhelmingly powerful, preserving one's strength is also a form of wisdom. Yet, the conviction in your heart must remain unshaken. Wu issued an official response to the crowd. The child nodded, albeit with a vague understanding, and took his seat. Lastly, I would like to propose a motto for our ninja school. With a serene smile, he moved a large stone to the entrance of the ninja academy. Subsequently, he concentrated his chakra at his fingertips and began to inscribe the school motto. All present held their breath, eagerly anticipating the wisdom he would impart. The motto I wish to share consists of just 8 characters. Efforts are never in vain. Like jade you shall achieve. Many may be unfamiliar with its meaning, so allow me to elucidate. Efforts are never in vain signifies that the endeavors we undertake in this world will not be without reward. They will inevitably bear fruit. Like jade you shall achieve suggests that under arduous conditions, one must continuously sculpt oneself, akin to the refinement of jade, and such perseverance will surely yield results. With a vigorous flourish, he completed the inscription, and the audience erupted into thunderous applause once more. The children's eyes sparkled with aspirations for the future, resolutely determined to strive in their studies at the Ninja Academy and embody the spirit of the stone. Chapter 14. The astonishment of Senju Tobarama. The absence of a ninja academy and an umbu system immediately stirred up a tempest within the ninja world. The other 4 major ninja villages were astounded and filled with admiration. Everyone remembered the name well. The establishment of a ninja academy made various villages yearn for it, with the more proactive ones already beginning to emulate it. The emergence of the umbu also caught many eyes. Wu's umbu, unlike the one established by Tobarama in the original narrative, served a different function. In the original, the umbu operated as a covert assassination unit, directly commanded by the Hokage. However, Wu's umbu resembled a national security department, patrolling discreetly to maintain order and delivering intelligence from the land of Earth into wagure directly to Wu's desk. allowing him to accurately grasp first-hand information about the land of Earth. They also dispatched agents to monitor the daimyo and various officials of the land of Earth. Naturally, such clandestine activities could not be publicly advertised. They could only claim that the umbu was for self-defense. In the land of water, in Kirigakure. Bang! The door was kicked open once again. Upon seeing the slumbering Aoidori Mitsuki, the mood of Hakuren exploded. Get up, Aoidori Mitsuki. Look at how exceptional the second generation of others is. Wu from Wagure has invented the Ninja Academy and umbu system. But you? All you do is sleep or play pranks. What else can you do? If it weren't for your combat talent and the backing of the Aoidori clan, I wouldn't have chosen you. Amidst her furious tirade, Aoidori Mitsuki looked somewhat disheveled. However, upon hearing of Wu's remarkable inventions, a spark of energy ignited within him. What? These were all invented by Wu? He exclaimed in astonishment. How was he unaware of this individual's capabilities? Indeed, I plan to replicate a Wagakure's model and implement it in Kirigakure. Hakuren replied, nodding slightly as she revealed her intention. This. Aoidori Mitsuki paused momentarily, then suddenly his eyes lit up. Hey, Mizuki-sama, I have a brilliant idea. We have only heard about the Ninja Academy. We do not know how a Wagakure manages and allocates within its academy, he said with a smile. HM? Are you suggesting we should not learn from them? Hakuren furrowed her brow slightly. No. What I mean is, we could send a delegation to a Wagakure to observe their academy's model, which would allow us to better adapt it. Aoidori Mitsuki proposed cheerfully. Our relationship with the Wagakure isn't great. They might very well refuse us. Hakuren looked at Aoidori Mitsuki with curiosity. How could he suggest such an idea when he knew well the strained ties between Kirigakure and Wagakure? Oh dear. My Mizuki-sama, there are no eternal enemies. Allow me to send a letter to a Wagakure, and I will lead the delegation myself. Gue Dinghuan confidently patted his chest and recommended himself. Upon hearing this, Bai Lian found it agreeable. Although Yanin was so far away from Wuyin, he had only heard of it and had never actually inspected it. Allowing Gue Dinghuan to explore it seemed reasonable, especially since he was the next generation successor of Wuyin. All right, it's settled. Bai Lian decisively concluded before leaving the office. Wu, we can meet again. Gue Dinghuan excitedly rubbed his hands together, a broad smile gracing his face. His initiative stemmed from a desire to visit Yanin village to see Wu. Ever since their last encounter, where both had suffered losses, he had not seen Wu and found himself missing this fellow. It was just the right time to check on his well-being, as mentioned in the letter. In Konoha village, at the Hokage building, Senju Tobarama marveled to himself. Good heavens, this Wu is truly a reflection of me. At that moment, Senju Tobarama had also learned about Yin establishing a ninja academy and creating an umbu. The revelation of Wu's creation of both the academy and the umbu left him utterly astonished. It was not so much the novelty of what Wu had created, but rather the uncanny resemblance to his own ideas. One could not merely say they were similar, they were identical, even down to the name umbu. Previously, he had contemplated establishing a department he intended to call umbu. If the Ninja Academy was a mere coincidence, that could be excused. But the fact that the name umbu was the same was utterly preposterous. Senju Tobarama seriously questioned whether Wu had overheard him talking in his sleep. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Wu was indeed exceptional. Ever since their last meeting, Tobarama had sensed that this individual was extraordinary. With narrowed eyes, Senju Tobarama felt an urge to visit Yanin village. No, I must ascertain the situation in Yanin village. He suddenly sprang to his feet and, in the blink of an eye, transported himself to the residence of Senju Hashirama. Brother? Brother? Senju Tobarama called out twice but received no answer, frowning slightly. Is that you? Tobarama? Your elder brother just stepped out. Mito slowly emerged from the house. Upon hearing that his brother had left, Tobarama immediately understood where he had gone and vanished again in a flash. Atop the Hokage rock stood two figures side by side, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Madara, do not lose heart. The people of the village simply do not understand you. Once they come to know you, they will accept you. Senju Hashirama spoke earnestly. Hashirama, you still do not comprehend. This is not a matter of acceptance, but of ideology. Uchiha Madara replied solemnly. Hashirama's expression darkened as he grasped Madara's arm. Madara, do not think so negatively. The village still has me, and your family too. However, Madara merely scoffed. Family? Those people have long ceased to trust me. Before Madara could finish his words, Tobarama's voice resonated from afar. Brother. Senju Tobarama materialized behind the two. Madara chose not to continue speaking. Tobarama, what brings you here? With a perplexed expression, Senju Hashirama inquired, while Senju Tobarama cast a wary glance at Uchiha Madara. Brother, I have something to discuss with you regarding the village. Senju Tobarama stated solemnly. Very well, Madara, please wait a moment, replied Hashirama. Upon hearing it pertained to the village, Hashirama hastily followed Tobarama, leaving Madara behind. Humph. Uchiha Madara stormed off in anger, feeling that Tobarama had clearly taken precautions against him. Forget it. If it weren't for Hashirama, I would have left long ago. Madara's countenance darkened. Although he had successfully established the utopia of his childhood, ever since the completion of Konoha, he felt a pervasive discomfort in everything he did, coupled with a sense of disillusionment. Perhaps it was the disparity between reality and his dreams, or perhaps it was the loss of his brother. In addition, the fact that the second Hokage would be Senju Tobarama weighed heavily on him. Chapter 15. The Thrill of Battle, Dust Technique, the Art of World Separation. In the rear mountains, Wu was diligently practicing the dust technique, simultaneously summoning his clone. Wu's objective was clear. He aimed for his clone to also be capable of employing the dust technique. He recalled that in the game Naruto, Ultimate Ninja Storm, his clone could utilize this very technique. If his clone could indeed wield the dust technique, it would enhance his power by at least 50%, enabling him to execute even more astonishing and formidable maneuvers alongside his own abilities. Suddenly, an umbu from a wagure knelt respectfully behind Wu. Lord Wu. Urgent news has arrived from both Konoha and Kirigakure. The umbu, still on the ground, spoke with reverence while presenting letters from both villages. Oh? Wu's mind stirred with curiosity. Why were these two ninja villages suddenly reaching out to him? After taking the letters, he quickly perused their contents, discovering that Konoha and Kirigakure had simultaneously sent requests for a delegation to visit a wagure for observation and learning. In that case, let them come. It presents an excellent opportunity to gather intelligence on Konoha under the pretext of their visit. Wu narrowed his eyes slightly. According to his recollections, shortly after the founding of Konoha, Uchiha Madara would depart from the village. He pondered whether Madara had already left Konoha. Of course, the more chaos in Konoha, the more advantageous it would be for a wagure under his leadership. That little mustache is also coming. Wu rubbed his temples. Could it be that this individual was intending to confront him? However, this time, he felt confident that he wouldn't face a disastrous outcome alongside the little mustache. With the memories of the original narrative, he had grasped the nuances of the little mustache's techniques and understood his vulnerabilities. Coupled with his own experience in battle and the addition of the Rasengan, Wu felt he was now stronger than the little mustache. Let them come. Without hesitation, he approved the visit. A few days later, Wu led his comrades to welcome the guests from Kirigakure and Konoha. Since both parties arrived simultaneously, Wu decided to host them together rather than separately. On a misty morning, a thick fog enveloped the entrance of a wagure. Why is the fog so dense this early? Wu observed the heavy mist with a slight frown before silently forming a hand seal. He wondered which of the two villages would arrive first. Konoha was likely to arrive first, given its proximity to a wagure, as their territories were adjacent. Just as Wu contemplated this, a group gradually emerged on the horizon. It was the people from Kirigakure. Wu immediately soared forward to greet them. Ha ha ha, you fool. It has been far too long. I almost failed to recognize you. The boisterous voice of Tsuchikage Mangetsu rang out. In the next moment, a tall man with a prominent yellow pompadour and a small mustache, clad in a high-collared trench coat, appeared. You rascal. You don't even smile when an old friend arrives, making it seem as if we are sworn enemies. Tsuchikage Mangetsu chuckled, casually draping his arm over Wu's shoulder, embodying the spirit of camaraderie. Little mustache. Let us maintain some boundaries. Expressionless and devoid of features, I evaded with a swift movement. Haha, my apologies, how's your injury? Last time was purely accidental. You know my steam can be uncontrollable, Gyuai said innocently, playfully performing various antics. Hiki, I'm quite well, let us proceed. Senju Tobarama will be arriving shortly. I shall lead you inside. Beneath the bandages, my expression was difficult to maintain. Previously, I struggled to articulate the sensation Gyuai's evoked within me. However, now, with that memory, I aptly named this feeling of the little mustached one as abstract. Subsequently, I led Gyuai's into the village, leaving the other Iwagakure officials to await Senju Tobarama. Well, the Wagakure seems to be faring well. I recall the last time I visited, it was all mere earthen houses, Gyuai's remarked, hands clasped behind his head, curiously surveying the surroundings. By the way, have you discerned my techniques after all our battles? He continued, a playful grin adorning his face. Suddenly, I halted, observing the morning mist with a slight frown. When did a wagure ever have such dense fog? If this isn't the doing of the little mustache, I shall eat my words. Little mustache, do you not wish to say something? I glanced at Gui's. Oh no, you wouldn't notice if I hadn't pointed it out. Gui's retorted cheekily. In that instant, the environment around me transformed drastically. The previous edifices of a wagure vanished, replaced by an expanse of forest. Ha ha ha, it's been too long. Let us engage in a thrilling battle. I've been eagerly awaiting your company. Gui's exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with excitement. My expression shifted. Was this fellow truly human? Did he crave combat as a mere delight? I had never experienced such a sentiment until I assimilated those memories. It began with Uchiha Madara summoning me for a confrontation, frequently activating his Sharingan, and now this little mustache was simply seeking the exhilaration of battle. Hey, little mustache, are you trying to incite war? Water style, water cannon technique. Before I could finish my thought, a barrage of water droplets shot forth towards me. You. My expression darkened as I swiftly formed hand seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. A sturdy earthen barrier rose instantaneously, intercepting the water cannon assault. The waves crashed against the wall, sending splashes of water into the air. Little mustache, you remain as impulsive as ever, I sighed, shaking my head in resignation as I clapped my hands together. Dust style, original world severance technique. A translucent white light surged forth, hurtling towards Gui's. Without a hint of evasion, he allowed it to strike him directly. Boom. The formidable dust release explosion obliterated the surroundings in an instant. After a flash of white light, Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon emerged from another position. You haven't forgotten that I can conjure mirages, have you? Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon clapped his hands, and a colossal water dragon roared forth, charging towards No. No's gaze sharpened, and with swift hand seals, an earth dragon surged from the ground, colliding with Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon's water dragon, resulting in a mutual cancellation of their forces. Meanwhile, No's split body was rapidly searching for the shell, utilizing its acute perception. In fact, No had sensed something amiss the moment it beheld the morning mist, prompting an early summoning of its split body to commence the search. Armed with the memories from the original work, No understood that the first course of action was to target Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon's shell. With a swift assessment, No quickly pinpointed the location of the mirage. So it's here. No executed a rapid series of hand seals, causing a rocky fist to materialize on its arm, diving fiercely downward. Nanny! Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon's expression dramatically shifted. This is wrong. How has No become so astute? In the past, it would be ensnared by my mirages, yet now it has located me so swiftly. But why not use Dust Release? Chapter 16. A Visit from Tobarama. Earth Release. Rock Fist. Heavy Rock Technique. Without warning, a powerful punch descended from the sky, striking directly at the mirage of Akatsuki's Hgitsu Mangetsu. With a resounding crack, the mirage shattered instantaneously, and he was forcibly returned to the spirit world. Are you finished with your antics? The essence of Wu emerged behind Hgitsu Mangetsu, whose expression darkened in disbelief at how effortlessly this confrontation had concluded. Enough, little mustache. I have no time for your games. I have long deciphered your methods. The times have changed. For the sake of the hidden village, it would be prudent for you to refrain from such capers. A hint of pride flickered within Wu. Fortunately, he possessed that fragment of memory, which revealed the weaknesses of this little mustache. Without his shell, Hgitsu Mangetsu's strength was diminished by at least half. TCH, why didn't you employ Dust Release just now? Hgitsu Mangetsu questioned, his demeanor still defiant, unable to fathom why Wu had not seized the opportunity to potentially eliminate him. Wu's expression hardened beneath the bandages. Shall I inform you that my split body cannot utilize Dust Release? Humph. It is merely that I chose to hold back. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. Wu crossed his arms, speaking with nonchalance. Baka, can you not adopt such a pretentious demeanor? Hgitsu Mangetsu clenched his fists, a surge of unbridled rage swelling within him. The two swiftly arrived at the entrance of a wagure. The dense fog had dissipated, and to the onlookers, it seemed as if Wu and Hgitsu Mangetsu had mysteriously vanished, only to reappear moments later. At that moment, the delegation from Konoha, led by Senju Tobarama, also arrived. Greetings, Lord Wu. Senju Tobarama extended his hand in greeting, casting a curious glance at Hgitsu Mangetsu. This is Lord Hgitsu Mangetsu of the Mist Village. It appears our two delegations have coincidentally arrived together. I intend to host you both simultaneously. Wu nodded slowly, offering no further elaboration. The three were pragmatic individuals, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they promptly delved into the matter at hand. As they stepped into the village, a flicker of surprise crossed Senju Tobarama's eyes. A wagure was remarkably different from his recollections. In his mind, the village was meant to embody a rugged and unrefined essence. Yet now, it thrived in splendor, with shops lining the bustling streets, their signs swaying gently in the breeze, and an array of dazzling goods overwhelming the senses. Ninjas and villagers mingled, their faces aglow with prosperity and tranquility. Lord Wu. The transformation of a wagure is astounding. Undoubtedly, it has required considerable effort. Wu smiled faintly. In recent years, a wagure has vigorously fostered commerce, establishing connections with neighboring cities, resulting in the present flourishing scene. As they conversed, they unknowingly ventured into the heart of a wagure, where the architecture grew increasingly magnificent, with the Tsuchikage building standing as a grand testament to the village's evolution. Senju Tobarama nodded in quiet approval, his understanding of a wagure deepening. Aside from the military prowess that Konoha takes pride in, a wagure is not lacking in other respects. In fact, to some extent, the cohesion within a wagure is even stronger. The ninja clans of Konoha still harbor numerous grievances among themselves, while a wagure seldom pays heed to such discord. Wu guided Senju Tobarama and Hozuki Mangetsu on a tour of the Ninja Academy, where both expressed intrigue towards this educational model, feeling there was nothing to conceal. As the world would inevitably come to know it, they decided to cultivate an image of selflessness. The Ninja Academy system is divided into upper and lower grades, spanning a total of 5 years, with graduation occurring around the age of 10. Upon graduation, students are grouped into teams of 3, led by a Nin responsible for executing missions. Wu spoke with a calm demeanor, and the more Tobarama listened, the more he was astonished, realizing not only did their ideas align, but even the team division echoed his own thoughts. Wu, could it be that you are truly another version of me? My Lord Wu, may I inquire about the origins of your ideas? Tobarama asked, stroking his chin. In response, Wu scratched his head and jokingly remarked, the Sage of Six Paths divulged it to me in a dream last night. Haha, if you don't wish to share, there's no need to invoke the Sage of Six Paths. Hozuki Mangetsu chuckled, while Tobarama offered an awkward laugh, choosing not to press further. My Lord Wu, I am particularly curious to see what your umbu looks like, Tobarama stated, with Hozuki Mangetsu sharing the same inquisitive expression. This department is classified. I cannot disclose any information. Wu replied directly. Do you both think I am foolish enough to reveal such a confidential department to you? If I were to show you, it would cease to be a secret, Wu added. After their visit to the Ninja Academy, they proceeded to a banquet. During the feast, Wu seized the opportunity to inquire about the current state of Konoha, aiming to gauge the timeline. My Lord Tobarama, how are Hokage Hashirama and Uchiha Madara faring? Wu inquired with genuine concern. Tobarama, perceiving it merely as casual conversation, replied, Hokage's health is quite robust. As for Uchiha Madara, it is better left unspoken. Oh, it seems there is some discord between you and Madara. Wu feigned confusion. Tobarama waved his hand dismissively. That is an internal matter of Konoha. There is no need for a wagure to concern itself. Upon hearing Tobarama's response, Wu was not inclined to relent. The more turmoil within Konoha, the better for him. He was determined to stoke the flames. Although meddling in Konoha's internal affairs was inappropriate, given that they had come to a wagure for a visit, he felt compelled to offer a friendly warning. The true enemies of Konoha lie not outside, but within. The Uchiha clan, if not managed carefully, could very well become a grave threat to your village. Wu cautioned with feigned goodwill. As anticipated, the mention of the Uchiha caused Tobarama to pause mid-bite, his expression turning serious. What did you say? Senju Tobarama's keen eyes sparkled with interest as he realized that there was indeed another who shared his perspective. He too believed that the Uchiha clan, if not handled with care, could become a significant threat within Konoha. However, out of respect for his elder brother, he had refrained from voicing his concerns. It was quite simple, from what he understood. The members of the Uchiha clan possessed volatile temperaments and could easily be driven to extremes over trivial matters. Surely, Lord Tobarama was more acutely aware of the Uchiha's propensity for extremism than he was. Do you think handing Konoha over to an extreme Uchiha would benefit the village? He inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly. Tobarama fell into deep contemplation. He was taken aback that this individual had already discerned the internal troubles plaguing Konoha. At that moment, his perception of the man shifted. This fellow was astute and adept at sensing danger. Simultaneously, Tobarama couldn't help but sigh inwardly for his brother, Hashirama. Even outsiders could see the vulnerabilities within Konoha, yet his brother remained blissfully unaware, naively believing that the Uchiha posed no threat. While you are indeed perceptive, you lack an understanding of the actual conditions within our village. I too wish to address the potential hazard posed by the Uchiha, but the resistance I face is overwhelming. Tobarama remarked, taking a sip of his drink. At this juncture, having just established the village and emerged from an era of chaos, Tobarama was still imbued with the spirit of the fire and had not yet abandoned his previous convictions, harboring a lingering wariness and hostility towards the Uchiha. Chapter 17. The Art of Yada. Upon hearing such words, Wu directly began to extol the virtues of Senju Tobarama. Will the heavens forego winter merely because people fear the cold? Will the earth cease to be vast simply because some are afraid of distance? Can a gentleman abandon his pursuits simply because petty individuals chatter incessantly, casting their opinions upon his endeavors? Wu's words resonated profoundly within Senju Tobarama. A spark ignited in Tobarama's eyes as he realized, indeed, he is a gentleman. Why should he concern himself with the trivial remarks of the Uchiha clan? He must remain steadfast, purging all elements of instability for the sake of Konoha, even if those elements are the founding clans of the village itself. Previously, he had pondered whether it was unjust to harbor biases against the Uchiha, yet Wu's statement solidified his resolve. The Uchiha clan is indeed a source of instability, an outsider perceives it, while he, as the elder brother of the Hokage, had failed to see it. Tobarama-sama. Although my time in Konoha has been brief, I believe that the stability we enjoy today is due in part to the formidable powers of Hashirama-sama and Madara-sama, but also significantly to your exceptional intellect. Wu continued, while they possess strength, you possess the wisdom needed to maintain order. It is said that conquering a realm is easy, but governing it is a challenge, and you perfectly complement this need. A faint smile graced Senju Tobarama's lips. Indeed, this statement held merit. Since the village's inception, he had taken charge of most matters, personally overseeing various governance issues. At the same time, the enigmatic Tsuchikage man cast a curious glance at Wu, sensing something amiss. Today, Wu seemed unusually loquacious, a stark contrast to his previous reticence. What scheme is this fellow concocting? Nevertheless, Tsuchikage man chose to remain uninvolved. Following the banquet, it was time to bid farewell to the delegations from Konoha and the Hidden Mist. The Konoha delegation had already departed early. When shall we meet again? Wu pondered. At the village entrance, Tsuchikage man turned to Wu with a faint smile. Just don't die on me. Wu chuckled softly. Rest assured, I shall outlive you. Tsuchikage man patted Wu on the shoulder. After seeing off the two delegations, Wu rubbed his temples, feeling an unusual fatigue. He took flight back to his secret cave, contemplating the necessity of nurturing scientific talents to assist in researching Hashirama's chakra, for there lies a hint of Hashirama's essence within the wood release techniques. Upon observing the wooden fragments within the petri dish, Wu found himself in a moment of contemplation. He acknowledged his proficiency in the study of ninjutsu, yet admitted his ignorance of scientific principles. He was acutely aware that he lacked the knowledge necessary to engage in cellular research. The very essence of scientific understanding eluded him. His desire to acquire Hashiramas would stem from an aspiration to cultivate scientific talent through the formidable machinery of a wagure, akin to Orochimaru's endeavors in Konoha. However, he recognized that this endeavor would require time. It was implausible to nurture such talent in merely a few days. A sigh escaped him, laden with the weight of uncertainty about how much older he would be by then. Having reached the zenith of his individual prowess, he felt an insurmountable barrier preventing further advancement, a sensation akin to being out of reach. In the past, he had taken pride in his creation of dust release, convinced that he stood among the elite in the shinobi world, if not at the pinnacle. Yet, after absorbing that cluster of memories, Wu became acutely aware of his insignificance, realizing that he had become as inconspicuous as a mere pebble by the roadside. While he began to explore methods for his clones to unleash dust release, Wu's senses heightened as he detected a wave of chakra fluctuations nearby. Who could it be? Alarm bells rang within him, prompting an immediate dispatch of a clone to investigate, while his main body discreetly utilized earth release to retreat. This was not an act of cowardice, but rather a manifestation of prudence. In the perilous realm of shinobi, even the slightest misstep could lead to dire consequences, despite his current strength placing him among the second strongest. Upon venturing forth, guided by his heightened perception, Wu swiftly located the source of the chakra disturbance. A cacophony of piercing caws echoed, sharp and jarring. Following the sound, he beheld a dead tree, upon which perched an unusual crow. This crow was unlike any ordinary one. It was considerably larger, with crimson eyes and a coat as black as ink, exuding an ethereal presence. Its feathers shimmered under the moonlight, akin to silk, casting a faint glow. Wu's gaze sharpened as he noticed the tomo adorning the crow's neck. Lowering his eyes, he was astonished to find that this creature possessed 3 legs. A mutation, perhaps? Wu hesitated momentarily before refocusing his senses, discerning that the crow emitted an unfamiliar chakra signature, one he had never encountered before. With a swift turn of its head, the crow fixed its gaze upon Wu, as if challenging him. Let me test you. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Wu swiftly formed hand seals, launching a torrent of wind towards the crow in a preliminary assault. Just as the wind was about to reach its target, a vibrant crimson shield manifested before the crow, effortlessly dispersing the attack into nothingness. Wu's brow furrowed. This crow was no ordinary foe. Caw, echoed the creature, a sound that resonated with an unsettling intensity. In a moment of distraction, the 3-legged crow unexpectedly soared into the sky. Without hesitation, I pursued it, unperturbed by the potential dangers, for I was merely a fractured entity in this realm. I took flight, tracing the path of the 3-legged crow until I reached a grove of withered trees. As I entered this desolate thicket, I felt as though I had crossed into another dimension. Here, my gaze was drawn to a stone tablet upon which the crow had alighted. I focused intently and read the inscription, Sacred Ground of the Yatagarasu. Could it be that this peculiar crow intended to show me this monument? My attention shifted back to the enigmatic bird, and in the next instant, I was abruptly overwhelmed by a surge of unique energy that surged into my being, akin to the unleashed waters of the Yellow River. This was astonishing. I quickly summoned my chakra to fend off this invasive force. In a flash, a multitude of feathers erupted from the left side of my body, only to retract at an astonishing speed. Almost immediately, crow feathers began to sprout from various parts of my form, and I even sensed the emergence of a 3rd leg. Could this possibly be a form of sage technique? Chapter 18. The Mastery of Senjutsu and the Contract with the Crow. Meanwhile, deep within the cave, the entity known as Wu felt a sudden shift in expression. Sensing the situation of its split body, 2 possibilities emerged, one indicating Senjutsu chakra and the other hinting at an unknown force. Wu had only encountered Senjutsu chakra within that fragment of memory, yet remained oblivious to its true essence. Should it relinquish the split body? After a brief hesitation, Wu realized that the loss of its split body would likely result in a severe depletion of energy, necessitating an extended period of rest for recovery. However, Wu was reluctant to abandon this unique energy. What if it were indeed Senjutsu? Would it not be a squandered opportunity? Moreover, from the recent contact, Wu discerned a marked distinction between this power and ordinary chakra. If it could subdue this force and harness it, its strength would undoubtedly surge. With resolve solidified, Wu commanded the remote split body to commence the endeavor of taming this chakra. In that moment, the split entity was enveloped in feathers, only to revert to its original form in an instant, an eerie cycle repeating itself. Wu sensed a foreboding. If left unchecked, it risked becoming a crow. Hastily, it concentrated its own chakra to counterbalance the foreign energy. The 2 forms of chakra clashed violently, resisting until a precarious equilibrium was established. Wu, a prodigy in chakra manipulation, found itself gradually delving deeper into this newfound power. After what felt like an eternity, Wu slowly opened its eyes. Upon doing so, an ominous aura of Senjutsu surged forth. Surprised, Wu examined its own form, as if it had entered a distinct mode. Could this be the sage mode depicted in the memories? What realm was this? It recalled that aside from the 3 great sage lands, no other locations of Senjutsu inheritance existed within its recollections. Wu waved an arm, instinctively performing a dust release technique. Buzz. A square, ink-black, angular dust release materialized in its palms. Wait, I am but a split body. Wu stared incredulously at the dust release in its hands. It was known that its split body could not perform such techniques. What was this? Had it inadvertently cultivated into sage mode? Wu's eyes flickered, a smile creeping upon its lips. It retrieved a mirror from a scroll and gazed into its reflection, though wrapped in bandages. The pupils revealed the transformation into the so-called sage facial pattern. The eyes were entirely black, a deep void. This was indeed the sage visage from memory. The dragon cave had vertical pupils, while Mayaboka Mountain had horizontal ones. Its inky blackness was, therefore, no surprise. Marvelously, Wu felt its perception amplify several-fold, with stamina, agility, and strength significantly enhanced. No wonder the protagonist Naruto relied on Sage Mode. Even the later Uchiha Madara sought to seize Hashirama's Senjutsu. Astonished by the transformations brought about by the Sage Mode, I resolved to test the extent of the enhancement to my ninjutsu. I do not harbor extravagant hopes for an increase in the potency of my dust release. Rather, I merely wish to shorten the casting time to avoid absorption. My dust release is already regarded as the ultimate killing technique among the Hokage. Were it not susceptible to absorption, I believe I could sit at the same table as Kaguya with no one deemed weak beneath this technique. Sage Art, Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. A formidable surge of Sage Chakra coalesced in my hands. Under the influence of Sage Mode, the originally prolonged preparation time was brutally compressed to merely 1 second. In an instant, a black light illuminated the surroundings, accompanied by a resonating roar, swiftly vanishing. A tremendous sound erupted as the ground seemed to tear apart. Dust swirling and smoke billowing. As the smoke dissipated, a perfectly square deep pit appeared before me, its walls smooth as a mirror. The power had indeed increased. What of the range? Sage Art, Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. My dust release could transform according to my intentions into both close and long-range forms. The close-range version resembled the solid block condensed by Noki, while the long-range form was a cylindrical projection. However, it proved challenging to land a hit unless the target was significantly large. Against someone like the Raikage, I would stand no chance of hitting. With another clap of my hands, I conjured a black cylindrical dust release. A sweeping motion ensued. The black cylindrical dust release surged forth with tremendous force, shattering the hard rocks into atoms, reducing them to mere ash. Haha. As I soared through the sky, lifting the dust release pillar with one hand, I couldn't help but chuckle at the sheer power of the technique. Suddenly, my eyes gradually returned to normal, and the Sage Chakra began to wane. Could Sage Mode truly only last 5 minutes? I gently descended to the ground, noting that from onset to conclusion, the duration of Sage Mode was roughly 5 minutes. However, like Naruto, I could employ shadow clones or my own split bodies to prolong the Sage Mode's effect. My astute mind quickly devised a strategy. At that moment, the previously encountered three-legged crow landed softly upon my shoulder. It's you. Thank you. I never anticipated you sought to lead me to Sage Arts. But why choose me? I inquired, gazing quizzically at the crow. Yet, the crow remained silent, slowly parting its beak. Caw! A black scroll emerged from its mouth. Do you wish to become my summoning beast? I gazed in astonishment at the scroll. Who said fortune does not fall from the heavens? After a meticulous examination, I promptly signed the contract. The instant the contract was established, I gleaned information about the crow. To my surprise, it was no ordinary crow. It was the legendary Yatagarasu. This crow was extraordinary. In mythology, it served as the custodian of the boundary between life and death, coexisting with mortality. As long as death persists in this world, it shall never vanish. The prototype of the Yata no Kagami is indeed extraordinary, its origin being the three-legged crow. Suddenly, the crow flaps its wings, and 3 shimmering weapons float above the contract scroll: the Yata mirror, the Kusanagi sword, and the Yasakani no Magatama. My eyes, devoid of sight, glimmer as I gaze upon these 3 divine artifacts. I cannot help but wonder if the legendary Uchiha Itachi acquired his treasures from this very crow. Speaking of which, Uchiha Itachi is quite adept at utilizing crow techniques. Could it be that I have intercepted Itachi's divine artifacts? Narrowing my eyes slightly, I ponder. Would this mean that Uchiha Itachi is unable to obtain these sacred items? Alas, it matters little. Bestowing these artifacts upon Itachi would be futile. A frail individual like him could never harness their power. The depths of the Kusanagi sword and the Yata mirror are far beyond his reach. If there are any issues, please post them in the final chapter or leave a review. I am uncertain why my comments keep disappearing. I have posted comments that inexplicably vanish. I tried using a secondary account and found that they truly do not appear. My apologies. Rest assured, I will respond to everything I see. For today, I will post one update. Tomorrow, I shall provide 4. Chapter 19. The plan to capture the Ninetales. Let me, Lord Wu, experience the sensation of the Ten-Knives Sword. Without further ado, I summoned the Ten-Knives Sword and grasped it in my hand. However, the instant I made contact with the sword, I felt my chakra depleting at an alarming rate. Wu focused intently and quickly withdrew the Ten-Knives Sword. It appeared that my chakra reserves were insufficient for wielding it. I must devise a means to enhance my chakra. I meticulously recalled the memories of methods to augment chakra. The tailed beasts. This notion emerged in my mind. Indeed, The most effective way to significantly increase my chakra at present was through the tailed beasts. Of course, I had no intention of becoming a Jinchuriki myself. Rather, I aim to conduct scientific research on tailed beast chakra to amplify my own power, akin to Kin-Eman and Jin-Eman. I had no time for frivolous games of bonds, friendship, or understanding with the tailed beasts. What I sought was a swift enhancement of strength. It was time to return to the village. Release. With a flash in my eyes, I returned the Yada crow that perched upon my shoulder back to the summoning realm. Without a moment's rest, I unleashed my technique. Earth release. Great earth collapse. I directly obliterated the area to prevent any future intruders, having learned sage arts from some peculiar experiences here. Upon returning to the village, I immediately issued commands. Summon the Umbu captain, F-Ma Shikahachi. I commanded in a calm tone. Shortly thereafter, a member of the F-Ma clan, clad in a wagure armor and wearing a mask, hurriedly approached. Lord Wu, what are your orders? F-Ma Shikahachi knelt respectfully. Immediately dispatch individuals to search for traces of the tailed beasts. Any tailed beast will do. But it would be best to locate the Nine Tails, I instructed swiftly. I recalled from the original narrative that the Nine Tails was the most powerful among the tailed beasts. Thus it was my priority. With my strength combined with the elite forces of a wagure, utilizing Earth Release to capture the Nine Tails alongside the local sealing techniques should not pose a problem. Understood. F-Ma Shikahachi was about to depart when I called him back. Have you utilized the wood I brought back from Konoha? I inquired suddenly. F-Ma Shikahachi hesitated for a moment before responding. Without your instructions, we dared not proceed. Very well then. Use this wood to craft a custom-made restraint specifically for the tailed beasts to suppress them, I affirmed. I recalled that Hashirama's wood release possessed suppressive power over the tailed beasts. Though perhaps not novel, it was better than nothing. It would suffice to place restraints on the Nine Tails. At the Nanha Shrine, Uchiha Madara turned to face Senju Hashirama, clad in the Hokage robe. Hashirama, do you think I am unaware of everything? Madara, I will speak with Tobarama and urge him to restrain himself. I cannot afford to be without your support. You are my right hand and my brother. I hope, Madara, that you will assist me in perfecting the village we built together. One day, the people will undoubtedly recognize your virtues, and at that moment, you shall become the second generation. Senju Hashirama spoke urgently to Uchiha Madara, whose expression remained inscrutable, his eyes betraying no hint of emotion. After a brief pause, Madara slowly responded, following you will be Tobarama, correct? In such a case, the Uchiha clan will inevitably face annihilation. Madara, do not indulge in such baseless thoughts. Although Tobarama has indeed become somewhat wary of the Uchiha since his return from the Stone Village, he would never seek to eradicate the founding clan of the village. Hashirama hastily interjected. He too felt perplexed, noting Tobarama's increasing caution towards the Uchiha since his return. That is only because I am still here. If both of us were to vanish, who knows what he might do? Even if he wishes to evade infamy, he will surely nurture individuals capable of eradicating the Uchiha. Madara's gaze seemed to penetrate through to a deeper truth, leaving Hashirama at a loss for a counterargument. You profess to regard me as your brother. Yet when it comes to a choice, would you abandon the village or me? Madara inquired, his eyes fixed upon the flickering candlelight. Hashirama felt a pang in his heart. He could not part with Madara, nor could he forsake the village. I wish to rally our kin to depart with me, yet none are willing to follow. Madara continued, nevertheless, I have found a new path, one that leads to my ultimate dream. He muttered to himself as he began to depart slowly. Madara, what are you saying? Is not our ultimate dream the village itself? If we have realized our dream, what more is there? Hashirama exclaimed in confusion. Madara merely turned back silently, his eyes shifting from the tomo to the kaleidoscope pattern, gazing at Hashirama. I shall relish the struggle with you. Madara's lips curled into a faint smile as he gradually exited the secret chamber. Hashirama's eyes brimmed with concern. He sensed that Madara might be contemplating something ominous. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan, Madara convened a clan meeting and boldly declared, those willing to follow me, come. Those who are not, remain in Konoha. With that, without awaiting the clan's reaction, Madara vanished in a flash. The following day, at the gates of Konoha, Madara stood with an air of solitude, bearing a fan upon his back, his gaze piercing the horizon towards the setting sun. On that day, not a single clansman chose to accompany me. As dusk descended, night soon followed. At the rear gate of Konoha, Uchiha Hokahane and Uchiha Shana, along with several Uchiha, sat yawning. Isn't the clan leader supposed to defect? We've waited until midnight. Why hasn't he arrived? Shana inquired, scratching his head in impatience. Uchiha Hokage, seated on the ground, wore an expression of mounting tension, unable to contain his restlessness after waiting all day, from morning till night. Hey, do you think the clan leader might have left through the front gate? A member of the Uchiha clan suddenly ventured a guess. Upon his utterance, the typically somber Uchihas erupted into laughter. Do you truly believe that Leader Madara has lost his wits? Who would ever escape through the front door? Perhaps Leader Madara is testing our resolve. At that moment, a torrential downpour began to fall from the heavens. The Uchiha stood expressionless, their postures more rigid than wooden stakes. In the distance, a patrolling leaf ninja happened to witness this scene. Are these Uchihas truly human? Incredible, standing like wooden stakes on a rainy night and not calling me? Chapter 20, Capturing the Ninetales, Naka's Little Secret. Without further ado, a member of the wagure rushed in to deliver urgent news. While attending to official duties, Mu nodded slightly, urging, "Speak." The latest intelligence reveals that the Ninetales you have long sought was sighted yesterday in the Land of Waterfalls. Reports indicate that not long ago, the Land of Lightning dispatched elite forces from Kumogakure to capture the beast, but they ultimately failed. It is said that the Silver and Gold brothers of Kumogakure met their demise at the hands of the Ninetales. The member reported swiftly. Mu narrowed his eyes and immediately commanded, "Prepare for departure at once." Yes. Without hesitation, Mu donned his armor and left a shadow clone behind to gather Sage Chakra. This way, once he dispersed the clone, he would be able to enter Sage mode instantaneously. He had devised this strategy based on the original methods of Naruto Uzumaki. Yes. Summon Noki. I have neglected him these past few days due to my busy schedule. After imparting the Rasengan technique to him, I had not checked on his progress. It is time for him to broaden his horizons and witness the tailed beasts, Mu instructed. Shikahachi, you shall lead the and await my arrival at the entrance. I will join you shortly. With that, Mu glanced at Shikahachi and then took to the skies, heading towards Naka's residence. Though Noki shared a familial bond with Ishikawa, he had long since established his own household, living independently. Why is the door closed? Mu furrowed his brow, gazing at the firmly shut door of Naka's home. Without thinking, he activated his sensory abilities to probe the situation inside. The sounds that reached his ears left him utterly stunned. Hiki, Sister Iwagakure. My dearest. Oh, how I wish you were my mother. Mu's expression shifted, his pupils widening in shock. Wasn't Sister Iwagakure merely an old woman selling pancakes at the entrance of Iwagakure? The thought of her being more robust than the rakeage was amusing. Noki could easily use her as a drinking vessel. Who would have imagined that Noki harbored such peculiar tastes? It suddenly made sense why Noki was so short. His son was tall and robust, and his granddaughter was even more striking. Sighing, Mu recalled an ancient adage from his memories: the pinnacle of vice is lust. Now, should he enter or pretend he had not seen anything? Mu hesitated, considering the possibility of frightening his disciple. However, recalling the waiting outside for the capture of the Ninetales, he made a swift decision. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. His voice echoed like thunder in Naka's ears. Master, just give me 5 more minutes. Noki shouted in a flustered panic from within. Mu's expression darkened. He had already arrived. And not only did Noki not delay his flight, but he also dared to insist on taking off without him. Anoki, I truly must reprimand you. With a swift elbow, Mu forcefully opened the door to reveal the disheveled, yet legendary Iwagakure pilot. Master, please come in. Oh, Master, let me explain. I was just practicing the Rasengan, and I was on the verge of success. Anoki exclaimed in a state of panic and despair. However, his eyes and the blanket draped over him betrayed his true situation. Come on, tell me, are you practicing the Rasengan in bed? Faced with such skepticism, Anoki's explanation appeared rather feeble. Nevertheless, he stubbornly insisted that he was honing his control over chakra. All right, but cease your training for now. Come with me to capture the Ninetales. The expression on Wu's face darkened. There was no time to engage Anoki in such trivial matters. Okay, teacher. Let me just put on my pants. Boom. In the valley, the Ninetales emerged from the woods, covering its rear. Damn it. That sage of the 6 paths is truly deranged. Bestowing chakra upon humanity and that Ender fellow, teaching these rascals to form seals. The Ninetales' expression was grim. Its fox-like head a mess, drenched from water release and singed from fire release. Half a month prior, while resting in the Land of Lightning, it had intended to catch up with the creature known as Gyuki. However, it was suddenly ambushed by a team from the village hidden in the clouds, sent to capture it. Fortunately, it was able to repel them with its superior skills and even devoured the 2 leaders of the assault. Yet, the aftermath was unpleasant. It felt as though something was gnawing at its insides, though it was much better now. Cunning humans. The Nine-Tails spat, preparing to find a quiet place to sleep. Throughout the ages, it had merely passed the time by sleeping. Meanwhile, Wu, racing towards its location, quickly pinpointed the Nine-Tails using sensory perception. Such a massive chakra signature was nearly impossible to miss. Prepare for battle. First, we shall use Earth Release to trap the Nine-Tails, while the rest wait for my command. Anoki, observe from a distance, do not approach. Wu swiftly issued his orders. At that moment, the Nine-Tails, having just finished in the restroom, noticed Wu and his companions. Its eyes widened. The formation and intent suggested they were there to capture it again. Roar! The Nine-Tails bellowed at Wu and the others, attempting to intimidate them. However, upon hearing the roar, Wu did not retreat. Instead, he quickened his pace. A mere old fool dares to challenge me? Wu was surprised that the creature had the audacity to confront him. Umbu Team 1, attack from the left. Umbu Team 2, engage from the right. The remaining Umbu shall wait for the perfect moment to restrain the Nine-Tails, while I attack from the center. Orders were given. The Umbu promptly divided into several teams to assault the Nine-Tails. Damn it! Roar! Fury surged within the Nine-Tails as it howled, swinging its tail towards Wu. With the aid of flight, Wu deftly evaded the tail's assault. Wind Release, Wind Cutter Technique. Lightning Release, Thunder Strike. The Umbu sprang into action. Employing various ninjutsu, some amplified their attacks with Wind Release, while others used Lightning Release to disrupt the Nine-Tails' movements. However, these attacks were merely a gentle scraping for the Nine-Tails. With little hope of success, it was only a wish that these individuals could assist themselves. Eliminating the Nine-Tails was relatively straightforward. A single blast of dust release aimed at its forehead could resolve matters. Yet, the true objective was to dissect the Nine-Tails, humanity. The Nine-Tails immediately opened its mouth, gathering energy for the tailed beast bomb. However, before it could fully charge, a wind release, spiraling shuriken came hurtling toward its forehead. The wind release, spiraling shuriken, unleashed without a hand, struck downward upon the Nine-Tails. Buzz. Boom. The Nine-Tails was violently overturned, its face meeting the ground in a rather intimate encounter. The members of the Umbu were left in awe, exclaiming in astonishment. Truly, Master Wu's prowess was evident from the very first strike. After tirelessly engaging in a futile endeavor, Master Wu effortlessly pinned the Nine-Tails to the ground with a mere shuriken. How formidable! The depth of the teacher's strength was indeed unfathomable. In the distance, Noki widened his eyes, observing the intense battle with a heart brimming with excitement and anticipation, clenching his fists as he secretly wished for the day he could attain such power. Earth Release, Rock Prison Technique. Seizing the momentum, Master Wu pressed forward. At this rate, he might not even need to enter Sage Mode. With the completion of his hand seals, massive boulders erupted from the ground, swiftly enveloping the Nine-Tails and hindering its movements. Damn it! The Nine-Tails, frustrated and stifled, shook its head. Although that last strike was indeed heavy, it merely left it momentarily dizzy. Roar! The Nine-Tails struggled fiercely, shattering the rocks encasing its body. It opened its mouth to roar in fury, exhaling a powerful gust that swept toward Master Wu and the others. Without hesitation, Master Wu dispelled his shadow clones and instantly entered Sage Mode. Chapter 21. The Battle of Beasts and Humans. Sage Mode. In an instant, Wu's void-like eyes were engulfed by darkness. Simultaneously, he employed his technique of body division to conceal himself in the shadows, gathering sage chakra as a precaution. Wu was a man of foresight, always leaving himself an escape route. Even with absolute confidence in victory, he remained vigilant against any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, stockpiling sage chakra in advance was indeed prudent. Although utilizing the body division technique would diminish his strength, it provided a contingency if the main body were to perish. The divided form would automatically assume its place. Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. Wu immediately manifested a black dust release, sweeping horizontally towards the Nine-Tails' tail. Whoosh. Buzz. One colossal tail of the Nine-Tails was cleanly severed. Tom Cat's anguished cry. With an impassive expression, Wu swiftly stowed the enormous tail into a scroll for safekeeping. At the same time, he clapped his hands, invoking Earth Release, Stone Platform Technique. A massive stone platform erupted from beneath the Nine-Tails' rear. Simultaneously, the wagure Umbu sprang into action, collaborating with Lord Wu. Earth Release, Earthquake Technique. Earth Release, Rising Platform Technique. The Nine-Tails was bombarded by a barrage of Earth Release techniques, and its malevolent chakra erupted violently, sending the Earth techniques flying. Earth Release, Rock Giant Technique. A colossal rock giant, slightly smaller than the Ninetales, rose from the ground. This giant was unlike any before. It bore black stripes and emanated sage chakra, reminiscent of the summoning of the Monkey King. Boom, boom. The rock giant, using both hands, seized the Ninetales by the neck and forced it down to the ground. Let us smash it to pieces. With that, the Ninetales unleashed a concentrated tailed beast bomb. However, as the bomb was launched, the rock giant's massive hand firmly grasped it. Swallow it. Wu's voice echoed eerily. The rock giant pressed the tailed beast bomb against the Ninetales' face. Boom. The tailed beast bomb erupted in a blinding flash of light. Boom. A small mushroom cloud ascended. All surrounding trees and hills were flattened. Over 30 elite wagure shinobi were sent flying by the shockwave. Earth Release, Earth Wall Technique. The formidable Yama hastily erected an earthen wall to shield against the impact. The rising mushroom cloud captured the attention of a distant figure. Oh, it seems someone has taken the initiative against the Ninetales before me. Very well, I shall refrain from intervening. This individual was none other than Uchiha Madara, a defector from the village, preparing for solitary training. He intended to practice against the world's strongest tailed beast. If fate allowed, he would choose the Ninetales as his summoning beast, leveraging its power to potentially rival Hashirama. Humph, this chakra feels somewhat familiar. Let me see who dares to battle the Ninetales. Uchiha Madara's gaze darkened momentarily before he swiftly advanced towards the direction of the explosion. At the heart of the battlefield, a dense fog enveloped the area, obscuring visibility. The dust raised by the detonation shrouded a radius of several hundred meters. As the smoke began to dissipate, two titanic figures were seen grappling with one another. The colossal rock giant bore down upon the Ninetales, its massive hand grasping one of the creature's large ears while delivering powerful blows to its face. Hey, my friend, fighting is one thing, but could you spare some air? The Ninetales bellowed, only to receive an even more forceful assault in response. Each punch landed heavily on the Ninetales' visage. Ah, human. Our tailed beasts possess formidable physicality. Your fist striking my form evoked no sensation of pain. The Ninetales taunted, having sensed the lack of discomfort. Upon hearing this, the rock giant chuckled. No sensation of pain? Then are you not akin to a super beast? It then ceased its assault on the Ninetales' face and redirected its fury towards the creature's underbelly. Stop. No. Please, halt. The Ninetales, realizing the impending threat, was instantly stricken with dread. However, the rock giant's fist had already descended upon its vulnerable region. This blow was such that even Ultraman would have to illuminate his powers. Accompanied by the giant's relentless strikes, each hit elicited a wail from the Ninetales, leaving the onlooking Umbu agents utterly astonished. Goodness, is it possible that Lord Madara harbors a vendetta against this fox? This must surely be painful. Is it torture for a tailed beast? One Umbu member remarked, reflecting the gravity of the situation. With a series of resounding thuds, the Ninetales grimaced in agony, struggling against the oppressive force of the rock giant, but Madara began to feel the strain of maintaining sage mode. What are you still dawdling for? Madara's icy gaze fell upon the Umbu agents watching from a distance. Suddenly, they snapped back to reality and rushed forward to assist their master. Summoning technique. Several Umbu swiftly conjured wooden stakes crafted from Hashirama Senjutsu would release, driving them into the Ninetales' tail and paws. Initially dismissive, the Ninetales laughed at the absurdity of humans employing such means against it. However, as the stakes penetrated its body, a sudden change washed over its expression. An intrinsic property seemed to suppress its chakra rapidly. Consequently, amidst its furious roars, the Ninetales was gradually ensnared by the Umbu's earth techniques and iron chains. With a sigh of relief, Madara, partially veiled, allowed a smile to grace his lips. The strain of sage mode was nearing its limit. Yet he had finally succeeded in capturing the Ninetales. Gently descending to the ground, he began to recuperate his strength while contemplating his next move. Congratulations, Master, on the successful capture of the Ninetales. With a beaming smile, Inoki rushed to Wu's side to offer his congratulations. Wu responded with a faint smile, swiftly channeling his chakra once more. Just as the atmosphere began to lighten, a defiant voice pierced through, accompanied by a thunderous applause. Interesting, interesting. Has the once insignificant ant grown to this extent? Bandaged man, you truly have earned my respect. In an instant, Uchiha Madara appeared on the battlefield. His gaze filled with arrogance as he regarded Wu. Wu's expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly looked up at Uchiha Madara. This guy, when did he arrive? Panic surged within him, He had been so preoccupied with the Nine Tails that he failed to notice Madara's approach. Inoki was equally taken aback. That face was unforgettable. It was Uchiha Madara. How could he possibly be here? Shouldn't he be in Konoha? Who goes there? The wagure, filled with vigilance, swiftly drew their blades, pointing them toward Uchiha Madara. Madara coldly regarded the commanding, "Get lost." In an instant, a surge of formidable chakra erupted from Madara, sending the members flying. The had just endured the exhausting battle against the Nine Tails, their chakra reserves severely depleted. Facing Uchiha Madara was akin to being struck down in an instant. Earth-style, rock giant hand. Wu hastily performed hand seals, summoning earth techniques to catch the fallen members. Quickly, leave. Do not linger here. Wu urgently instructed Inoki and the remaining in a hushed tone. Chapter 22. The Return of the Battle against Uchiha Madara? No. Lord Wu, you currently lack sufficient chakra. It is unthinkable to leave you alone. Yes, we must protect you. Lord Wu, we shall use our lives to hold this fiend at bay. As the pillar of a wagure, you must not falter. A resolute determination shone in the eyes of the wagure as they stood in front of Wu, prepared to sacrifice themselves to create an opportunity for him against Uchiha Madara. A flicker of emotion stirred within Wu. Though these individuals might lack in strength, their conviction was commendable. However, I possess my own split body. Escaping would be a simple task. Humph. Did I permit you to leave? Uchiha Madara's gaze was frigid, his eyes slowly rotating in the pattern of the Sharingan. He immediately activated Susanoo, the overwhelming chakra mobilizing everyone present. At that moment, the wagure were engulfed by sheer terror. So this was the enemy Lord Wu had faced. They had believed that the Nine Tails was formidable. Yet they had never encountered Madara. Reflecting on their earlier bravado, it was laughable. They thought they could hold Uchiha Madara at bay with their lives. Yet they realized they might not even last a second. It was then that the comprehended the true weight of the title Shura of the ninja world and understood the significance of Wu being able to contend with Uchiha Madara on equal footing. Noki gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his composure, determined not to succumb to panic as he had during their first encounter. The wagure trembled under Madara's oppressive aura, and some even contemplated self-harm to awaken themselves from their fear. Just as one of the prepared to pierce his thigh with a kunai, a swift hand intervened. Do not harm yourself. Do not be afraid. Wu spoke softly, channeling the remaining chakra to counteract Madara's pressure. He then moved past the protective Lord Wu, I am not reduced to needing my subordinates and disciples to shield me. Wu declared loudly, stepping forward to face Uchiha Madara directly, exuding the same fearless courage as before. In that moment, tears streamed down the faces of the wagure. Beneath their masks, they were cold, merciless executioners, nameless figures in the shadows, whose deaths would go unnoticed. Yet, witnessing Lord Wu stand to protect them stirred something profound within their hearts. Boring. Today, without Konoha and Hashirama, your demise is inevitable. Uchiha Madara's expression was indifferent as he regarded Wu. This time is different. Previously, I underestimated you, and at Konoha, I dared not unleash my full Susanoo due to Hashirama's intervention. But this time, it's different. I am here to inflict injury. Let us see how you evade this. You rascal. Come now, Uchiha Madara will not bully you. Recover your chakra, and we shall engage in a true battle. Uchiha Madara coldly regarded Wu and declared that he, Uchiha Madara, held no disdain for taking advantage of others' vulnerabilities, except in the case of Tobarama. If Tobarama were to be gravely injured, he would undoubtedly deliver a fatal blow. However, the Wu before him was perceived as a worthy adversary. He desired a confrontation with his opponent at full strength. For only then would his victory be truly honorable. Very well, I shall remain for a one-on-one duel. May my escort them away? Wu calmly proposed. Uchiha Madara merely nodded in acknowledgement. They were but insects, and as long as they did not obstruct his path, he could not be bothered to crush them. The Nine Tails is not to be taken. It is a possession of Uchiha Madara, he stated flatly. The Nine Tails, lying on the ground, roared in protest, questioning when it had become anyone's property. Yet, Uchiha Madara merely cast a piercing glare at the creature, causing it to feel as though it were standing on the precipice of an abyss, its pupils gradually replaced by the Sharingan. Boom, boom. The wooden spikes on its body were instantly expelled, and soon the Nine Tails lay submissively at Uchiha Madara's feet. Wu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to rapidly adjust his chakra. Under Wu's command, the wagure swiftly retreated. Before leaving, Wu cast a profound glance at Inoki, who briefly displayed joy before departing with a sense of relief. As time passed, Wu's chakra steadily increased. All the while, Uchiha Madara kept a vigilant eye on Wu, wary of any potential schemes. Recalling the peculiar and unpredictable nature of his techniques, Wu quietly calculated the passage of time, believing his allies had already evacuated the land of waterfalls. All right. Wu suddenly rose to his feet, turning to Uchiha Madara with a serious expression. Uchiha Madara's eyes sparkled with combat fervor. This time, he was determined to eliminate this foe. Wu inhaled deeply, gazing at Uchiha Madara, and exclaimed, "Ah, Lord Hashirama, you have come as well?" Wu's surprise shifted toward Uchiha Madara's rear. Madara paused, upon hearing Hashirama's name, momentarily convinced that Hashirama had followed him out of reluctance. However, when he turned, he found only an empty space and a solitary tree. Madara's expression darkened as he glared at Wu, who was now fleeing at remarkable speed. "You scoundrel!" Madara bellowed in fury, summoning dozens of Yata mirror jewels to hurl at Wu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following this, Uchiha Madara mounted the nine tails and pursued Wu. Utilizing his agility, Wu deftly evaded the Yata jewels while glancing back to see if Madara was closing in. Tailed Beast Bomb. For the first time, Madara commanded the nine tails to unleash a tailed beast bomb. Hum. Boom. A tailed beast bomb shot forth like a cannonball. Wu was struck by the shockwave, sent crashing to the ground. In an instant, Uchiha Madara appeared above him, delivering a decisive blow that severed Wu's arm. "Haha. What has become of your struggle, you rascal? And what of that white jutsu of yours? Why is it not in use?" Uchiha Madara coldly pointed his fan at Wu, who remained expressionless, obscured beneath his bandages. "It is over," Uchiha Madara proclaimed as he swung his scythe, decapitating Wu. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Observing the ease with which Wu was vanquished, Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow, suspecting it to be a mere shadow clone, yet it appeared that Wu was indeed dead. Why did this fellow not resist? The more he pondered, the more Uchiha Madara felt a sense of unease. Had he slain Wu after an exhilarating battle, he would have found no fault in it. But now, Uchiha Madara silently regarded Wu's lifeless body, and after a prolonged moment, he confirmed it was truly him. Humph. With that, Uchiha Madara departed, accompanied by the Nine Tails. Within the land of Earth, Wu was swiftly navigating the forest with the Umbu and Inoki, when he sensed the demise of his split body. A pang of anguish gripped his heart. However, the split body had fulfilled its mission by diverting Uchiha Madara's attention. The reason he did not confront Madara head-on last time was due to a lack of necessity. With Hashirama absent, his chakra reserves were insufficient, and the duration of Sage Mode was limited. At best, it would result in a mutually destructive outcome. Wu valued his life too much to choose annihilation. Aware of the narrative, how could he possibly allow himself to perish in the same manner as the original tale? Yet, this matter was far from over. He was determined to eliminate Uchiha Madara. The Nine Tails had been taken, and he would not tolerate such indignation. "Teacher, what about the Nine Tails? We worked so hard to acquire it." Inoki still harbored grievances regarding the Nine Tails, which had been seized by Uchiha Madara after being captured by his teacher. "Do not concern yourself with that. This affair is not finished." Wu commanded the Umbu and Inoki, "Return to the village and gather me 50 elite wagure shinobi." "What are you planning to do, teacher?" Inoki discerned the underlying meaning in Wu's words. Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. "I am going to seek out Senju Tobarama. To assassinate Uchiha Madara alone would likely be futile. He needed allies. Uchiha Madara, mark my words, today I shall not rest until you are vanquished. I shall resign from my position as Tsuchikage immediately." Chapter 23. Do you desire my Flying Thunder God technique? Without a corporeal form, I stealthily infiltrated Konoha, taking advantage of the absolute power wielded by Hashirama and Madara during the village's formative years, a time when Konoha lacked any protective barriers. My entrance was effortless, driven by a singular purpose: to persuade Senju Tobarama to join me in eliminating Uchiha Madara. Confronting Madara alone carries significant peril, thus, seeking assistance is prudent. According to my recollections, Tobarama had harbored intentions of assassinating Madara on several occasions. However, due to his own limitations and Hashirama's intervention, he had no choice but to abandon those plans. In the Konoha building, Senju Tobarama was diligently inscribing notes by candlelight, drafting plans for the future establishment of the Umbu and the Ninja Academy. Even in the dead of night, he remained engrossed in his duties. "Good evening, Lord Tobarama." As he attended to his affairs, a faint voice suddenly emerged. Tobarama's gaze sharpened as he turned towards the source of the sound, finding me, cloaked, standing in a corner of his office. "It is you, Lord Wu. What brings you here at such an hour?" Tobarama asked, his expression wary. My unannounced arrival in Konoha, especially at night, suggested a matter of gravity. Not one to underestimate the intelligence of shinobi, Tobarama was unlikely to believe that I had come merely for idle conversation. I approached and seated myself slowly across from him, the flickering candlelight illuminating half of my face, casting the other half in shadow. "I have heard that one of Konoha's founders, Uchiha Madara, has defected recently," I stated calmly. Tobarama continued to focus on his work, responding coolly. "This is an internal matter for Konoha, Lord Wu. You have no authority to interfere." Believing I intended to meddle in the defection of Madara, Tobarama subtly issued a warning. I narrowed my eyes and then spoke. "I have heard that you, Lord Tobarama, have developed numerous forbidden techniques. During these tumultuous times, your Flying Thunder God technique has gained renown throughout the Land of Fire, and you even employed it to slay Uchiha Madara's brother." "Indeed," Tobarama acknowledged, glancing at me. "These matters are not concealed. I have vanquished many foes using the Flying Thunder God technique during the chaotic era. Yet, I am puzzled as to why you would bring this up." "I have come to request that you impart the Flying Thunder God technique to me," I stated directly. Tobarama was taken aback. He could hardly believe my audacity in openly demanding his secret technique. Did he think I would be foolish enough to share my secret arts with another? "Do you seek my Flying Thunder God technique? You are not worthy. What if I were to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to assassinate Uchiha Madara?" Before Tobarama could finish his thought, I dropped this explosive revelation. With a swift motion, Tobarama raised his head, his reddish-brown eyes fixed intently upon me, as if questioning his own hearing. "Are you speaking nonsense? Lord Wu, are you in your right mind?" Tobarama exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Absolutely not. I speak the truth. I intend to eliminate Uchiha Ibito, employing your Flying Thunder God technique in conjunction with my own jutsu. I am confident in my ability to bring about his demise." Repeating this with earnestness. Upon confirming my intent to assassinate Uchiha Ibito, Senju Tobarama could not help but express deep respect. "Remarkable. Truly remarkable. My brother hesitates to confront Uchiha Ibito. Yet you seek to do so. Your resolve surpasses even his. What compels you to target Uchiha Ibito? Has he betrayed us by attacking the wagure? His declaration of war does not implicate us from Konoha. Senju Tobarama steadied his emotions and inquired, simultaneously distancing Konoha from any potential conflict with Uchiha Ibito. "Indeed. It is not an attack on a wagure per se, but rather a strike against my umbu that has prompted my decision to eliminate Uchiha Ibito. Since he no longer belongs to your village, is it not permissible for us to pursue his assassination?" I spoke calmly. "That is permissible. You may proceed with your plan. However, why seek my assistance?" Senju Tobarama nodded. Uchiha Ibito's expression darkened, feigning ignorance. "I am acutely aware that I cannot accomplish this alone. My purpose in approaching you is twofold: to request the Flying Thunder God technique and to invite you to join me in the endeavor to eliminate Uchiha Ibito. I recall your long-standing discord with Uchiha Ibito, and given that he is now a rogue ninja, why not collaborate with me to bring him down?" I presented the objective of my visit. Senju Tobarama's gaze grew serious. This was indeed a matter of great consequence. Observing Tobarama's hesitation, I seized the moment to persuade him further. "Uchiha Ibito poses a threat as a rogue ninja. Remaining at large is perilous for Konoha. Moreover, having captured the Nine Tails, he is likely to seek retribution against us or even engage in conflict with Lord Hashirama. Allowing him to roam free is akin to nurturing a tiger, a risk to Konoha, a wagure, and the entirety of the ninja world. Why not organize a concerted effort to eliminate Ibito, extinguishing the threat before it can grow?" My words resonated with Senju Tobarama, who began to see the merit in my argument. Previously, in the village, we were all kin, and I should have refrained from conflict. However, with his defection, he is now a rogue ninja. Rogue ninjas must be dealt with decisively. What if Uchiha Ibito were to return for vengeance against Konoha? Instead of waiting for his assault, it would be far wiser to strike preemptively. On what grounds should I trust you? To believe you possess the capability to defeat Uchiha Ibito? Even my elder brother may lack the certainty to eliminate him. Senju Tobarama fixed his gaze upon me. "Lord Tobarama, you have witnessed my jutsu before. Should Uchiha Ibito be struck, his demise is assured." I replied solemnly. Senju Tobarama recalled the square, white jutsu I had demonstrated, which had shattered Uchiha Ibito's Susanoo. Indeed, should it strike Uchiha Ibito directly, it could very well lead to his downfall. The only issue lies in the sluggishness of the technique's convergence. Given this duration, the opponent would have long since closed the distance. However, if one were to possess their own Flying Thunder God technique to compensate for this delay, a successful ambush indeed seems plausible, as Tobarama contemplated. His eyes sparkled with increasing enthusiasm. The prospect of eliminating Uchiha Madara appeared feasible, with a notably high probability of success. He was acutely aware that his elder brother was reluctant to kill Madara, yet his own stance was different. Previously, they had been comrades from the same village. But now Madara had become a rogue ninja. Even if he were to slay him, the villagers would undoubtedly applaud the act. Should his elder brother eventually learn of this, for the sake of the village's stability, he would have no choice but to accept the outcome. While the Flying Thunder God technique may not be imparted to you, I can indeed partake in your plan. I can discreetly assist you in targeting Uchiha Madara, but this must remain concealed from my elder brother. Tobarama's voice lowered involuntarily. Beneath the bandages, the masked figure smiled knowingly, having already perceived that Tobarama's consent was highly probable. However, relying solely on the two of us may not suffice to vanquish Uchiha Madara. Tobarama spoke, sharing the same cautious disposition as his companion. Chapter 24. The Alliance of Nations. Wu nodded, contemplating the necessity of seeking others. Merely relying on Senju Tobarama might only provide a slim chance to eliminate Uchiha Madara. He needed to enhance their odds. Thus, he considered alternative candidates. I could attempt to establish contact with the hidden mist, the hidden cloud, and the hidden sand, he stated solemnly. Senju Tobarama narrowed his eyes and added, I can reach out to the elders of the Land of Whirlpools. Madara possesses the Nine Tails, which poses a significant challenge. However, with the support of the Land of Whirlpools, our prospects would improve considerably. The two reached a mutual understanding and departed to gather allies for the assassination plan against Uchiha Madara. We will keep in touch, Wu concluded before leaving the office. Senju Tobarama gazed quietly at the flickering candlelight, resolving that this matter must remain concealed from his elder brother. He determined to select 30 Senju ninjas from within the clan to join him in the endeavor to eliminate Uchiha Madara. Despite the establishment of their village, many Senju members harbored deep-seated animosity towards the Uchiha, as their loved ones, children, spouses, and parents had all fallen victim to Uchiha's wrath. They were unencumbered by attachments, often referred to as the Invincible. In the Land of Water, Hidden Mist Village, we traversed through the night, crossing the Land of Fire and the ocean to arrive at Hidden Mist. At that moment, the little bearded Kisame Hashigaki was fervently reforming the village. Since IWA Shinobi's return, he had committed himself to developing the village's Umbu and Shinobi Academy. Furthermore, he had established the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, an organization that superseded the Umbu. Suddenly, Kisame lifted his gaze, sensing an unusual presence around him. Little beard, long time no see. A voice, startling Kisame, echoed in the air. Baka, Wu, you actually came to my hidden mist. You aren't planning an attack on us, are you? Kisame inquired, his expression laced with wariness. No, I merely seek your cooperation. Wu replied, extending his hand. Kisame hesitated, then raised an eyebrow. Hey, what scheme are you concocting now? I, along with Senju Tobarama from Konoha, intend to assassinate Uchiha Madara. Would you be interested in joining us? Wu extended the invitation. Kisame was known for his fervor in battle and reckless nature. Thus, recruiting him for the mission against Uchiha Madara seemed promising. Haha, assassinating Uchiha Madara? Kisame chuckled lightly. The prospect of battle ignited his blood. Yet the notion of confronting Uchiha Madara brought him back to reality. He was a warrior at heart, but not a fool. You seem a little lovesick, huh? Kisame teased. Wu shook his head calmly. Since our Kisame is hesitant to confront Madara, Tobarama and I will proceed without you. With that, Wu turned to leave. Wait, you mean Senju Tobarama is going with you? Upon hearing that his worthy rival and close companion, Tsuchikage Mangetsu, was to team up with other water-style boys, a frown momentarily creased his brow. Wait, no, I shall join too. Tsuchikage Mangetsu hastily grasped Wu's clothing, resolutely thumping his chest in agreement. Isn't it just Uchiha Madara? I shall take him on. Wu, upon hearing this, smiled knowingly. Tsuchikage Mangetsu, you are indeed the most dashing water-style boy I have ever encountered. Flushed with delight at Wu's compliment, Tsuchikage Mangetsu feigned a nonchalant demeanor, tousling his yellow pompadour. In the Land of Lightning, within the village of Kumogakure, the first Raikage solemnly addressed the situation. As for whether to participate or not, the decision lies with your esteemed village. The first Raikage regarded the second Raikage with a grave expression, contemplating the weight of confronting Uchiha Madara. The rumors surrounding Madara, particularly his capture of the Nine Tails, loomed large. The two shinobi he had dispatched to retrieve it had yet to return, likely having perished at the beast's hands. After much deliberation, the first Raikage turned to the second Raikage, who was simply referred to as the second Raikage due to the absence of any other name. "What do you think?" he inquired, stroking his chin. "Lord Raikage, I believe we must engage. Uchiha Madara's defection from Konoha poses a grave threat. He may commit unspeakable atrocities. His motives in capturing the Nine Tails reveal his nefarious intentions," the second Raikage declared with conviction. "Very well, you shall lead 20 elite shinobi from Kumogakure into battle." After securing Kumogakure's involvement, Wu promptly made his way to Sunagakure, where he successfully met with the first Kazekage. "Oh, the Land of Wind does not engage in fruitless endeavors. You would do well to return," the first Kazekage said, arms crossed and gaze indifferent. "Pray reconsider, Kazekage. Are you not aware of the adage, 'Without lips, the teeth will perish'?" Wu cautioned. The Kazekage, silently exasperated, understood the implications but pondered whether he could extract some advantage from Wu's proposition. "If Sunagakure can assist, I, as the Tsuchikage, could relinquish our claims over the Land of Birds and cede control of this region to Sunagakure." Recognizing the necessity of offering some benefit, Wu replied, "This is indeed something I can contemplate." The Kazekage, after a moment of reflection, summoned Shaman. Upon hearing this name, Wu raised an eyebrow. Shaman was the second Kazekage from the original narrative, the pioneer of puppet mastery and sand manipulation. It was evident that Shaman possessed all that Gaara had. And even the puppet techniques that Gaara lacked, he also commanded. "Let Shaman lead 20 elite shinobi from Sunagakure alongside you to eliminate Uchiha Madara." A subtle smile graced Wu's lips as he envisioned assembling a formidable alliance. He intended to form a coalition reminiscent of the original Fourth Great Ninja War, with the 5 Kage uniting against Madara, ensuring a decisive victory over the eternal adversary. In a strategic lineup, substituting Noki with oneself, Zuki Mangetsu with Terumi Mei, Senju Tobarama with Tsunade, the second Raikage with the fourth Raikage, and the second Kazekage with Gaara, combined with the fact that Madara lacks the Rinnegan. It is highly probable that we can overcome the eternal Madara. Moreover, the second generation of each village is remarkably strong, and Senju Tobarama might even enlist the assistance of the Uzumaki clan. At that point, even Uchiha Madara could face defeat. In the Land of Whirlpool, at the residence of the leader of the Uzumaki clan, Senju Tobarama secretly arrived. The elder Uzumaki Namikaze, who had crossed 50 years of age, could be considered half a father-in-law to Tobarama. "Tobarama, what brings you to the Land of Whirlpool?" Uzumaki Namikaze inquired leisurely while sipping his tea. "My apologies, esteemed elder, but I have come to request the assistance of the Uzumaki clan," Tobarama responded respectfully, acknowledging that the elder was of the same generation as his father, Hashirama. "Oh, assistance with what?" Uzumaki Namikaze asked, narrowing his eyes as he took another sip of tea. "I seek your help in eliminating Uchiha Madara." Upon hearing Tobarama's intention to kill Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Namikaze's hand involuntarily trembled. Does the Hokage know?" he asked seriously, setting down his teacup. "My elder brother does not wish to be seen as the villain, though he has not explicitly stated it. I understand that he wants to eliminate Uchiha Madara to rid the village of a great menace. However, he cannot bear the title of the villain. Thus, it falls upon me to take action," Tobarama lied without flinching. Uzumaki Namikaze's eyes glimmered with doubt. He did not perceive Hashirama as a person of such hypocrisy. Yet, considering that eliminating Uchiha Madara would also benefit the Uzumaki clan, especially since Madara had taken the lives of numerous Uzumaki during the turbulent times. "Very well. How many individuals do you require?" 50 elite Uzumaki skilled in sealing techniques will suffice. Chapter 25, Assassination of Uchiha Madara. Atop the towering mountains, beneath a colossal waterfall, the biting mountain winds mercilessly billowed the garments of Uchiha Madara. He stood tall and proud like a pine, his visage somewhat handsome. Yet his gaze bore the weight of countless hardships. His raven hair was tied back, with a few strands dancing in the breeze. Madara shed his clothing and began to wash beneath the cascading waters. Perhaps due to an inherent social anxiety, he opted not to seek the bustling bathhouses of the town. While he bathed, a sudden discomfort washed over him. Am I being watched? Madara furrowed his brow but quickly dismissed the thought. The only one capable of thwarting him was Hashirama. Others were mere fodder, easily crushed beneath the might of Susanoo. Unbeknownst to him, a group of conspirators plotted his demise. 100 miles away, The wagure had dispatched 50 elite ninjas, Kirigakure sent 30, Kumogakure contributed 25, Sunagakure brought 30, Yuzushiogakure sent 50, and Konoha provided 30 Senju ninjas. Within a temple nestled among the mountains, the second generation of the 6 strongest ninja villages convened. Fortunately, none of these individuals had yet attained the title of village leader. Were they to be considered such, this gathering might be deemed the inaugural 5-Kage summit. Clearing his throat, the speaker initiated the discussion. Let us deliberate on our tactics. The assembly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Senju Tobarama began to share intelligence regarding Uchiha Madara and his countermeasures, followed by others who recounted their experiences in combat against him. Kisame Hashigaki, the second Raikage, and others presented their current strategies and techniques. Through their exchange, they swiftly formulated a method to confront Madara. Their primary objective was to strike swiftly and decisively, ideally eliminating him before he had the opportunity to activate Susanoo. Thus, it is settled. I trust each of you to contribute your utmost efforts for the peace of the ninja world. The speaker proclaimed. For the peace of the ninja world, echoed the voices of the assembly. Yet, beneath the surface, each individual harbored their own ulterior motives. Were it not for their interests, they would have little desire to unite against the harbinger of chaos in the ninja realm. With purposeful strides, Madara traversed the forest path, his expression impassive. A fan and scythe slung across his back. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure leaning against a nearby tree. Upon recognizing the individual's features, Madara erupted with fury. It's you? You bastard, you're still alive. He seethed, his countenance darkening. Ah, Madara, where have you been making your fortune lately? The figure jested, a smile playing on their lips. Get lost. I told you not to come. Madara retorted, unleashing, fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Madara unleashed a thunderous roar, and an immense inferno erupted from his mouth. Boom. In an instant, accompanied by a fierce wind of flames, vast swathes of the forest were annihilated. With his crimson eyes ablaze, Uchiha Madara deemed the flames insufficient and wielded his fan once more with vigor. Boom. In a heartbeat, the once mighty sea of fire transformed into a whirlwind of flames sweeping across the land. Damn you, perish. Uchiha Madara was not inclined to engage in a fair and righteous battle with Wu. A voice echoed from the sky, questioning, since when has your temper flared so? There floated Wu, suspended in the air. Swiftly, Uchiha Madara appeared beside him, delivering a fierce kick. Boom. With a cloud of smoke rising. The earth release, rock golem technique was invoked. A colossal rock giant surged forth, delivering a powerful punch towards Uchiha Madara. In the next moment, Madara's Susanoo arm met the attack head-on. Boom. As the two forces collided, the giant's arm shattered into rubble. Die. Uchiha Madara lunged before Wu, swinging his blade. However, as the strike descended upon Wu, his form transformed into a multitude of crows and vanished. Uchiha Madara's Sharingan spun rapidly, behind you. Suddenly, Wu emerged from the shadows. Armed with a kunai. A smirk played on Uchiha Madara's lips. He had anticipated this. Now, take a look behind you. With a swift motion, Wu's pupils constricted as the figure of Uchiha Madara vanished before his eyes. In the next instant, Madara appeared behind Wu, expressionless, swiftly hurling a kunai. Uchiha Madara instinctively tilted his head to evade, a slight frown creasing his brow, seemingly surprised by Wu's rudimentary approach. Yet, his eternal Manjiki Sharingan swiftly discerned the technique inscribed on the kunai. This is Flying Thunder God? Uchiha Madara's eyes widened. He was all too familiar with this technique. Long ago, his brother had fallen to the Flying Thunder God, a memory etched in his mind. But how could we wield such a technique? Was it not exclusive to Senju Tobarama? In that instant, Uchiha Madara cleaved towards the kunai's trajectory. Concurrently, Senju Tobarama materialized before Madara. Flying Thunder God slash. Thud. A single strand of Uchiha Madara's hair was severed, while Tobarama's armor was cleaved apart. The two swiftly retreated, creating distance between them. Tobarama landed beside Wu, his expression tense. Senju Tobarama, I. Wu addressed Tobarama, Baka. Do you think the Manjiki Sharingan's vision is weak? Its tracking ability is formidable. If it were that simple, I would have slain Uchiha Madara long ago. Tobarama, upon hearing Wu's retort, immediately challenged him. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara's expression darkened ominously. Senju Tobarama, you beast, conspiring with outsiders to eliminate me. If it weren't for Hashirama's sake, do you truly believe I could not vanquish you? Uchiha Madara's tone was ominous, his gaze frigid. Senju Tobarama maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke softly. Madara, it is my elder brother who has sent me to eliminate you. Your threat has grown too substantial, jeopardizing Konoha. For the sake of Konoha, you must be eradicated. Upon hearing Tobarama's words, a smirk curled at the corner of Obito's mouth. Tobarama truly understood the art of psychological warfare. The implication that Hashirama had dispatched someone to assassinate him struck Madara's heart like a dagger. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Tobarama, seemingly unable to fathom this reality. The once piercing gaze of his eternal Manjiki Sharingan now reflected a momentary vacancy, losing its former brilliance. A sudden jolt coursed through Madara's heart. An indescribable anguish welled up within him. Hashirama had sent someone to kill him. This thought reverberated incessantly in Madara's mind, plunging his heart into despair. If this were true, Madara would indeed find himself weeping quietly beneath the covers in the dead of night. Chapter 26. The Battle Against Uchiha Madara. Indeed, Lord Hashirama has long recognized you as a scourge. Wu Lang echoed vehemently. I shall present the severed head of Tobarama Senju to Hashirama for questioning. Uchiha Madara's countenance darkened. His eyes bloodshot, as he coldly declared, those hiding in the shadows, come forth. At that moment, the atmosphere became charged with unrest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the darkness emerged countless shadowy figures. Uchiha Madara, you pose an excessive threat. For the sake of peace in the shinobi world, we must take action. No sooner had the words left his lips than the second-generation leaders of various ninja villages encircled Madara from all sides, effectively surrounding him. Simultaneously, elite ninjas from different nations emerged with swiftness. Hundreds of elite ninjas surrounded Uchiha Madara. Hozuki Mangetsu, the second Raikage, and others made their presence known. Uchiha Madara, your doom is upon you. Hozuki Mangetsu pointed accusingly at Madara. Uchiha Madara, your power is far too formidable. You must be eliminated. The second Raikage proclaimed, lightning chakra surging around him as he spoke. For the peace of the shinobi world, your tyranny cannot be allowed to persist. Samon, manipulating two puppets, remarked coolly, Uchiha Madara, choose a food you relish, then find a grand bridge to leap from. I shall commemorate your demise annually. Wu Shuang stared at Uchiha Madara and said, Humph, is it you? Near pawns like you? Uchiha Madara let out a cold laugh, his hair rising as if stirred by an unseen wind. His colossal Susanoo materialized instantaneously, an overwhelming aura distorting the very air around him. The terrifying pressure enveloped everyone in an instant. Upon sensing this chakra, Hozuki Mangetsu, Samon, and the second Raikage's expression shifted dramatically. How can it be so powerful? The trio had never truly witnessed Uchiha Madara's strength. They merely understood he was superior to them, but now, it was evident that he was on an entirely different level. They had anticipated a 5-on-1 battle. Bolstered by numerous jonin, it should have been a certain victory. Yet now, the three glanced at Tobarama Senju and Wu, who displayed little astonishment. Both had previously engaged in battle against Uchiha Madara. There was no turning back now. They must press forward. Wu rallied the spirits of his comrades. Everyone, let us unite. Uchiha Madara cannot eliminate us all before exhausting his chakra. Ninjas, for the shinobi world, charge forth. The Wagure ninja initiated the assault. Doton, Doriheki. The earth quaked. Fissures erupting as countless cracks surged towards Uchiha Madara. His Susanoo was soon engulfed in the tumult. Simultaneously, fire techniques from the Senju clan launched forth. Katon, Hkano Jutsu. A torrent of flames unleashed by 50 Senju ninjas rushed towards him. The ninjas from Kirigakure, Kumogakure, and other villages were undeterred, unleashing a deluge of jutsu upon Uchiha Madara. Swarm of insects. I shall confront Senju Hashirama regarding the circumstances surrounding you all. Uchiha Madara's gaze sharpened, and the arm of his Susanoo materialized a colossal chakra blade, descending violently upon the gathered assembly. The Yata Mirror. Accompanied by the cascading jewels reminiscent of a celestial rain, numerous ninjas fell, succumbing to grievous injuries and fatalities. This cannot continue. Witnessing the rapid demise of his comrades, Wu's expression darkened with sorrow. It would be one thing for other nations, but many from his own village had also perished. These were the elite of Wagure. Without hesitation, Wu retaliated with the dust release, original world separation technique. He managed to dissipate a significant portion of the incoming Yata mirror. Mist technique. Kahaku swiftly exhaled a dense fog, obscuring Madara's line of sight and providing Wu with crucial support. Yet, Uchiha Madara remained unfazed. He immediately activated the third stage of Susanoo, wielding a massive sword directed at the second Hokage. Boom. Earth release. Ganri technique. Sand release. Sandman technique. Wu and Samon simultaneously summoned sand puppets and rock giants. merging their powers to intercept the impending strike. The sword of Susanoo crashed down upon them, rendering them immobile. Behold my prowess. Samon hurriedly summoned a vast quantity of sand, initiating a covering assault on Madara's Susanoo. Fear not. Watch as I pierce him with shuriken. Concurrently, two puppets brandished shuriken, aiming for a lethal strike against Uchiha Madara. However, Samon had grossly miscalculated the capabilities of Susanoo. Under such circumstances, the puppet technique proved utterly ineffective. Boom. As predicted, when the puppets attempted to pierce Susanoo with shuriken, crack. The shuriken were effortlessly severed. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, Susanoo sprouted arms, obliterating the oncoming puppets. In an instant, one of Susanoo's hands swung down towards Samon. Boom. At the critical moment, Senjutsu Tobarama swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to rescue Samon. Thank you, Lord Tobarama. Samon wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing that the puppet technique was entirely futile. Lightning release, thunderstorm kick. The second Raikage gaze sharpened as he entered the lightning release chakra mode and charged at Susanoo, delivering a powerful elbow strike. Boom. This sound was thunderous. Yet it bore no consequence. What? It is so impenetrable. The second Raikage's expression changed dramatically. Insect. Uchiha Madara scoffed as Susanoo's fist sent the second Raikage flying. The second Raikage soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, only to be swiftly caught by Wu. Hey, do not act independently. Stick to the strategy. Kahaku, witnessing the consecutive failures of his comrades, could not contain his fury. Instantly, the group comprehended their oversight. The overwhelming pressure exerted by Uchiha Madara had caused them to forget their tactical approach. Senjutsu Tobarama and Kahaku exchanged glances, and without delay, they formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Together, Kahaku and Senjutsu Tobarama unleashed the water dragon bullet technique. A colossal torrent surged towards Uchiha Madara, propelling him and his three-stage Susanoo over 100 meters away. Lord Shaman, could you assist me in restraining Uchiha Madara? Without hesitation, I glanced at Shaman. Although this is not my desert domain, I shall do my utmost. With that, Shaman clapped his hands, summoning forth an abundance of sand. In an instant, the entire forest was transformed into a desert. With another clap, he executed the earth release, light-heavy rock technique. Shaman sensed the sand had become lighter, rendering it more manageable. Excellent, he exclaimed. Meanwhile, as Uchiha Madara landed, he was swiftly enveloped by a deluge of sand. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed behind him. The second Raikage appeared in a flash, with the entity known as Wu looming behind him. Earth release, super heavy rock technique. Lightning release, thunderstorm kick. The second Raikage unleashed a powerful kick, augmented by Wu's gravitational manipulation, significantly amplifying the damage and intensity of the thunderstorm kick. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara reformed his skeletal guardian. However, as the thunderstorm kick made contact with the structure, Madara's cherished Susanoo was obliterated in an instant. The second Raikage's foot continued its trajectory, striking Uchiha Madara squarely. Madara coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes widening in disbelief, before being sent flying once more. But the onslaught did not cease. The second Raikage and Wu pressed their advantage. This time, the second Raikage aimed for Madara's head. A rare seriousness flashed across Madara's eyes as he hastily raised his fan in defense. No. Stop. Upon seeing the fan, Wu's expression shifted dramatically. Yet, the second Raikage's speed was too swift. There was no time to react. Boom. The second Raikage let out a pained cry as he was sent reeling backwards. Observing the second Raikage's failure, Shaman hurriedly manipulated the sand, entwining it with explosive tags as it surged towards Uchiha Madara. Summoning technique, Ninetales. Uchiha Madara swiftly formed hand seals. And with a mighty roar, the Ninetales emerged. Accompanied by the sound of explosions, the sand began to crumble as the Ninetales violently broke free from its bindings. Just the opportunity one need to test this new technique. Uchiha Madara gradually prepared to envelop the Ninetales with Susanoo. No. Interrupt him quickly. Senju Hashirama shouted. In an instant, dozens of red-haired Uzumaki clan members appeared around them. Sealing technique, iron chains. Sealing technique, diamond lock. The Uzumaki members summoned iron chains from their palms, fervently wrapping them around the Ninetales. Those skilled in the diamond lock executed it, while the others resorted to the iron chains. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow, surprised at the Uzumaki clan's unexpected intervention. Could it truly be that Senju Hashirama is orchestrating this from the shadows? Chapter 27, The Mightiest Dust Release. In the village of Konoha, Hashirama Senju stood armored. A large scroll strapped to his back, wearing a reassuring smile as he faced Mito Uzumaki, who looked on with concern. Hashirama, are you truly going to capture the tailed beasts? She asked anxiously. Fear not, Mito. I shall return swiftly, for the peace of the ninja world. I am resolute in my mission to capture the tailed beasts, Hashirama declared with unwavering determination. By the way, where has Tobarama gone? Hashirama scratched his head, a hint of curiosity in his voice. I'm off to capture the tailed beasts, yet Tobarama hasn't even come to see me off. Should I send someone to find him? Mito inquired. No need for that. I imagine Tobarama is diligently attending to village matters. And if he were to learn of my quest, he would undoubtedly oppose it, Hashirama replied, dismissing Mito's suggestion before setting off from the village. Sealing technique, 8-direction seal. In an instant, a verdant barrier enveloped the Ninetales. Uchiha Madara had no choice but to abandon his position, leaping away from the beast just as a fierce elbow strike from the steam-powered doll sent him flying. Everyone, my attack has a wide range. If you wish to avoid becoming collateral damage, keep your distance, shouted the spirited Gazuki, controlling the steam doll while simultaneously orchestrating the chaos. Beside him, the faceless figure felt a sting of embarrassment, sensing he had been insulted. However, given the urgency of the situation, he decided to tolerate it for the moment. Illusion, steam mirage. Kazuki conjured a mirage to shield his true self from harm. Yet, Madara was unfazed, knowing that his area of attack was vast enough to hit its mark regardless. Boom, boom, boom. With each explosion from the steam doll, Madara's three-phase Susanoo began to wane. He swiftly evolved his Susanoo into its fourth form, enhancing its defenses and manifesting for colossal arms wielding swords. My explosions cannot breach his defenses, Kazuki exclaimed in despair. Meanwhile, Tobarama Senju had prepared an alternative summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. After sacrificing a living host, a coffin slowly emerged. The faceless figure's eyes widened. What is Tobarama planning? My explosive tags were specifically designed to complement this jutsu. Tobarama revealed a peculiar smile as he pointed to a character inscribed on the coffin lid. At that moment, the faceless figure realized who lay within the coffin. A riddle. What is red when split open? Just as Madara, defending against the steam explosions with his Susanoo, sensed a surge of chakra, he thought. What? Uchiha Madara's eyes widened in astonishment, only to be met with a scene that ignited his fury. Uchiha Izuna emerged slowly from the coffin, summoned as a mere corpse. Yet his consciousness remained elusive. Senju Tobarama swiftly affixed multiple explosive tags onto Uchiha Izuna before directing him to charge at Uchiha Madara. Unforgivable! Senju Tobarama, I shall kill you. Uchiha Madara was incensed. Not only had there been a plot to assassinate him, but his brother was also resurrected to serve as a living bomb. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the explosions, his brother was obliterated, yet due to the nature of the impure world reincarnation, he rapidly regenerated. To Uchiha Madara, it seemed as though the image of his brother being blown apart replayed incessantly before his eyes, witnessing his brother's demise, only to see him restored again and again. Not only inflicted damage upon his Susanoo, but also pierced deep into Uchiha Madara's heart. Senju Tobarama, your tactics are too cruel, one bystander remarked, unable to contain himself. How is this any different from continuously showing Obito the moment Rin was killed? Humph. For the sake of Konoha, I will do anything. Senju Tobarama retorted coldly, his voice dripping with malice. The onlooker couldn't help but think that Tobarama bore a striking resemblance to Danzo. Boom, boom, boom. Uchiha Madara had lost all semblance of restraint. Complete body Susanoo. I will see you all dead. Madara roared, his eyes ablaze with rage. His hair disheveled, his armor shattered by the turbulent chakra that surged forth. The overwhelming chakra enveloped the battlefield, and the complete body Susanoo ascended with a mighty presence. Hey, 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 it seems we've really angered him. Akatsuki's H-Suki man gets a sensed impending doom. Die. With Uchiha Madara's furious roar. The complete body Susanoo brandished its sword and struck down upon the gathered crowd. The force was akin to the creation of the world itself, shattering everything in its path. Senju Tobarama's expression hardened as he quickly performed hand seals, preparing to retreat with the second Raikage and H-Suki. Flying Thunder God technique. He vanished from his position, reappearing a short distance away. H-Suki Mangetsu, controlling a steam doll, attempted to block the Susanoo's assault, but the overwhelming power shattered the doll effortlessly. Seeing this, the onlooker hurriedly grabbed H-Zuki's original body and fled, only to be sent flying by the shockwave. In that vast expanse, Only Uchiha Madara's complete body Susanoo stood tall, rendering the mountains insignificant. Is such an enemy truly of our dimension? Zuki murmured in astonishment. Senju Tobarama remained unfazed, turning to the onlooker. Can it be defeated, my lord? Taking a deep breath, I initially intended to conceal the sage mode as much as possible. However, it appears that I must resort to its use. Stealthily, I entered sage mode. The moment Senju Tobarama observed my transformation, he momentarily froze, but upon sensing the sage chakra, his expression shifted dramatically. It was astonishingly similar to the mode of his elder brother. It seems this hidden card of mine is indeed formidable. I soared swiftly, confronting the challenge ahead. This scene mirrored the original narrative where Inoki bravely advanced towards the celestial obstacles. The Susanoo was colossal, and employing ordinary dust release would prove inadequate. I could only resort to the cylindrical dust release to cleave through the Susanoo. To amass sufficient size and duration of dust release would require an immense expenditure of chakra, extending the gathering time considerably. Unfazed, I summoned all my chakra, commencing the accumulation. This would be the longest dust release I have ever attempted. Dust release. Pillar. Original realm separation technique. With a clap of my hands, an overwhelming surge of sage chakra coalesced within them. In an instant, the heavens and earth underwent a transformation. What is that? The expression of Ao, the ghost lantern, was one of astonishment. It must succeed. Tobarama silently urged within his heart. Humph. Uchiha Madara naturally took notice, his brow furrowed in concern. This ninjutsu had always evoked trepidation within him. He could not allow my success. Immediately, he commanded his Susanoo to raise its long blade, exerting all its might to cleave downwards. Boom. I gritted my teeth, watching as the Susanoo's blade drew nearer. Dust release. Pillar. Original realm separation technique. A dazzling black pillar of light shot skyward. As Uchiha Madara's Susanoo blade made contact with the black pillar, it seemed to dissolve instantly, vanishing without a trace. The black pillar shattered the Susanoo blade, hurtling directly towards Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo. Chapter 28. Did the strongest in the ninja world cry? Buzz. When Uchiha Madara witnessed the black beam shattering the Susanoo's great sword, his heart was engulfed in sheer astonishment. Whoosh. The dust release beam erased everything in its path, as if they had never existed. The proud Susanoo vanished without a trace under the shadow of this black beam. In an instant, the entire Susanoo was cleaved by the black beam, its surface smooth as if it could slice through iron like mud. As the beam approached, Uchiha Madara's expression drastically changed. At that moment, an unprecedented panic washed over his face. Fear gripped him. He might actually die. He had never considered that besides Hashirama, anyone could end his life. Perhaps, upon encountering this entity, you should have eliminated it at once to avert future calamities. Yet, it was too late. Uchiha Madara chose to abandon the Susanoo, sacrificing his defense to preserve his own life. Senju Hashirama was searching for tailed beasts, maximizing his sensory perception. However, upon reaching the land of waterfalls, he sensed a violent chakra fluctuation. What was happening? Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow, catching sight of the black beam piercing the heavens. Upon sensing the chakra, Senju Hashirama was both shocked and delighted. He had recognized Madara's familiar chakra. Could it be that Madara had settled here after leaving the village? Ha. At last, he could reunite with Madara. Originally intending to capture the tailed beasts, he never expected to encounter Madara instead. I must persuade Madara to return. Senju Hashirama focused his perception to pinpoint Madara's exact location, but upon deeper scrutiny, he discovered that, besides Madara, there were other chakra signatures present. This revelation startled him. Leading to a deeper investigation, and to his astonishment, he found Tobarama's chakra. In the Uzumaki clan. 666, a party without me? Senju Hashirama's expression grew serious. Could it be that Tobarama and Madara were engaged in battle? Why were the Uzumaki clan involved? Was Tobarama's disappearance an attempt to hunt down Madara? Without hesitation, Senju Hashirama dashed in that direction. Now's the time. Water release. Hard vortex water blade. As Uchiha Madara broke free from the Susanoo, the fastest ninja in the world, Senju Tobarama, unleashed a water release, hard vortex water blade, striking Madara in the lower back. Blood erupted from the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth as he hastily summoned the remaining chakra to reconstruct his framework. However, Senju Tobarama was not one to show mercy. He was the type of person who would push you to the brink as long as you still drew breath. Taking advantage of the moment, he aimed for Madara's life. Water release. Water dragon bite explosion. Senju Tobarama summoned a water dragon, simultaneously throwing explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. At the epicenter of the explosion, Uchiha Madara struggled to manipulate his chakra, utilizing the skeletal structure of Susanoo to shield himself. The repeated use of Susanoo and the ensuing battle had drained both his stamina and chakra to the brink of exhaustion. Water Dragon Bite Explosion. Senju Tobarama commanded a colossal water dragon, which surged forward to assail Uchiha Madara. With a resounding roar, the heavens opened up, unleashing a torrential downpour. Bang! Madara fell awkwardly to the ground, his attire in tatters, his armor shattered, hair disheveled, and his body marred with wounds. His scythe and fan were obliterated. Lost to the chaos. The five figures, Kisame Hashigaki, the second Raikage, the Sandman, and Senju Tobarama, released a collective sigh of relief. Victory was assured. Madara, trembling, attempted to rise and flee, but the five Kage would not permit his escape. As he sprinted backward, Kisame appeared abruptly to block his path. Madara swiftly veered to the right, only to find the second Raikage standing in his way. Gritting his teeth, he darted to the left, only to confront Senju Tobarama. Finally, he lunged forward, encountering the Sandman who emerged, accompanied by swirling sands. Madara abruptly looked up, only to see the figure of Mu hovering above. Ah, isn't this Madara? Kisame taunted, arms crossed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Haven't seen you in days. The shinobi world has changed, huh? The Sandman grinned, mocking him further. Madara, who would have thought you would end up like this? Tobarama's voice was cold, his gaze piercing. From now on, when you encounter us in the shinobi world, keep your head down and show humility. Madara clenched his teeth, silently enduring the humiliation, yet his heart was torn asunder with rage. He yearned for vengeance. He desired the demise of these individuals. He wished for the death of all who witnessed his disgrace. All right, let us bring this to a swift conclusion. Mu observed the others kicking Madara around, his brow slightly furrowed. Though he bore no fondness for Madara, he recognized him as a formidable figure in the shinobi world, a founder of Konoha. Madara, it's all over. Tobarama raised his steel blade, aiming it at Madara's forehead. Just as Tobarama prepared to deliver the final blow, a thunderous shout echoed from afar. Stop! With that command, a massive wooden structure erupted from the ground, encasing Madara and ensnaring the five Kage. In the skies above, Mu narrowly escaped calamity and then descended Senju Hashirama. Boom! Madara, what has happened to you? Tobarama, what is going on here? Hashirama's heart twisted with pain upon seeing his severely injured brother, and he rushed forward to embrace Madara. Tobarama stood bewildered, questioning how his elder brother had arrived at this juncture. Was it possible that fate had intertwined their paths with Madara's? Coughing, Madara slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Hashirama. Madara, you must not come to harm. With a face full of anxiety, Senju Hashirama exclaimed, his voice trembling due to overwhelming distress. He anxiously placed his hands upon Madara's chest, initiating a healing technique in a desperate attempt to save his life. Is it you who summoned them to kill me? Uchiha Madara's breath was faint, yet he endured the pain, struggling to ask. His eyes were fixated upon Hashirama, seemingly searching for answers within his expression. No, Madara. You are my brother. How could I ever harm you? Hashirama fervently shook his head, his eyes brimming with anguish. He was utterly unaware, utterly oblivious to the fact that his own brother would conspire to take Madara's life. Witnessing Madara's battered form, Hashirama was overcome with tears, unable to accept the reality that his once steadfast comrade now hung by a thread. A slight smile crept onto Madara's lips, though it bore an aura of desolation. His voice, barely audible, whispered, I knew. You could never bring yourself to kill me. 2 tears fell like pearls detached from a string, cascading onto Madara's face. Hashirama's heart ached as if it would shatter. He grasped Madara's hand tightly, shouting, Madara, you must hold on. I will save you. Hashirama desperately channeled his chakra and healing energy into Madara, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he concentrated every ounce of his strength upon him. Yet, Madara merely shook his head gently, that haunting smile still lingering on his lips. His voice grew softer. Hashirama, do not waste your efforts. If it were effective, my brother would not have perished. Slowly, Madara lifted his pale, feeble hand, each movement appearing arduous, as if every slight gesture demanded the entirety of his dwindling strength. Hashirama watched in silence, an inexplicable premonition swelling within him as he observed Madara's hand rise. He seemed to grasp Madara's state of mind, and instinctively pressed his cheek against Madara's palm. Upon contact, Madara's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing profound sorrow and helplessness. Can even the strongest in the ninja world shed tears? Madara's voice was low and hoarse. Madara. Hashirama's eyes became moist, tears swirling within as he bit his lip to refrain from letting them fall, yet the pain within surged like a tidal wave. Do not weep, avenge me. Madara's final words resonated like a farewell, and upon uttering them, his hand fell limply, as if bereft of support. Chapter 29. Hashirama Senju. Madara is dead. I can no longer discern right from wrong. Avenge me. Avenge me. Avenge me. Madara's final words echoed hauntingly in Hashirama Senju's mind. Madara. He cried out in anguish, clutching the lifeless body of Uchiha Madara, tears streaming down his face. He had never anticipated that this farewell would culminate in such a tragic conclusion. Once comrades in arms, united in their quest for peace, his dearest friend now lay lifeless before him. In the original tale, he had been compelled to slay Madara after the latter attacked the village. Yet now, Madara had not assaulted the village. He had simply departed, still Hashirama's closest friend. With Madara's death, how did it differ from the loss of his best friend? Oh, this is rather dire. The expression on the face of the trapped Tsuchikage Mangitsu was grim. Could it be that after vanquishing Uchiha Madara, he would now have to face Hashirama? This is bad. My remaining chakra is dwindling. The second Raikage appeared grave, although he had remained silent. He was already gravely injured by Madara and had yet to recover. His eyes were fixated on Hashirama below. In's countenance was equally troubled. Having just unleashed his most formidable dust release, he was certain he could not withstand another battle. Hashirama's great Buddha was far larger than Susanoo, and he lacked the chakra to topple it. However, Hashirama should not lose his composure. Surely he would not gamble the future of Konoha and incite war among the four nations over Madara. In the recesses of his mind, he speculated. According to that fragment of memory, Hashirama was a person of profound love. In the original narrative, he had slain Uchiha Madara for the sake of the village. Hence, Hashirama should not instigate a conflict with the four great ninja villages for the sake of a single Uchiha. Brother, Uchiha Madara is far too powerful. He has even captured the Nine Tails. I am convinced he will pose a threat to Konoha in the future. Thus he must be eliminated. Tobarama Senju hastily interjected. Madara is dead. Madara is dead. Hashirama's eyes were vacant, entirely oblivious to Tobarama's words, merely murmuring the phrase repeatedly. Tobarama swallowed hard. The last time Hashirama had reacted this way was when his own brothers perished. Slowly, Hashirama lifted his head, his eyes brimming with sorrow and rage. His body beginning to tremble as an overwhelming surge of chakra radiated from him. Boom. In an instant, the ground cracked as his immense chakra surged forth, enveloping everything. Who killed Madara? Hashirama bellowed, his voice thundering, sending dust swirling into the air. The faces of Tsuchikage Mangitsu and the others grew increasingly grim. Lord Hashirama, please, remain calm. Are you truly prepared to wage war against the four great nations? The second Raikage spoke, his voice steady yet strained. Indeed, your Uchiha Madara has long since betrayed the village. By rights, you have no authority to interfere with our elimination of a rogue ninja. Rogues must be eradicated. The Sandaime echoed, equally assertive. Brother. Desperation etched on his face, Senju Tobarama grasped his brother Senju Hashirama's arm. Brother, this is not the time for impulsiveness. It is for the sake of Konoha. We cannot engage in war with the four great nations simultaneously. Consider our village. Upon hearing this, a flicker of clarity crossed Hashirama's eyes, yet he was soon plunged into an abyss of inner turmoil. If he refrained from avenging Madara, could he still call himself Madara's good brother and friend? Should he choose to endure, how would Madara's spirit regard him from beyond? Hashirama could not forget Madara. He was haunted by the final look Madara had given him, and the haunting melancholy in his eyes lingered in his memory. These visions tormented him like a relentless nightmare. He began to ponder what he might say upon reuniting with Madara in the afterlife. Would Madara inquire, Hashirama, did you avenge me? Faced with such a question, how could he respond? Would he speak the truth or weave a falsehood to mask his guilt and unease? Hashirama opened his eyes once more, this time filled with an endless frost. Tobarama, I command you, as Hokage, to lead your people away at once. Hashirama's voice was cold and authoritative. Tobarama's expression shifted. He had discerned his brother's intent. Brother, no, we cannot declare war on the four great nations. Tobarama urgently pleaded. There is no brother here. Address me as Hokage. Here. I am solely Hokage. Hashirama's voice thundered. Tobarama hesitated, aware that his brother was angered, given that he had allied with outsiders to slay Hashirama's dear friend, Madara. From his brother's perspective, had he not been his sibling, he would have long since been dealt with. Brother, I am sorry seeing this. Tobarama clenched his teeth, contemplating using the flying thunder god technique to forcibly remove his brother. Release your fingers, Tobarama. However, Hashirama unleashed a surge of chakra that left Tobarama rooted to the spot. Unable to move, Tobarama's expression darkened. He had no choice but to retreat. The 4 second-generation Kage exchanged worried glances. This is dire. Hashirama seems determined to annihilate us. They were not fools and quickly began to showcase their abilities to escape. The Ghost Lantern's H-Getsu was enveloped in oil, allowing him to swiftly evade the entanglement of wood release. The second Reikage rapidly activated his lightning release chakra mode to slice through the wood. The Sand Master transformed into sand, using it to escape, while the Faceless One, gravely concerned, hurriedly took to the skies. Madara is dead. I no longer have the heart to discern right from wrong. None shall escape. Hashirama's voice echoed ominously in their ears. Would release. Flower Tree World. Hashirama roared, clapping his hands together. In an instant, countless sturdy trees erupted from the ground, resembling green serpents, sweeping towards the fleeing second-generation Kage with relentless fury. As Guizhong Huanyue narrowly escaped the entangling grasp of the wood release, he found his path obstructed by newly sprouted trees, their branches tightly entwining his oil-like form. Although the second Reikage used lightning release to sever the wood release, the relentless influx of trees from the floral tree realm gradually slowed his movements. The Sandmaster's sand body technique also struggled amidst the dense foliage, rendering him encapsulated in a sphere of sand. The absence of flight rendered him powerless against the overwhelming onslaught of wood release. He contemplated employing the dustless mist technique, yet it was not a form of intangibility. The extensive and chaotic wood release could ensnare him as well. Soon, he was yanked down by the branches and fell heavily to the ground. For Madara's life, Senju Hashirama utilized wood release to gather the 4 into the core of the wood release. With a clap of his hands, an expansive forest erupted from the earth. Colossal flowers blooming on vines, exuding a dizzying fragrance, while pollen permeated the air, forming a delicate pink mist. Within this floral sea, the 4 inhaled the pollen, their consciousness gradually dimming as their bodies grew soft and feeble. This pollen is toxic. Water release, water barrier technique. Guizhong Huanyue urgently summoned the last of his strength, conjuring a layer of water around the 4 to thwart the infiltration of the toxic gas. Chapter 30. The Heir of Shadows, Part 1. What shall we do? One suggested. How about we head to the docks for some fries? The elite shinobi from the 4 villages stood frozen at a distance, their gazes fixed upon the battlefield, where the situation appeared increasingly dire. Everyone, remain calm. I have already informed our village's shadow. They should arrive shortly. One of them reassured. Unfortunately, our mist village is too far away. They may not make it in time. Not to worry. The Earth Country, Wind Country, and Lightning Country should be able to reach us promptly. Despite the current chaos, the elite Jainin, though leaderless, were seasoned ninjas and immediately began requesting assistance from the surrounding Earth, Lightning, and Wind countries. In the Earth Country, within the Tsuchikage's office, Shurha stood abruptly upon receiving the intelligence. What? A group has taken out Madara? And now we face Hashirama Senju? He slapped his forehead, sensing the impending eruption of a war within the ninja world. Grandfather, we must rescue our teacher. Anoki urgently interjected. Shurha nodded solemnly and promptly set out to lead the rescue mission himself. A similar scene unfolded in the Wind and Lightning countries, where the Kage of both villages decisively took command and dispatched teams for support. On the battlefield, damn it, this technique won't hold much longer. We need to think of another way. Kagaya Hgitsu shouted to Mu, Shaman, in the second Reikage. In the midst of the turmoil, Mu pondered frantically, his anxiety palpable. He regretted not leaving a shadow clone behind, which would have spared them from their current predicament. This is it. We are finished. Shaman's complexion turned ashen. His lips trembled as he murmured, revealing a profound despair. Having just battled Uchiha Madara, he was already physically and mentally exhausted, battered, and bruised. Now, facing the likes of Hashirama Senju felt like a waking nightmare. Charge in? At least Madara seems to have a health bar. Hashirama appears to be just a progress bar. The second Reikage wheezed, half kneeling on the ground, his body swaying from injuries sustained in the encounter with Uchiha's counterattack. His breath was labored, his chest heaving, and his torn garments were stained dark red with blood. Sighing, Kagaya Hgitsu observed the lack of fighting spirit in both men. His once proud steam dolls had been shattered. Now, he could not recreate them. Had they not been destroyed, perhaps he could have summoned them once more. Mu, to die alongside you wouldn't be so bad, he said, patting Mu's shoulder. At the mention of death, Mu shuddered violently. What are you talking about? I cannot die. Yes, I must live. He trembled, fully aware of the narrative unfolding around him. How could he possibly succumb now, despite the seemingly hopeless circumstances? No, even in despair, there remains a glimmer of hope. Summoning technique. Suddenly lifting his head, Wu swiftly formed hand seals to summon a crow. Can you assist me in gathering chakra? He gazed at the 8-foot bird, which, without hesitation, perched upon Wu's shoulder, aiding him in rapidly accumulating chakra. Wu himself began to concentrate intently. Below, Hashirama coldly observed the 4 figures before him. Upon realizing they still resisted, he clapped his hands once more, preparing to deliver the final blow. Would release. Tree World Strangulation. A resounding roar erupted as numerous vines ensnared the water barrier created by Kirigakure's Genjutsu. It was over. Genjutsu closed his eyes, bracing himself for the impending reality of death. However, at that moment, Wu slowly picked up a stone from the ground, closed his eyes, and crushed it with a single hand. Crack. No, it was not yet the end. Dust release. Column. Original realm separation technique. With Wu's declaration, a magnificent beam of light shot upwards. The barrier was torn asunder like a blade slicing through the sky, producing a piercing shriek as it passed through the air. The towering trees disintegrated from root to crown upon contact with the radiance, transforming into countless luminous particles of dust wherever the light traveled. The trees were reduced to atomic states, vanishing into thin air, while simultaneously unleashing a vast explosion that obliterated the previously created forest of trees, rendering it null and void. The light illuminated the battlefield. Wu soared through the air, one hand raised in the display of dust release, while the divine 8-foot crow stood upon his shoulder, its bandages fluttering in the wind. In that moment, it was as if a deity personally descended with the 8-foot divine crow to engage in battle. This technique was formidable. Did it rely on that summoned beast to provide chakra? Hashirama was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Wu could unleash such a powerful technique even in dire straits. Heirs of the various villages, do not surrender easily. We are the inheritors of our clans and must possess an ironclad will. Do not yield so easily. To give up is to embrace true failure. We may die in battle, but we shall never sit idly and await death. Wu, soaring through the air while holding the dust release aloft, shouted with conviction. His voice resonated across the entire battlefield. Lord Wu. Meanwhile, the elite from the 4 nations, watching from a distance, were stunned by this spectacle. Their leader had seemingly ceased to resist, yet Wu continued to thrive. Lord Wu. It is indeed Lord Wu. This is Lord Wu's dust release. Even would release pales in comparison. He regarded both himself and others as insignificant dust, reaching the realm of nothingness. He was a strategist who transformed rock into boulder, shouldering the full weight of a Kage's responsibility. The founder of the Will of Stone, he would steadfastly pursue the path of that will. At that moment, the Umbu of a wagure transformed into a commentary team, passionately explaining to the other 3 nations ninjas about Lord Wu. This individual. Genjutsu's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Wu, who soared in the sky, his gaze shimmering with an extraordinary brilliance. Gui Ding Huanyu harbored intentions for his comrade Wu. You, my friend, always manage to emerge at pivotal moments. Hey. Oh, I. Wu. Must you steal all the limelight for yourself? Let us not forget, I am Gui Ding Huanyu. Hashirama, I command you to hold firm. With a series of water iron cannon techniques, the surrounding wood release was obliterated. Gui Ding Huanyu gradually rose to his feet, invigorated by Wu's encouragement, while Shaman and the second Raikage also ignited their fighting spirit. Indeed, I hail from the lofty mountains of Cloud-Hidden Village. How could I ever consider surrendering so easily? The second Raikage reignited his lightning chakra mode. In that case, what more can I say? At worst, we shall sink the ninja world. Shaman strained to stand, and the 4 of them regained their composure, forming a line. Yes, at worst, we shall sink the ninja world. The 4 once again confronted Hashirama. Observing the rekindled resolve of the group, a flicker of sadness crossed Hashirama's eyes. Yet the battle would not cease. Would release. Advent of the tree world. Hashirama clapped his hands once more, attempting to employ the same tactic to ensnare the group. Wu and Gui Ding Huanyu stood back to back, one wielding dust release, while the other unleashed the water iron cannon technique from his fingertips. Wu. Today, let us see who can shoot more. Gui Ding Huanyu unleashed a barrage of water iron cannon techniques. No one wishes to compete with you on that front. Wu's expression darkened as he unleashed Dust Release, shattering the encroaching wood release. Chapter 31. Heirs of Shadows, Part 2. There is no time to mourn the defeat of Uchiha Madara. Enter the founder of Konoha, the first Hokage, the god of shinobi. The wielder of wood release, husband of Uzumaki Mido, brother of Senju Tobarama, dear friend of the Azura reincarnation, Senju Hashirama. On the battlefield, Mu and the ghostly Hizashi are clearing the oncoming wood release attacks while Mu does not forget to assist the second Raikage and the Sand Ninja. Without any forewarning, Mu astonishingly conjures a clone at an incredible speed. The swiftness is astonishing. Without hesitation, Mu commands this clone to rush into battle. To aid the second Raikage and the Sand Ninja. Lord Mu, Lord Sand Ninja, please lend me your strength. Let us devise a way to strike Senju Hashirama. The voice of the second Raikage is deep and resolute. Understood. Upon hearing the second Raikage's call, the Sand Ninja immediately reacts. He skillfully manipulates his sand, unleashing it like a tempest, surging wildly towards Senju Hashirama. The sand moves rapidly, swirling through the air, forming a tidal wave that crashes down upon Hashirama. Next, behold my light-heavy stone technique. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Mu promptly employs his unique skill, the light-heavy stone technique. With hands forming seals and incantations escaping his lips, an immense power erupts from within him. Simultaneously, Mu skillfully employs dust concealment, shrouding himself in darkness and stealthily positioning himself behind the second Raikage. In this manner, he can not only observe the battlefield more effectively but also deliver a surprise attack on Senju Hashirama at a pivotal moment. The second Raikage senses Mu's presence, a confident smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Clenching his fists, a surge of power ignites within him, granting him a sense of buoyancy that feels as if he could soar into the skies. Senju Hashirama, with keen perception and quick reflexes, swiftly evades the oncoming sand wave, his body flickering like lightning, vanishing from his original position. Then, Hashirama forcefully presses his hands together, unleashing a torrent of wood release energy. Wood release, sea of trees. In an instant, countless colossal trees rise like a verdant ocean, crashing violently against the surging sand wave. A thunderous roar reverberates, as if the very fabric of the world is being torn asunder. The collision of sand and trees stirs a tempest of dust and wood shavings, obscuring the battlefield and rendering it nearly impossible to discern the events unfolding within. Amidst this chaos, a brilliant flash of lightning suddenly pierces the darkness. It is the second Raikage. With astonishing speed, he employs the lightning body flicker technique, appearing beside Senju Hashirama like a bolt of lightning. Lightning release, heavy flow storm. The second Raikage bellows, conjuring a furious surge of lightning energy between his hands. The lightning, akin to a roaring dragon, lunged ferociously towards Senju Hashirama. Its velocity so astonishing that it seemed to teleport, nearly colliding with Hashirama's visage in the blink of an eye. Yet, in the face of such a fierce onslaught, Hashirama remained impassive, not even casting a glance at the raging bolt of lightning. Would release, ranking technique, he murmured softly as he formed hand seals. A formidable surge of wood release power emanating from his being. Suddenly, the already immense forest began to tremble violently. Countless robust branches intertwined as if animated, forming an impenetrable wooden barrier. A thunderous crash echoed as the lightning technique collided violently with the wood release ranking technique. To everyone's astonishment, despite the overwhelming might of the lightning, the wooden barrier stood steadfast and unscathed. This is remarkably resilient, thought the third Raikage, who stood behind the second Raikage. Astonished, he recalled that in the original narrative, this technique could withstand the tailed beast bomb and the strikes of Uchiha Madara. With a swift whoosh, Hashirama's figure materialized beside the second Raikage in a flash, moving with lightning speed that left no room for reaction. The Raikage's pupils constricted in shock, his expression one of disbelief. Before he could even think of a defensive maneuver, Hashirama's fist, imbued with surging blue chakra, struck him with the force of a cannonball. Boom. The impact was immense, sending the second Raikage and the third Raikage hurtling through the air like kites severed from their strings, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Such power from Senju Hashirama. The second Raikage struggled to rise, feeling as though his chest had been struck by a sledgehammer, pain coursing through him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Hashirama, who he had initially thought merely possessed formidable wood release abilities, unaware of the terrifying strength that accompanied them. The might of that punch exceeded his wildest imagination, surpassing even his 50 years of rigorous training in the hidden cloud. To suggest that Hashirama had not resorted to enhancements would be utterly implausible. The third Reikage gritted his teeth slightly, unlike Uchiha Madara, who might exhibit arrogance and carelessness. Thereby revealing vulnerabilities, Hashirama was different. He was undeniably powerful yet exuded an air of extreme caution. However, Hashirama's onslaught did not cease. He approached the second Reikage with the swiftness of a gale, denying him even a moment to catch his breath. "Ha!" Hashirama roared. Delivering another fierce blow directly to the Reikage's chest, this punch exhibiting even greater strength than the last, propelling the Reikage backward once more. Puff! The remnants of the second Reikage satire were instantly obliterated under the immense force, transforming into countless fragments that scattered in the air. His body was embedded deeply into the ground as if struck by a cannonball. Wash! Senju Hashirama's assault surged forth like a torrential storm, offering the second Reikage no respite. He swiftly launched a kick aimed directly at the Reikage's forehead, its velocity akin to lightning, coupled with formidable power. The Reikage felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloping him, fear casting a dark shadow over his entire being. Alas, is he truly aiming to kill me? If this strike lands, my demise would be inevitable. In this critical moment, a thunderous shout erupted from the mouth of Aoidri Mangetsu. Water release, water dragon technique. With a sudden flourish of his hand, he summoned a powerful torrent that coalesced into a colossal water dragon, fiercely lunging at Senju Hashirama. Unfazed by the oncoming water dragon, Hashirama radiated a vibrant green light, and from thin air, a similarly massive wooden dragon materialized, entwining around him. Would release, would dragon technique? With a roar, the wooden dragon surged forward like a released arrow, colliding fiercely with the water dragon. A deafening roar echoed as the two colossal dragons clashed. Roar. Boom. In an instant, water splashed and waves rolled, as if the entire battlefield were being torn asunder by this tremendous impact. However, the water dragon, being merely a water-based ninjutsu, could not possibly contend with Hashirama's formidable wood release. In the moment of collision, the water dragon was easily shredded as if it were made of paper. Subsequently, the wooden dragon opened its cavernous maw, mercilessly devouring the water dragon whole. Having consumed the water dragon, the wooden dragon's power surged, roaring with unparalleled might, charging at Aoidri Mangetsu like a blazing meteor. Dust release, original world-stripping technique. While soaring through the air, he suddenly swung his hands, and a dazzling beam of light shot forth, striking the wooden dragon. As the brilliance flickered, the massive form of the wooden dragon appeared to be severed in two by a sharp blade, large portions of its body breaking apart and crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. In that fleeting moment, the second Reikage and his split body, who had been lying on the ground, seized the opportunity to leap into the air, swiftly creating distance between themselves and Senju Hashirama. Chapter 32, Air of Shadows, Part 2, The Sandstorm Entombment. The Sand Master exerted his strength, manipulating the sand once more, entangling it with numerous explosive tags as it surged towards Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly formed hand seals, would release, birth of the dense forest. In an instant, robust trees erupted from the ground, forming verdant barriers that firmly obstructed the sandstorm laden with explosive tags. The sounds of explosions echoed incessantly, with dust and wood chips swirling in the air. Yet, Senju Hashirama's wood release defense remained steadfast, impervious to the ferocious onslaught. Indeed, Senju Hashirama lived up to his reputation, his chakra seemingly boundless. Observing this, the Sand Master furrowed his brow, secretly pondering how Senju Hashirama truly lived up to his fame. He had unleashed two massive sandstorms, and yet his chakra was nearly depleted, while Senju Hashirama remained unscathed. At that moment, leveraging the cover of the trees, Senju Hashirama instantaneously appeared before the Sandmaster, delivering a powerful punch. The Sandmaster reacted swiftly, sidestepping and simultaneously manipulating the sand to form a sharp blade, thrusting it towards Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama effortlessly evaded, and then unleashed another wood release technique, causing several vines to emerge from the ground, ensnaring the Sandmaster tightly. The Sandmaster struggled desperately, exerting every ounce of strength to free himself from the resilient vines that clung to him. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not budge this seemingly delicate yet extraordinarily robust wood release. A sense of ominous foreboding washed over him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. If he could not extricate himself from this predicament swiftly, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. As anticipated, Senju Hashirama gathered his strength and unleashed a devastating punch. The Sandmaster was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He did not possess the physical resilience of the Reikage, and a single blow could shatter him into pieces. Just then, a furious shout pierced the air, not on my watch. It was the ghost lantern Hongguang. Witnessing the Sandmaster, the sole control type in their team, in peril, he acted without hesitation, unleashing his ultimate technique. A colossal white steam doll surged forth like lightning, charging directly at Senju Hashirama. Accompanied by a roar, the steam doll's elbow collided fiercely with Senju Hashirama, triggering a violent steam explosion. In an instant, the powerful shockwave propelled Senju Hashirama away like a cannonball, while the surrounding sand and wood release were seared and evaporated by the raging steam. Even the Sandmaster was not spared, suffering burns from the scalding steam. Apologies. My area attack is uncontrollable, Ghost Lantern Hongguang hastily exclaimed. The Sandmaster gritted his teeth against the pain, nodding in acknowledgement, and managed a wry smile, saying, I can't thank you enough. It's certainly better than losing my life. He glanced down at the scalded half of his body, silently resolving that if he were to survive this ordeal, he would definitely tattoo something on that side to conceal the unsightly scar. With both the Sandmaster and Ghost Lantern Hongguang unharmed, a heavy weight finally lifted from his heart. In this quartet, the absence of any individual would pose immense challenges to them. Boom, boom, boom. With a formidable synergy, Ghost Lantern and his companion unleashed a barrage that shattered the wooden defense erected by Senju Hashirama. The ethereal entity in the sky gradually shifted its focus to assault Hashirama. Would release, Advent of the Tree World. Would release, Sea of Trees. Would release, Floral Tree Realm. Amidst jest and banter, Hashirama effortlessly conjured vast expanses of forest, swiftly replenishing the trees that had just been obliterated. Truly formidable. At that moment, the entity, W, felt utterly daunted. This adversary's chakra was boundless, akin to that of a tailed beast. Suddenly, a hand silently clasped W's. Do not despair, for we are still here, unyielding and steadfast. We are the successors of the shadows. Is this not what you taught us? Ghost Lantern proclaimed, a resolute smile gracing his face as he held W's hand tightly. Indeed, we shall not falter. We are the successors of the shadows. Behind us lies the village for the village. At this juncture, the second Reikage placed a reassuring hand on W's shoulder. In times of adversity, one must be bold. Amidst challenges, one must remain composed. The Sandman nodded firmly in agreement. Encouraged by their words, W reaffirmed his conviction. Thank you. The world may wish to see us crushed like insects beneath the might of the Susanoo, but I shall defy that fate. I shall witness our ascent, shattering that fade of duality. We are not mere side characters. We are the protagonists of our villages. Today, I shall strive to reach the heavens. With renewed vigor, W gathered his chakra, rallying his spirit. All right, let us go. Ghost Lantern directed his companion, launching once more with the steam of his power towards Hashirama. The Sandman manipulated the sand into a massive spear, aiming to strike Hashirama with great force. Meanwhile, the second Reikage transformed into a streak of lightning, racing towards Hashirama. Despite the onslaught of the four, Hashirama remained composed. He rapidly formed seals, summoning an array of wood-release techniques. In an instant, wooden dragons, figures, and barriers surged forth, countering each of their assaults. Yet, the quartet's synergy was impeccable, their relentless offensive compelling Hashirama to exert his utmost effort. Swish, swish, swish. Huan Yu, coordinate with me. The second Reikage bellowed. Ghost Lantern instantly comprehended, merging his steam control with the Reikage for a close-quarter engagement against Hashirama. The Sandman swiftly repositioned his sand for a preemptive strike. W, utilizing his dust release, lay in wait for an opportune moment to launch a surprise attack. Boom. The combination of Ghost Lantern's steam and the Reikage's lightning created a series of explosions and thunderstorms, forcing Hashirama to retreat while retaliating with wood release. Even amidst this chaos, Hashirama remained vigilant of the hidden W. Nevertheless, throughout the entire battle, Hashirama maintained the upper hand. Suddenly, Hashirama felt his footing give way, as quicksand ensnared his leg. Now's the time. The second Reikage and the Steam Crisis Violent Fury launched a simultaneous assault from both sides. Senju Hashirama's pupils constricted. At this distance, there was no time left. He could only thud. The second Reikage's fist struck directly against Senju Hashirama's chest, shattering his armor and sending his hair flying in a whirlwind. Take another hit. Ghost Lantern Mangetsu swiftly formed hand seals, directing the Steam Crisis Violent Fury's fist to collide with Senju Hashirama's abdomen. Simultaneously, Ghost Lantern Mangetsu continued to weave his seals. This was initially an unprepared technique, and now it would be unleashed upon you, Senju Hashirama. Secret technique. Steam Crisis Violent Fury, Heavy Liquid Pressure Explosion Technique. In an instant, the steam doll of the Steam Crisis Violent Fury rapidly diminished in size, while Senju Hashirama felt a swelling in his abdomen. The enigmatic figure in the sky widened his eyes, observing this terrifying technique unfold. As a master of ninjutsu, he quickly discerned the underlying principle. The concept was deceptively simple. The steam doll's energy was transferred into Senju Hashirama's body, causing him to expand rapidly, ultimately resulting in an explosion that would replicate the steam doll's detonation. The steam doll itself functioned like a gas canister, filling its contents into a person's body to instigate an internal explosion. Boom, accompanied by a colossal explosion. The sky began to rain down in a sporadic drizzle. Ghost Lantern Man Gitsa gradually succumbed to a state of exhaustion, gasping for breath, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had slain a god. Chapter 33, Heirs of Shadows, and well done, Ghost Lantern Moonlight. The second Raikage exclaimed with exhilaration. We succeeded. We triumphed. The expression on Shaman's face mirrored his excitement, yet only Wu, suspended in the sky, wore a grave countenance. No. This chakra. It is sage technique. Having cultivated natural energy, Wu was acutely sensitive to this sage chakra. Boom. With a thunderous sound, the shockwave from the explosion swept through the surroundings like a tempest, enveloping everything in a cloud of dust that obscured the sun. As the remnants of the explosion began to subside and the smoke slowly dissipated, the onlookers anxiously observed the scene obscured by the haze. Finally, when the mist completely cleared, what lay before them transformed their expressions into one of utter dismay. Amidst the fog, Senju Hashirama stood resolutely. Beneath him lay the shattered remnants of Ghost Lantern Moonlight Steam Doll. Hashirama's attire was in tatters, his once formidable armor reduced to nothingness. And a gaping wound marred his abdomen, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the earth beneath him in a grotesque display. Yet, what was even more astonishing was that this wound was healing at an astonishing pace. What nonsense is this? Is this fellow truly human? The second Raikage could no longer contain himself, his fist clenched in fury. Witnessing Hashirama, nearly cleaved in two, still standing, he could hardly believe his eyes. You say you didn't activate your powers, and I find that hard to accept. This. Ghost Lantern Moonlight also widened his eyes, his lips trembling. This cannot be. The damage I painstakingly inflicted has been restored in mere seconds? What absurdity is this? If you told me Hashirama unlocked his bloodline, I might believe it. This Senju Hashirama shows no signs of acting. If you are so formidable, why bother defending against us? Just endure it head on. Damn. How can he still be alive after all this? Shaman's expression turned exceedingly grim, exclaiming in disbelief. This wheelchair ninja, Senju Hashirama, tell me honestly, when you operated, did you find it amusing? Wu, hovering in the air, also felt the pressure mounting. It seems I must rely on my dust release. Among the assembled second-generation shadows, only he had the opportunity to eliminate Senju Hashirama entirely. Only dust release could obliterate Hashirama in a single blow, reducing him to atoms before he could recover. During the preceding battle, Wu had distinctly sensed that the majority of Hashirama's attention was fixated on him, leaving him at a disadvantage. It appeared that Hashirama was engaged in combat with the other three, yet in truth, his utmost vigilance was directed solely at Wu. However, entering Sage Mode is no simple task. Wu gazed anxiously at Hashirama, who had now entered Sage Mode below. Cough, cough, in a remarkably swift manner. Senju Hashirama's body rejuvenated to its former state. This cannot continue. That individual is truly troublesome. Hashirama's gaze remained fixed upon the sky. Although he had just engaged in combat with the other three, the truth was that their assaults posed no real threat to his life. The true menace to his existence had always been the one lurking in the shadows, Mu. He was not intimidated by the likes of characters such as the second Raikage or the formidable Gazuki Mangetsu. His genuine concern lay with the venomous serpent concealed in the darkness. Mu was that serpent. Once bitten, he would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries, or worse, be obliterated in an instant. The dust release, a mere brush against it could inflict harm, and being struck directly would spell his doom. This was precisely why he had refrained from summoning the wooden warriors. They presented too large of a target, rendering them mere sitting ducks for Mu's dust release. Summoning them would merely deplete his chakra. In the face of such a nimble adversary, it would significantly diminish his agility, leaving him vulnerable to being toyed with. While the wooden warriors could contend with Madara's Susanoo, the individuals below were a different story. Each was exceptionally mobile and adept at positioning themselves. Summoning wooden warriors would be tantamount to offering himself as a target. it would be far more prudent to engage in single combat without their interference. Senju Hashirama formed a series of hand seals, and soon, 16 wooden clones materialized around him. The expression of the airborne Mu shifted dramatically as he seemed to grasp Hashirama's intent. Subsequently, Hashirama assigned 4 wooden clones to each of the opponents, creating a scenario where it was 4 against 1. If they favored a 4-to-1 match, then he would oblige with his own 4 wooden clones engaging each of them. Among these, 4 wooden clones were laser-focused on the figure in the sky, their target unmistakably being Mu. After entering Sage mode, his perceptive abilities had indeed sharpened. Mu cast a glance at Hashirama, astonished. This man, upon entering Sage mode, could roughly discern his location. It was not a precise detection, but rather a general assessment of his position. To evade detection, he would have to remain perfectly still. Any movement would allow Hashirama to approximate his location. Yet, standing idle would be equivalent to being trapped. As he beheld the wooden clones before him, the expressions of Uchiha Mangetsu, Shaman, and the second Raikage turned grim once more. Even 1 clone posed a challenge, let alone 4. At present, victory seemed elusive. What a predicament! How are we to fight this? Uchiha Mangetsu lamented, his face etched with concern. His jutsu relied heavily on teamwork, especially after he entered a weakened state post-usage. Now facing a 4-to-1 scenario while in a vulnerable condition was simply insurmountable. Could he truly charge at them head-on? Mu found himself in a similarly precarious situation. However, had he not heard that there is always a way out? He recalled the original narrative, where the 5 Kage faced 25 Susanoo. His situation was slightly more favorable. He could draw inspiration from Naka's tactics. That rascal Anoki is capable of effortlessly annihilating 25 Susanoo. And as his master, he possesses sage techniques that allow him to eliminate 16 wooden clones. Chapter 34, Kakuzu thus. It is my turn to make an entrance. Kakuzu of the Tsuchikage. At this moment, a man shrouded in a mask, wielding a long blade, gazes intently at the distant Senju Hashirama and the 4 second-generation Kage. His name is Kakuzu, and his village has tasked him with an impossible mission, to assassinate Senju Hashirama. When Kakuzu first received this assignment, he was utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, he is a man willing to sacrifice everything for his village. Resolutely, he penned his farewell letter and embarked on the mission to eliminate Senju Hashirama. However, upon leaving the village, Kakuzu discovered that the elite shinobi from the 5 great ninja villages were engaged in fierce combat within the borders of the Land of Waterfalls. A glimmer of hope ignited within him. Perhaps he could seize a kill amidst the chaos and achieve glory. Concealing himself, Kakuzu resolved to wait until Senju Hashirama was on the brink of death to strike and make his mark this very day. Kakuzu focused his chakra, and just as the 4 second-generation Kage found themselves in dire straits, his figure suddenly emerged. Like a shadow, he executed the body flicker technique, charging towards Senju Hashirama with lethal intent. The 4 second-generation Kage and Senju Hashirama were all taken aback. Who is this fierce combatant? Is he a member of your village's Umbu? Or perhaps an elite jonin from your ranks? The atmosphere was thick with confusion as Uchiha Mangetsu, the second Raikage, and the Kazekage exchanged bewildered glances. In midair, Uchiha Obito recognized Kakuzu. Could it be that Kakuzu truly intends to assassinate Senju Hashirama? In the recesses of his memory, he recalled that there indeed existed a shinobi named Kakuzu from Tsuchikage, destined to attempt such an audacious act. At the time, he deemed it absurd, surely. Tsuchikage could not be so foolish as to send a mere jonin after the god of shinobi. Yet, it was indeed the case. To the higher-ups of Tsuchikage. Have you lost your senses? Senju Hashirama, remember the name of the man who aims to take your life. Kakuzu, feel my strike. Kakuzu bellowed, his blade piercing towards the center of Senju Hashirama's forehead. What in the world? Senju Hashirama's eyes widened in astonishment as he instinctively threw a punch. Bang! With the explosive force of chakra, Kakuzu was sent hurtling backward. The 4 second-generation Kage. Senju Hashirama. Hey, can we not have any more interruptions? This is already bothersome. Uchiha Mangetsu, unable to contain himself, exclaimed. This guy. How can he possibly believe he can defeat Senju Hashirama alone when we might not even succeed? The second Raikage remarked. Kakuzu is indeed a formidable character. I, the Kazekage, shall remember him, he declared. What kind of rebellious beverage has he consumed to dare undertake such an endeavor? Obito silently mused. We 4 Kage-level warriors may not even be able to defeat Senju Hashirama, and yet you, a mere jonin, come to assassinate him? Bravo truly. Senju Hashirama's expression darkened. Goodness. Here I thought it was the machinations of the 4 second-generation Kage, yet it turns out to be an ordinary jonin. Is this fellow truly not here for amusement? Kakadu, having been forcefully thrown to the ground, struggled to rise, his expression exceedingly grim. The blow had nearly dislodged his internal organs. It appeared that he had not sufficiently indulged in the rebellious beverage. Upon returning to the village, he must surely extol its virtues. Cough, cough. No, children, flee. Kakuzu immediately unleashed his substitution technique and made a hasty retreat. Ultimately, however, he had gained something, his reputation. From that moment forth, Kakuzu boasted to anyone who would listen about his past exploits alongside the 4 shadows, recounting tales of his encounters with Hashirama Senju. Within the borders of the Fire Country, Tobarama Senju led the Senju clan and the Uzumaki tribe back home. Lord Tobarama, why do you not assist Lord Hashirama in battle? Inquired the representative of the Uzumaki clan's elite shinobi. Tobarama shook his head, exasperated. Alas, my elder brother wishes to avoid my presence. He understood that his brother's decision to send him away stemmed from anger over his concealment of the assassination of Uchiha Madara. Should one sibling ally with outsiders to slay their dearest friend, it is only natural to feel resentment and distance. Though Hashirama possessed a gentle temperament, it did not mean he would tolerate such betrayals. The last time Tobarama contemplated killing Madara during the tumultuous era, the look in his elder brother's eyes had quelled that notion entirely. Now, with the village established and Madara having defected, he had opted to ally with others to eliminate Madara. What shall we do next? Asked the representative of the Uzumaki elite. Prepare for battle. Should my brother eliminate those 4, the 4 great shinobi villages will likely declare war against Konoha and the Uzumaki. Tobarama sighed heavily. In his eyes, it was a foregone conclusion that his brother would indeed slay those 4. Now, he must brace himself for the impending declaration of war from the 4 great shinobi villages. What are the 9 tails? Let it remain in Konoha for now. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Kakuzu's ordeal was but a minor interlude, injecting a modicum of levity into the otherwise suffocating tension. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wooden clones of Hashirama Senju surged rapidly towards Kisame Hashigaki, the second Reikage, and the others. The remaining 4, alongside Hashirama's true form, focused intently on Mu, who was ensconced in his dust technique. They dare send so many to keep watch over me. Mu mused, acknowledging the significant threat his dust release posed to Hashirama. Nevertheless, he had left a clone behind with the Reikage. Perhaps that could be advantageous. As he silently calculated, having mastered sage arts, his clones could also utilize dust release, effectively augmenting his power by at least half. We must find a way to unite. Do not fight separately, Kisame urgently called out. The others nodded in agreement, and the trio fought while opting for cooperative combat, just as Hashirama's wooden clones began to consolidate. The second Reikage Mu initiated his attack. Dust release, limit removal technique. Mu abruptly emerged from his dust technique state, conjuring a colossal cubic formation of dust. The eyes of Senju Hashirama narrowed in disbelief. What was happening? Could it be that he had misperceived the situation? Had he not remained attuned to his senses throughout? Memories of his brother, Senju Tobarama's insights flooded his mind, echoing the notion that there were indeed 2 entities. Hashirama had long suspected the existence of 2. His combat intellect was far from lacking. His surprise stemmed from the perplexity of how that entity could still wield dust release. From the course of battle, he discerned that there were 2 manifestations, one being the true body and the other a mere split. The split could not execute dust release. Only the true body possessed that capability. His fixation on the entity in the sky was based on the conviction that it was the true body. If he kept it in check, he would have no cause for concern. Meanwhile, the one below was merely a split, incapable of wielding dust release, and thus not a threat. However, the split below had unexpectedly unleashed dust release. Did that mean it had been the true body all along? Was the entity he was currently observing merely a split? No. He distinctly recalled that the entity soaring in the sky had also utilized dust release. Could it be that, while his attention wavered, the entity had executed a cunning ruse? Swapping places? Chapter 35. A Fiery Clash. Senju Hashirama felt a throbbing headache. His battle with Madara had been exhilarating, a true contest of warriors. However, the situation had changed. The 4 individuals below embodied the strategic brilliance of Tobarama. If Otsutsuki were aware of Hashirama's analysis, he would undoubtedly nod in agreement. Yet, Hashirama's intelligence was somewhat outdated. Without the use of sage techniques, his strategies would indeed be sound. While he focused on his physical form, his clones could only serve a supporting role. However, Hashirama's information lagged behind, compounded by the fact that he hadn't witnessed the second battle against Madara. He still believed that Otsutsuki, like before, could only utilize dust release with his physical form. This was the consequence of an informational discrepancy. It appeared that the one below was indeed the true body. Hashirama immediately redirected his focus, preparing to launch an assault on the individual below. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki, soaring through the skies, swiftly activated dust release to obliterate the 4 Hashirama clones beneath him. Dust release, column, original realm separation technique. As Otsutsuki manifested, his body automatically lifted the state of dust obstruction during the release. Wood release, ranking technique. The 4 wooden clones, anticipating a defense, were annihilated by the true damage of dust release, their defensive technique reduced to mere atoms. Hashirama was taken aback, realizing his misjudgment. Both could indeed utilize dust release. In light of this revelation, he contemplated deploying a certain technique. Hashirama hesitated. He had never even used this technique against Madara. The consumption it demanded was immense. The technique lingering in his mind was the true 1,000 hands, transformation into Buddha. This was a move that even Madara had not witnessed. Yet, ultimately, Hashirama felt it was not yet time. He had not yet revealed that trump card, the true 1,000 hands. With Otsutsuki employing dust release, Hashirama swiftly detected his position. In Sage mode, Hashirama's speed was unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki's pupils constricted. So fast. Boom. With Hashirama's mighty strike, Otsutsuki was propelled backward at great speed. Simultaneously, the sand manipulated by Shaman hurriedly caught Otsutsuki. I have little chakra left. Otsutsuki panted lightly, forced to relinquish his clone to prevent excessive chakra consumption. Even with the burden of the 8-span crow on his shoulder, his chakra dwindled swiftly, leaving him in a precarious state. Hashirama, in Sage mode, possessed a sensory perception akin to a sage, allowing him to discern that the chakra reserves of the individuals below were nearly depleted. His countenance was stern, and with a piercing gaze, he addressed them gravely. End your own lives. His voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder in their ears. Shortly thereafter, Hashirama proclaimed with authority, I vow in the name of the Hokage, should you take your own lives, I shall not lay a hand on your ninja village. The law does not punish the masses. Your villagers are innocent. His voice reverberated across the vast battlefield, imbued with an undeniable sense of authority. However, upon hearing these words, the mood of the individuals below grew increasingly somber. Wu's gaze slightly hardened as he contemplated. He possessed a considerable understanding of Senju Hashirama. Indeed, Hashirama was a person of profound compassion. He would not direct his ire towards an entire shinobi village due to the misdeeds of a single individual. Just as he had accepted the Uchiha clan after Uchiha Madara's defection, not exterminating them merely on account of Madara's actions. Wu thought perhaps Hashirama was speaking from the heart. Yet, Akatsuki Hashigaki, Shaman, and the second Reikage evidently held a different opinion. Humph! What nonsense! Akatsuki Hashigaki bellowed. True defeat lies in surrender. We shall not capitulate like cowards. The second Reikage scoffed at Hashirama's proposal, clearly dismissive. Shaman and the second Reikage echoed his sentiments, equally skeptical of Hashirama's assurances, believing them to be mere fabrications. Although Wu understood that Hashirama spoke the truth, he still felt a flicker of hope for survival. He would not resort to self-destruction. After all, had he fought this far only to perish? Thus, he resolved to press on. Would release? Would dragon technique? Would release? Would golem technique? Aware that these individuals possessed little chakra left, and that Wu's dust release could not be employed many more times, Hashirama commenced the summoning of the Wood Golem and Wood Dragon. With a thunderous roar, a towering Wood Golem, rivaling the might of the Susanoo, erupted from the ground. Resembling an unyielding mountain, its head bore the visage of an ancient demon, terrifying and exuding an aura that chilled the heart. The Wood Golem strode forth, rapidly approaching Wu and the others, each step causing the earth to tremble as the Wood Dragon coiled around the Golem. On a distant vantage point, the battle had raged for an entire day and night without conclusion. A Miss Jonin munched on fries, mumbling indistinctly, still fighting. Huh? Yes. The chakra fluctuations persist, nodded a member of the Iwagakure, his gaze unwavering from the battlefield. Do we truly not need to assist? The Miss Jonin inquired, hastily devouring a handful of fries and licking his fingers, still unsated. Do you think we can intervene in such a battle? The Iwagakure shot him a disdainful look and retorted, just moments ago, an unknown Takigakure Jonin was sent flying, like a mere ragdoll as he spoke. The Iwagakure Umbu's eyes suddenly lit up upon noticing the fries in the Miss Jonin's hand. You rascal! When did you buy those fries? I'm starving. Let me have a taste before he could finish. He lunged at the Miss Jonin like a famished tiger, seizing the fries and hastily stuffing them into his mouth. Well, this is the land of waterfalls. It's just a few kilometers to the docks, where food is readily available. The Miss Jonin continued to leisurely enjoy his fries. By the way, where are the Sand and Cloud Shinobi? The hidden figure of Owain suddenly uttered a question, scratching his head while unable to resist glancing around in search of something. Just as his confusion deepened, a rich aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, as if it had sprouted wings and delicately infiltrated his nostrils. Owain found himself irresistibly drawn to the enticing fragrance, exchanging curious glances with the Miss Shinobi beside him. They focused their gaze and beheld the sight not far away. The Sand and Cloud forces were gathered together in a clearing, encircled around a massive barbecue grill, laden with an assortment of meats and vegetables, sizzling delightfully. The tantalizing scent of grilling meat was indeed emanating from this very spot. How could you indulge in barbecue without calling me? Chapter 36, My Lord. Why break the barbecue rack? Ha ha ha. Enjoying a barbecue without inviting me? Upon noticing this, the members of the rock-hidden Umbu swiftly approached, muttering under their breaths. The elite Jonin from the Mist Hidden followed closely behind. And soon they gathered at the barbecue rack. Ha ha ha. I was just about to call you. I see you were so engrossed in watching. I didn't want to disturb you, the leading Jonin from the Cloud Hidden explained with a broad smile. Come, let us all enjoy this feast together. He waved his hand heartily, beckoning the rock-hidden Umbu and the mist-hidden Jonin to join the barbecue extravaganza. In an instant, the elite forces from the four nations, previously scattered, congregated around the grill. They sat together, some grilling meat while others engaged in lively conversation, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Meanwhile, the leaders of the four nations were embroiled in a life-and-death battle below, while this elite assembly indulged in a barbecue feast. On one side was the intense, suffocating tension of combat, and on the other was the equally fervent barbecue, delectable enough to render one breathless. What a splendid spectacle! Damn it, you lot. Our leader is fighting, and we're here feasting on barbecue? Although the members of the rock-hidden Umbu grumbled, they continued to relish the skewers with delight. As the saying goes, the world is vast, but eating is paramount. Fighting? We must eat our fill first, exclaimed a Jonin from the Cloud Hidden, dripping with sauce. Indeed. I concur, nodded the Sand Hidden Jonin, clutching a pork shoulder. Come, this is venison I caught nearby, half a year old, exquisitely tender, paired with our Cloud Hidden secret sauce. Do taste. Delicious. No wonder you Cloud Hidden folks are so robust. Your rations are impressive. What do you expect? This is life in the great ninja world. Simple, yet satisfying skewers. Ha ha ha. Too bad the four leaders below can't enjoy such delectable treats. Perhaps you might send some down? And borrow someone from Senja Hashirama for firewood? Ha ha ha. The elite ninja forces from the four nations feasted and laughed, reveling in their merriment. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck. Lightning release. Lightning strike. The elite ninjas were startled. Who dares to attack us? They exclaimed. Each one a formidable warrior. At that moment, four elders adorned in long robes materialized before them. Upon seeing their faces, the group of elite ninjas turned pale. The visitors were none other than the top leaders of the four ninja villages, Rock Hidden, Ishikawa Cloud Hidden, First Generation A Sand Hidden, Retsudo Mist Hidden, Bailey and the four village leaders had arrived. The elite ninjas immediately abandoned their meal, hastily standing to attention. Among the crowd, the captain of the elite ninja squad stepped forward, exclaiming, My lord. The four leaders of Iwagakure, Kirigakure, Sunagakure, and Kumogakure stepped forward, exchanging firm handshakes and salutes. While the other three leaders maintained a composed demeanor, Kumogakure's leader, known for his fiery temper, respectfully addressed the first Raikage before abruptly accusing him of breaking the barbecue grill. Upon hearing this, the other three leaders could not help but express their astonishment, questioning if this was a tradition of subversion. Laughter ensued as they remarked on the audacity of the Raikage troops. Indeed, the grilling is quite commendable, commented Iwagakure's leader with a teasing tone, as he floated a stone in midair. Sunagakure's Redo grinned as he savored a skewer. It is indeed delightful. Here, Haku, do sample this. He offered the skewer to the somewhat crooked-eyed Haku, who nodded in appreciation, affirming the quality of the grilled meat. With a huff, the first Raikage interjected, Ladies and gentlemen, we must immediately engage in battle. The four elite leaders raised their voices in unison, but upon hearing the urgency to fight, the four shadows were taken aback. The food is ready. Are we not to eat? They exclaimed. We have traveled here, and you are rushing us. We have not eaten all day. The elderly cannot go hungry. You 4 leaders should gather some firewood and make room for us. We wish to eat too. Why do you hesitate? Bring forth the dishes. Let the music play, and the dance continue. Also, let us sample that half-year-old venison. As the 4 original shadows bantered amongst themselves, they settled down to join the feast. The expressions of the elite leaders grew tense, as they suspected that the others were merely here to snatch their skewers. Suddenly, amidst the towering form of Hashirama Senju's wooden statue, their resolve remained unshaken, even in the face of imminent defeat. The dignity of the Shadow Inheritors could not be compromised. Just as they prepared to unleash Dust Release, a tailed beast bomb shot directly towards Hashirama's wooden figure. Boom. Chapter 37. We arrived late. Boom. A tailed beast ball erupted before the wooden figure of Senju Hashirama. However, it inflicted minimal damage on Hashirama, merely pushing the wooden figure back several dozen meters. Hashirama frowned. A tailed beast ball. The 4 second Hokages below were equally taken aback, quickly turning their gazes towards the source of the tailed beast ball. In the sky, 2 blood-red lights flashed. Kinkaku. Here. Ginkaku. Here. The twin horns have set forth. With the exuberant and resounding voices, 2 muscular men wielding the 6 Paths treasures, cloaked in Nine-Tails chakra, stood directly in front of the 4. It was indeed the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers. The second Raikage exclaimed in astonishment. He recognized these 2 overly robust individuals as his own village's Kinkaku and Ginkaku. How have they transformed into this state? Upon hearing the second Raikage's words, Kaigetsu also recognized them. How could they possess the chakra of a tailed beast? Shaman's gaze sharpened as he observed the tailed beast cloaks surrounding the 2. Are you all right, esteemed sirs? Kinkaku and Ginkaku turned to regard the 4 battered and weary figures. We're fine. I thought you perished in your battle with the Nine-Tails. How are you still alive? The second Raikage spoke, astonished. Before departing the village, he had received news of Kinkaku and Ginkaku being devoured by the Nine-Tails, and now witnessing their survival was indeed surprising. Silence enveloped the conversation. He recalled how, in the original story, Kinkaku and Ginkaku survived by consuming the flesh of the Nine-Tails. Lord AI, it's a long story. We didn't die. After being swallowed by the Nine-Tails, we remained in that beast's belly, living off its flesh and gaining some minor powers. Ginkaku stated with a sinister grin. Wait, if you were swallowed, how did you escape? Kaigetsu asked with a playful curiosity. This question evidently darkened the expressions of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Damn it. Can we not bring up those unpleasant memories? How else could we have come out? We were expelled from the Nine-Tails' rear end along with its excrement. Ginkaku said, joking with a fierce expression. I'm so scared. Kaigetsu feigned fear, hiding behind Mu. Mu wore a look of exasperation. Kaigetsu was clearly being mischievous, intentionally bringing up that matter, fully aware of how they escaped, which was clearly inviting trouble. Were it not for Kaigetsu's formidable strength and his height of 6 feet 1 inch, he would have been dealt with long ago. Enough. This is not the time for idle chatter. We face a great enemy. Shaman urgently reminded them. Indeed. Since you are here, let us join forces against Senju Hashirama. The second Raikage declared, clenching his fists. At that moment, a slightly youthful voice echoed, Teacher. Mu turned in surprise to see Yama swiftly approaching. What brings you here? Surprise flickered across the faces of the onlookers, as Anoki stood with his hands on his hips, chuckling. Not just me. Everyone is here. He then performed a hand sign, invoking the technique of the Ninja Alliance. In an instant, a throng of ninjas appeared on the horizon. A multitude from the 4 great ninja villages, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, Sunagakure, and Kumogakure, all rushing forward in unison. Gazuki, Hanayuki, the second Raikage, and another stood wide-eyed. Their expressions a blend of astonishment. They had not anticipated such a turnout. Swish. 4 figures landed gracefully before them. Ishikawa, Byakuren, the first Raikage, and Retsudo. Tsuchikage, Raikage, Suetun, Ftun. Despite their grievous injuries, they persevered to this moment, and Ishikawa solemnly commended, Well done. Old man, why do I detect the scent of barbecue on your breath? Byakuren quipped, raising an eyebrow in jest. Shaman, your sand manipulation skills have improved remarkably. You should simply return and take the mantle of Ftun. Retsudo added, beaming as he patted Shaman on the shoulder. Grateful for your commendation, Lord Ftun. Shaman replied, a hint of color returning to his face. Well done, AI. You truly are the chosen successor, possessing a will as fierce as lightning. The first Raikage and the second shared a brotherly fist bump. Old man, you actually came. Gazuki exclaimed, astonished to see Byakuren, who had traversed the sea from a distant island. In the next moment, Byakuren struck Kazuki on the head with 3 quick punches. Could I not come? You brought the village's elite. Should you fall here, the village would be left in disarray. Kazuki, rubbing his head in mock grievance, retorted, Hey, old man, while the other Kage offer praise, why do you resort to hitting me? Byakuren huffed, Kazuki, though you may seem unreliable, you are indeed a dependable ally in times of peril. Kazuki's face lit up with joy. I never imagined the 4 great ninja villages would unite in such a way for us. Shaman mused, indeed, we merely happened to converge at this moment. Byakuren, with a touch of arrogance, responded, Haha, you didn't mention mere coincidence when we were enjoying barbecue together. Ishikawa laughed, teasing. The ninja alliance behind us can't help but smile at this spectacle. I have long been an advocate for the Tsuchimizu pairing. Child, indulging in such whims will only lead to your downfall. All right, you all step aside. The next phase belongs to the 4 of us. The 4 Kage stepped forward, ready to confront Senju Hashirama. Anoki observed the 4 Kage and the assembled ninja alliance, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it is only when faced with formidable adversaries that unity emerges. Just as it is today. Could it be that I was mistaken? Standing atop the wooden figure, Senju Hashirama wore a complex expression. He never anticipated that the union he had tirelessly pursued would ultimately be realized by the 4 great nations. Even more astonishing was the revelation that he himself was the catalyst for this development. Could it be that he was indeed the villain in this narrative? The combined forces of the 4 nations had united against him. Unable to contain his emotions, Hashirama let out a deep sigh. It seemed as though he was leading Konoha into war. Regardless of whether he could emerge victorious, the 4 nations would undoubtedly strike against Konoha. The current atmosphere, devoid of an official declaration of war, was even more dire than such a proclamation. If he were to cease his actions now, perhaps he could still salvage the situation and mitigate the impending losses. Yet, Madara. Hashirama's gaze drifted, as if transcending reality, in a moment of reverie. He perceived Madara gazing back at him. Madara had faced an unfortunate fate from a young age. His brothers had perished, his father was gone, and his only remaining brother, Izuna, had been slain by Tobarama. After the arduous task of establishing a village, not only had he failed to attain the title of Hokage, but he had also been ostracized and mistrusted by the very villagers he sought to protect. Even his own clan had turned against him. The sole companion Madara had was none other than Senju Hashirama himself. Chapter 38. The Great Alliance of the Ninja World, Spiraling Shuriken. He is the sole friend and brother of Uchiha Madara. If he fails to avenge him, how will Madara perceive him in the Pure Land? Alas, to cease the pursuit of vengeance would mean betraying Madara, yet to insist on it would betray the villagers. Plunging the hard-won peace into the chaos of war, a war not merely between ninja clans, but a large-scale conflict against the 4 great nations, leading to untold suffering once more in the ninja world. However, he cannot forget Madara. He cannot forget those melancholic eyes, nor the gaze Madara cast upon him before his demise. Senju Hashirama pondered deeply for a long while. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. In that fleeting moment, a sharp, murderous intent radiated from his gaze. He understood. In contemplating the ninja world, Senju Hashirama discerned a singular truth. That is, kill. Exterminate them all. Cleanse them thoroughly. This would not only alleviate the burden on the village, but also serve as retribution for Madara. Even if faced with a multitude, he would advance. In this moment, Senju Hashirama made his resolution. This time, his choices diverged from the original narrative. He would not forsake Madara for the village. Rather, for Madara, he would stand against the entire world. If he refrained from vengeance, the world would rejoice, avoiding conflict, yet one soul would bear the injustice, Madara. He could not allow his dear friend to suffer. Even if the entire world opposed their union, he would resolutely side with Madara. He owed him far too much. This time, even in the face of universal dissent, he would seek retribution for Madara. Perhaps, this is the essence of true friendship. With a clap of his hands, Senju Hashirama unleashed an unprecedented surge of chakra. His sage mode visage deepened, his hair danced in an unseen wind, and chakra surged around him in a magnificent torrent. Come forth. The final showdown. In an instant, every individual on the battlefield changed countenance. This chakra surpassed their combined total. Sage art would release true thousand hands. Accompanied by Senju Hashirama's resonant voice, the earth trembled, stones flew, and mountains crumbled. Towering wooden hands erupted from the ground, rising majestically on the battlefield, each finger as robust as a colossal pillar, exuding an aura of invincibility. Each hand was as large as a tailed beast. The allied forces of the four great nations were taken aback by the sudden emergence of the colossal thousand-handed Buddha. Their expressions shifting dramatically, their formations in disarray. The four shadows at the forefront also displayed astonishment. Goodness, had they known, they would have refrained from their earlier bravado. Why had he not revealed this trump card sooner? They had thought that only a few of them could bring Hashirama to the brink of defeat, expecting to emerge as the shadows to vanquish him, but little did they anticipate that he had yet another ace up his sleeve. The four shadows gazed forlornly at the figure behind them, who remained speechless. They had anticipated that these four would unleash some earth-shattering jutsu to rival the great Buddha of Hashirama Senju, yet it seemed they had to rely on me instead. However, one cannot entirely blame these four. If they were to face Hashirama without the Buddha, perhaps they could manage a few exchanges. But with the Buddha in play, could they truly compete? Ishii could not help but look towards the figure inquiringly, while the assembled ninja coalition cast wistful glances in the same direction. The vastness of Hashirama's Buddha was overwhelming. Unless one possessed space-time ninjutsu, escape was futile. They could only hope that our esteemed leader had some secret weapon up his sleeve. I am uncertain. I do not know if my chakra can sustain me, he replied, his eyes tightly shut. What if we contribute our chakra? Suddenly, two voices spoke in unison. The two figures, Kin and Jin, slowly placed their hands upon him, channeling their chakra into him. His eyes widened in realization. How could he have forgotten about these two? Simultaneously, the 8-foot crow perched on his shoulder began to lend its chakra as well. In an instant, his chakra replenished, and he entered sage mode. Clenching his fist, he felt empowered with three formidable strategies at his disposal: the Yata Mirror, the Tensigen, and Dust Release. The Yata Mirror? No. Utilizing it against the true Thousand Hands would be perilous. While the mirror might withstand the onslaught, he would likely perish from the shockwave. The Tensigen? Also unfeasible, for it was too short range to seal anything before being struck down. Ultimately, he resolved to use Dust Release, channeling his utmost strength into a vast-scale technique. With the enhancement of Sage Mode, he felt confident. Though it might not necessarily vanquish Hashirama, there was a high probability of mutually canceling the true Thousand Hands. As the great Buddha began its assault, he immediately summoned his clones, and two of them clapped their hands together. Sage Art, Dust Release, Double Original World Stripping Technique. Two colossal, multicolored streams of dust erupted from his hands, surging towards Hashirama's true Thousand Hands. Buzz, wherever the Dust Release swept through. The fabric of space seemed to warp, and all matter was stripped to its primordial state. The collision between the true Thousand Hands and the Dust Release ignited a fierce confrontation in midair, producing a deafening roar, while a tempest of energy ravaged the surroundings, consuming all in its path. Bang, bang, bang. Hashirama furrowed his brow, intensifying his chakra output as the power of the true Thousand Hands surged once more. Meanwhile, with the support of Sage Mode and the chakra of his allies, the Dust Release held its ground valiantly. The entire sky was illuminated as the battle raged on. Resembling broad daylight, the ninja coalition behind them watched in awe, their expressions a mixture of shock and excitement. Was this truly the essence of a ninja battle? Shouldn't it involve the exchange of jutsu, followed by the tossing of shuriken and kunai? What in the world was transpiring now? Was this the realm of the Trisolarans? Clap, 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 ah, ah. With unwavering resolve, blood erupted from his mouth, yet even so, he did not cease the release of Dust Release. Buzz. Buzz. Senju Hashirama's eyes widened as the Dust Release drew ever closer. No, this foe's penetrating power is far too formidable. It cannot be overcome by mere numbers, unless one strikes at the essence. However, the tide has turned. Accompanied by his desperate Dust Release, a brilliance exploded in an instant. Everyone was momentarily stunned by this force, their ears ringing. The brilliance blinded them all. When the light and everything else dissipated, a colossal Buddha still stood tall. Though the pedestal and countless hands that had once surrounded it were obliterated by the Dust Release, a massive void had formed in the Buddha's chest, directly pierced through by the Dust Release. Ha, ha, ha. Senju Hashirama half knelt atop the Buddha's head, gasping for breath. His chakra was truly running low. The consumption from the true Thousand Hands was overwhelming. Meanwhile, on the other side, the situation was hardly better, nearly collapsing to the ground. His originally white-gray bandages soaked in blood. The split body had also vanished due to excessive expenditure. He could not pause. He knew he must not allow Senju Hashirama to recover. Without hesitation, he immediately began to gather a wind-release Rasengan. However, as he attempted to condense it, He realized his chakra was insufficient. Crack. At that moment, a hand supported his own. I am here to assist you. This time, I truly intend to let you steal the limelight, but give it your all. Akatsuki's Hgitsu, with great effort, wore a faint smile as he aided in forming the Rasengan. And mine as well. The second Reikage stepped forward, channeling his chakra to assist. We need not bask in the glory, but success will surely include us. The Sandman similarly placed his hand beneath, joining in the support. With the addition of these four, the wind-release Rasengan in his hand grew larger, raised high by them all. Teacher, lower it a bit. I also wish to lend my aid. The yet-to-master flight Oyamaki anxiously exclaimed, tiptoeing. Thank you all. Let us name this technique. Sage Art, Super Ninja World Unity, Rasengan. He took a deep breath. Gazing at the increasingly colossal Rasengan, a kaleidoscope of colors, water, lightning, wind. Through his utmost mastery, it transformed into a harmonized Super Rasengan. Senju Hashirama, brace yourself. The four hurled the Rasengan towards Senju Hashirama. Would release. His pupils constricted as he prepared to utilize would release to defend. Yet, the extreme depletion of chakra, compounded by his fatigued body, caused the Sage mode to fade alongside the true Thousand Hands. The speed of the Rasengan, layered with various buffs, was far too swift. Senju Hashirama's ability to release ninjutsu or react was nowhere near his former self. O fallen god of ninjas, you have nowhere left to escape. Chapter 39. The end. With a deafening roar and a sharp, piercing sound, the inky darkness of the night was abruptly torn asunder by a blinding light. The battlefield was illuminated in its entirety. The devastating shockwave of the spiral shuriken, capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, surged forth with a force akin to an overwhelming tide, distorting the air in its wake. The once majestic and solemn final Buddha crumbled before this terrifying power, resembling a fragile sandcastle. The rock surface of the Buddha began to crack inch by inch, countless fissures spreading like a spider's web, and soon after, massive stones came crashing down, falling like raindrops. Under the relentless assault of the shockwave, the Buddha ultimately shattered, transforming into a cloud of dust scattered by the wind, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. As the smoke, which had obscured the sky and sun, gradually dissipated, the figure of Senju Hashirama emerged before the onlookers. At that moment, he appeared utterly battered, devoid of his former dignity and composure. The once glorious crimson armor, emblematic of the warring states, now lay in tatters, its shreds fluttering helplessly in the breeze. His hair was disheveled, obscuring his pale and weary visage, while sweat, blood, and dust mingled, rendering him a pitiful sight. The god of ninjas had fallen from grace. Senju Hashirama knelt partially on the ground, his hands pressed against the earth, his body trembling slightly, struggling to breathe. His chest heaved violently, and although a glimmer of stubbornness and determination lingered in his gaze, it was overshadowed by an overwhelming fatigue and pain. The recent battle had drained his strength. With the last vestiges of his will, Senju Hashirama slowly rose to his feet. This time, he chose not to strike but instead made his way toward a wooden barrier he had erected to protect Madara, where Madara's lifeless body lay. Madara, wait for me. I will join you. Stumbling with each step, Senju Hashirama swayed as he walked. At that moment, memories of the past began to surface before his eyes. His gaze wandered through the battlefield, through the smoke, through the ravaged landscape of wood release, transcending time and space. The memories flickered like a lantern. Ha ha ha, nice to meet you for the first time. I am Hashirama. I am Madara. May I use you to skip stones? Get lost. If there is any way to ensure that we both survive, it would be to face our enemies with sincerity, without concealment. Is it truly impossible to be honest with one another? Thank you, Madara. You are indeed a person of great loyalty. Do you remember the words we spoke here as children? Let us build a village that belongs to us. It is time to name the village Madara. Do you have any good ideas? The memories of yesteryear flickered before his eyes like a slideshow. In that moment, the ethereal visage of Madara's childhood appeared before Hashirama Senju, gazing quietly at him, and then slowly extending a hand. A tear streamed down the corner of Hashirama's eye as he tremulously raised his own hand to intertwine with the phantoms. Though they did not share the same birth date, they did share the same date of demise. Tobarama, I entrust Konoha to you. I am departing. With that, Hashirama collapsed to the ground. He no longer wished to flee. It was enough to perish alongside Madara. He gently closed his eyes and left this world behind. Hashirama Senju, at last, had reached the end. At the moment Hashirama fell, Mu could no longer support his own body and fainted backward, the crow upon his shoulder dissolving its contract. The exhaustion of chakra had induced this unconsciousness. In truth, he should have succumbed long ago, but he had been clinging to sage mode. Now that it had dissipated, the negative repercussions surged forth. Kagetsuchi's expression shifted as he hurried to support the fallen Mu, urgently pinching the tendons of Mu's neck and calling out to the allied ninja behind him, "Quickly, someone come." In an instant, Noki, the second Reikage, and the Sand Village's leader all changed countenance and rushed forward to assess Mu's condition. "Hurry and bring our best medical ninjas." The second Reikage shouted to the Cloud Ninja. "Yes. Are there any medical ninjas from the Sand Village?" "Hurry." The Sand leader urged his own ninjas. The four shadows observed with raised eyebrows, noting the strong camaraderie forged in battle among these individuals. In an instant, the medical ninjas from the four great nations surged forth, encircling Mu to administer aid. Upon diagnosing that Mu had merely fainted from chakra depletion, a collective sigh of relief was released. "What shall we do with Hashirama Senju's body?" Several ninja captains inquired. Just as the four shadows were about to respond, they noticed that Hashirama's corpse had inexplicably ignited into flames. Could it be? The four shadows exchanged glances, ultimately concluding that Hashirama had employed a self-immolation technique to prevent them from desecrating his remains. They then began organizing a search for Uchiha's body. However, in an odd twist, Uchiha Madara's body was nowhere to be found. Uchiha Madara's body had vanished. The scale of the battle between Mu's dust release and Hashirama was so vast that it was feared Madara's remains had been reduced to mere ashes. The consensus among them was that Madara's body had been obliterated by the dust release, leading them to abandon the search. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance ninja left behind by Tobarama, upon witnessing Hashirama's death, was struck with shock, rendered speechless. "Quick! We must inform Lord Tobarama. Oh heavens! The pillars of Konoha have fallen." Why did Tobarama Senju not come to save Hashirama Senju? It was simply because Tobarama never anticipated that his elder brother could possibly lose. At that moment, Tobarama was hastily making his way to the Hokage building to announce the news of his brother's battle with the fourth Reikage. Suddenly, a translucent, ethereal hand gently rested upon Tobarama's shoulder. With a start, he instinctively turned around, only to find nothing behind him. However, his gaze met the stone likeness of his brother at the Hokage monument. "Brother," Tobarama murmured, his brow furrowing as a wave of inexplicable emotions washed over him. Upon entering the Hokage's office, he found a gathering of Konoha's clan leaders, including even the Uzumaki clan member, Ashina. The atmosphere was far from jubilant. Upon hearing of the impending war, the mood soured. Having just tasted the tranquility brought by peace, no one wished to return to the ravages of conflict, and thus their spirits were understandably low. It was evident to all present that the situation was dire. Just as Tobarama was about to speak, a panicked Senju J-nin burst into the room. Tobarama frowned slightly, yet before he could utter a word, the J-nin urgently leaned in to whisper a few words in his ear. "Lord Tobarama, the Hokage, he has fallen in battle." Chapter 40, Awakening Boom. The moment those words were uttered, it was as if a tailed beast bomb had been dropped into Senju Tobarama's mind. He felt a resounding hum, akin to a thunderclap. "What did you say?" Senju Tobarama's pupils quivered as he repeated the inquiry. "The clan leader. The clan leader has perished in battle." The elder of the Senju clan spoke, tears welling in his eyes. Senju Tobarama could not help but take several steps back, clutching the Hokage's desk for support. Their conversation resonated clearly, as all the other clan leaders were keenly aware of the unfolding drama. Upon hearing the news of Hashirama Senju's demise, every leader was struck with horror and disbelief. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My elder brother is invincible. How could he fall to those wretches? Even if he were to face defeat, he should have been able to escape. It must be that he faked his death to evade capture. It must be. It must be." Senju Tobarama muttered to himself, his other hand gripping the desk edge so tightly that it began to warp under the pressure. At that moment, in a subterranean cavern, two lifeless bodies lay upon the ground. One belonged to Uchiha Madara, the other to Hashirama Senju. Who would have thought that the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra would fall to mere mortals? Kurizetsu, hidden in the shadows, silently observed the bodies of Madara and Hashirama. Despite all his calculations, he had never anticipated that the reincarnations of demigods could be slain by an ordinary human. One would be unexpected, but two? His grand plan to resurrect his mother would need to be postponed yet again. Who knows when the next reincarnations of Indra and Ashura will occur? Alas, cursed be that bandaged man. Why meddle in such matters as to form an organization to eliminate Madara? Would it not have been better to live in peace and let Madara have his way? Korezetsu fumed internally, blaming the chaos on the actions of Black. Had it not been for him, things surely would not have spiraled into such disarray. Ordinary mortals should remain as mere background players. Why challenge the protagonists of the era? Is it not enough to simply play a supporting role? Just as Korezetsu was engulfed in rage against Black, a faint sound of breathing broke the silence. Startled, he thought. Is he not yet dead? He hurriedly concealed himself, sinking into the earth. Moments later, the breaths grew louder. Uchiha Madara suddenly opened his eyes wide. One eye appeared normal, while the other had turned a ghostly white. Huh. Madara gasped for air, suddenly springing up from the ground. Those fools did not dispose of my corpse. Ha. Do they not know? Heaven does not forsake the living. Madara chuckled softly, gazing at his hands. He had employed the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. As for when he had set it in motion, it was likely during the explosion caused by Tobarama's explosive tags. Amidst the chaos, he had hastily activated it. Though I am reluctant to acknowledge it, I was indeed cornered at that time, left with no means but to take a gamble. I wagered that Tobarama would preserve my corpse, subsequently interring it in Konoha. When I saw Hashirama arrive, I felt utterly at ease. For as long as Hashirama was present, I could die without worry, knowing he would undoubtedly safeguard my remains. But, is that Hashirama? Uchiha Madara's eyes widened as he gazed at the lifeless body of Hashirama beside him. His expression darkened with dread. Could it be that Hashirama was also slain by those fiends? The thought was unbearable. Could Tobarama, in his ruthless pursuit, have even turned against his brother? No, surely. There must be another culprit. Only one figure emerged in Madara's mind, a man wrapped in bandages. It was astonishing to realize that we had both fallen victim to the same individual. Madara ground his teeth, a chill passing through his gaze as he recalled that bandaged man. I had long desired to eliminate him. Had it not been for Hashirama's intervention, I would have already dispatched that scoundrel. Now, it seems we have both succumbed to this person's machinations. I should have disregarded Hashirama's objections and slain that bastard. However, Madara surveyed his surroundings, noting that he was situated in an underground cavern. This perplexed him. Why was he here? Even if it were a grave prepared for him, it should not entail a shared burial with Hashirama. Clearly, there have been many events transpiring unbeknownst to me. Madara's eyes narrowed slightly. It appeared the situation was not as he had envisioned. I must further analyze the external circumstances. Yet, vengeance would have to wait. He resolved not to seek retribution just yet, for he was lacking an eye, and a moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. He needed a place to lie low and await greater power. Turning his gaze towards Hashirama, Madara slowly crouched and whispered, "Hashirama, I shall avenge you. And in due time, I will create a perfect world." He severed a piece of flesh from Hashirama's body, applying it to his own wound. This had always piqued his curiosity. The Uchiha stone tablet spoke of the union of opposites, the yin and yang, Senju and Uchiha. What if I were to merge with Hashirama? After gathering his chakra, Uchiha Madara lifted Hashirama's lifeless form and hastily departed the underground cavern. Once Madara had left, Kagaya's Black Zetsu emerged slowly. Haha. It seems this incarnation of Indra is rather astute, having left himself a contingency. Black Zetsu chuckled maliciously. These two corpses had been acquired through my unique abilities amidst the chaos, for they held great potential. I pondered whether they might serve a purpose in the future. Unbeknownst to me, I inadvertently saved Madara's life. I had anticipated waiting many more years, yet now it appears there is still a glimmer of hope. However, it is imperative that I do not present myself directly before Ban. I must devise a plausible and inconspicuous reason for my appearance. To make an abrupt entrance would be utterly unacceptable. Subsequently, Heiju slowly followed suit. In the encampment of the Four-Nation Alliance, Wu gradually roused from his sickbed, only to discover that his bandages had been changed and his arm felt heavy. Upon glancing down, he noticed Diyimu resting his head upon his arm. Wu gently nudged Diyimu. Diyimu, still in a haze, rubbed his eyes. Upon realizing that his teacher had awakened, a wave of joy washed over Diyimu's face, his eyes glistening with tears. "Oh, teacher, you are awake." Wu, ruffling his hair, nodded and immediately inquired, "What has transpired? How long have I been unconscious?" Moreover, before Wu could complete his question, Diyimu lunged forward. "Wah, teacher, you have finally awakened. I thought you were going to die." He sobbed, tears and snot streaming down his face as he clung to Wu's arm. Chapter 41. Unintentionally unleashing the first great ninja war. Alas, teacher, you have finally awakened. I was nearly at my wit's end, fearing you might perish from chakra depletion. What would I do if you were gone? Inoki, in a flurry of emotions, clung to Mu, tears streaming down his face. Cough, cough, I'm not dead yet. Mu said, slightly embarrassed, as he utilized the light heavy rock technique to levitate Inoki away from him. Now tell me, how long have I been unconscious? Where exactly is this place? Still disoriented from awakening, Mu inquired of Inoki. Teacher, you have been in a coma for nearly a day, after you fell unconscious. The 4 great ninja villages established camps here in the land of waterfalls, all awaiting your revival to decide our next course of action. Inoki relayed the situation in detail. Then, a look of profound admiration crossed Inoki's face. Teacher, your power is unparalleled. There is no one in the entire ninja world who can rival you. You led the other 3 and managed to vanquish the dual deities of the ninja realm. Word has spread far and wide. From the western hidden stone to the eastern hidden mist, your name is known by all. Inoki gestured dramatically, his expressions exaggerated. Mu raised an eyebrow, surprised by the speed of the news propagation. But upon reflection, it was not unexpected. This was central to the continent, and given the magnitude of the events, coupled with the gathering of ninjas from the 4 great villages and the demise of the ninja god and the Shura of the ninja world, it was indeed difficult to avoid drawing attention. During your unconsciousness, the 3 esteemed individuals who fought alongside you were quite worried. Now that you have awakened, I shall inform them of this splendid news, Inoki declared, hastening out of the room. Very well, go ahead. Mu did not stop him, instead beginning to regulate his breathing, gathering chakra, and acclimating his senses. Approximately an hour later, the sound of footsteps emerged from outside, accompanied by the voice of Kido Muniki as 3 figures entered the room. Mu, you fool, you truly had us worried. Kido Muniki exclaimed, placing a hand on Mu's shoulder with a grin. Congratulations on your recovery, esteemed Mu. The second Raikage smiled warmly. Thanks to you, we have lifted the tremendous burden that weighed upon our villages. The Sand Village leader added, placing a bouquet of flowers on Mu's bedside. Higi, you flatter me, Mu chuckled softly. This sentiment holds truth. Hashirama and Uchiha Madara have long cast a shadow over all the ninja villages, a weight no one dared to challenge. Moreover, with Konoha's formidable strength and the presence of 2 extraordinary beings, it is understandable that the other villages would feel trepidation. Although Hashirama is hailed as a harbinger of peace, who can ascertain his true intentions, no one would relinquish their fate to an unfamiliar entity. Now, with Mu at the helm, having vanquished both Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, a collective sigh of relief has been breathed. The oppressive atmosphere that once loomed has dissipated. Only the injured world of Konoha remains, yet we have achieved this together. Thank you all. The accolades cannot solely be attributed to me. Without the contributions of the 3 of you, I fear I would not have succeeded. With a smile unencumbered by restraint, I acknowledge that the credit cannot rest entirely on my shoulders, for the other 3 have also exerted considerable effort. Taking on either Hashirama or Uchiha Madara alone would undoubtedly present significant challenges. Moreover, there is another individual deserving of gratitude, and that is Tobarama. The words were spoken without malice, and upon hearing them, smiles broke forth on the faces of the 3. Indeed, the deepest gratitude belongs to Tobarama. Had he not initially consented to assist in the pursuit of Uchiha Madara, the subsequent series of events would never have unfolded. Without Tobarama's support, I would have struggled to muster this team. It was precisely through leveraging Tobarama's concerns regarding Madara that a chain reaction of events ensued. Had Tobarama remained compliant and chosen to stay quietly within the village, the narrative might have mirrored that of the original tale. It can be posited that if Tobarama had declined my proposal and opted for a more conventional path, Hashirama might very well have survived. Now, let us dispense with false modesty. Without your dust release, our victory would have been unattainable. You are indeed our cornerstone. The second Raikage praised with a smile. Indeed. I must concur. Shaman nodded in agreement. Now, please rise. Everyone awaits your presence. Mizukage Getsu directly assisted me in standing. What are they waiting for me for? I inquired, slightly perplexed. Before Getsu could respond, Shaman interjected, naturally, we must convene to deliberate on the acquisition of land in the Land of Fire. With Hashirama and Uchiha Madara vanquished, and the fertile lands of Fire Country ripe for the taking, our Wind Country stands in dire need of such bounteous territory. Shaman spoke with unrestrained ambition. Indeed, Lord Shaman speaks wisely. Our Land of Lightning also aspires to seize control of the northern territories of Fire Country, as well as the dominions of the Land of Moon, the Land of Soup, and the Land of Rice, although we of the Mist Village have remained on our island. We have long coveted the eastern coastal regions of Fire Country. This is the opportune moment to assert control over the waters and extend the boundaries of our influence throughout that entire maritime expanse. As the specters of Tsuchikage Mangetsu and the second Raikage spoke in succession, the atmosphere grew tense. The individual present widened their eyes, contemplating the actions of the three. They had merely sought to alleviate the village's burden by eliminating Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Yet these three seemed intent on igniting a war within the shinobi world. This impending conflict would pit the four great shinobi villages against Konoha. Initially, their aspiration was to return to the village and foster its growth. It appeared, however, that war was once again on the horizon. Unwittingly, they had seemingly instigated the first great ninja war. Nevertheless, despite the demise of Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, one could not afford to be complacent. The clans of Konoha, particularly those with bloodline limits and secret arts, outnumbered their own collective strength. The urgency in their tone was palpable. They were acutely aware of Konoha's internal capabilities, having gleaned insights from the original narrative. Although two key figures had perished, the remaining Senju and Uchiha were products of a tumultuous era. Moreover, clans such as Inuzuka, Nara, and Hyuga, among others, posed formidable challenges. While they might remain unscathed in the fray, the casualties among the lower ranks would undoubtedly be severe. Rumors of Uzumaki Ashina's survival circulated. This elder possessed strength comparable to that of a Tsuchikage, and one could anticipate the Uzumaki clan's assistance. The prospect of the impure world reincarnation instilled a sense of trepidation. Furthermore, Senju Tobarama's array of forbidden techniques, particularly the impure world reincarnation, loomed ominously. Wait a moment. What had become of the bodies of Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? How had you dealt with their remains? The urgency in their voice prompted a swift inquiry directed at Tsuchikage Mangetsu. The latter, momentarily taken aback, responded, their bodies? We couldn't locate Uchiha Madara's, likely reduced to ashes by your dust release. As for Hashirama's, it seems he spontaneously combusted. I surmise he employed that technique to prevent us from handling his remains. Tsuchikage Mangetsu shrugged nonchalantly. Chapter 42. You have truly caused me great distress. Upon hearing the words of Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon, Wu furrowed his brow in deep concern. Although Hashirama and Uchiha Madara might be dead, there lingered the possibility that they were still alive, suspended in a state akin to SC Chardinger's cat, particularly with Uchiha Madara, who had not had the chance to examine the situation extensively before Hashirama arrived, leading to an immediate confrontation. The scale of his dust release was so extensive that he remained oblivious to the true circumstances. Within the recesses of his memory, he recalled that the Uchiha clan possessed two forbidden techniques, Izanagi and Izanami. The thought that Uchiha Madara might still be alive tightened his brow further. What if this individual returned for vengeance? However, if Madara had indeed utilized Izanagi, losing a Sharingan in the process, his strength would be significantly diminished, rendering him no match for Wu. Wu concluded silently that as long as Madara did not awaken the Rinnegan, his sage techniques combined with dust release would always overpower the single-eyed Madara. After all, who was he? What was the mechanism behind his dust release? As long as the mechanism remained unchanged, he would forever be T0. If the mechanism did not alter, he would always be T0. Were it not for the absorption mechanism introduced later in the series, his dust release could have pierced through the ninja world. Alright, enough worrying. He must be dead. I'm certain of it. After all, we have beaten him to such a state. If he survives, I will eat my words. Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon exclaimed, thumping his chest with bravado. At that moment, he resembled a seasoned general on a stage, immediately setting lofty expectations. Hey, can we refrain from making such declarations so casually? The more one sets such expectations, the more likely things may take a turn for the worse. Wu remarked helplessly, gradually rising to his feet. Subsequently, under the guidance of Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon and others, they slowly traversed through the crowd to a makeshift square. Though the square was simple, it exuded an air of solemnity. The banners of the four great ninja villages fluttered in the breeze. In the center stood a towering platform adorned with several tables and chairs where the four Kage sat leisurely, savoring tea and engaging in a game of cards, even wagering money in the process. Beneath the platform, a throng of ninjas from the various villages gathered, creating a spectacular scene. The ninjas from Wagure, Kirigakure, Himogakure, and Sunagakure exhibited a range of behaviors. Some sat idly on the ground, others engaged in light conversation, while a few formed circles to play cards. At this moment, The animosity among the ninjas was not as profound as it would be in later times, having been shaped by the experiences of 3 ninja world wars, where nations engaged in mutual slaughter. Presently, however, they were still in the early days of village establishment, and with their leaders not causing disturbances, their interactions were relatively harmonious. As Wu entered the square accompanied by Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon and his companions, all the ninjas simultaneously directed their gazes toward him. It was a look imbued with respect and gratitude. Following this, many ninjas rose to their feet, casting appreciative glances at Wu and offering their sincere thanks. It is solely due to Wu's timely intervention that the formidable power of Senju Hashirama's true Thousand Hands was thwarted. Had it not been for Wu's swift action, they would have undoubtedly been reduced to mere fragments of ninjas beneath Hashirama's overwhelming force. Thus, it is only natural that the assembled ninjas harbor profound gratitude towards him. Haha, Wu has awakened. Sure, he exclaimed, beaming with joy upon witnessing his successor regain consciousness. A weight lifted from his heart. You had me worried sick. During your unconsciousness, I was genuinely concerned for your well-being, Wu. I couldn't eat or sleep. Sure, he descended from the high platform, smiling at Wu. Old man, is your notion of worry defined by playing cards and gambling while sipping tea? Wu teased lightly. Haha. Sure, he scratched his head and chuckled heartily. Ha! Ahem. You two should cease your banter and focus on the matter at hand. I must return soon. Bai Lian, observing their continued chatter, felt her irritation rising. Sure, he led Wu to the stone platform, where Shaman, the second Raikage, and the Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon soon joined them. The hats of the 4 shadows were placed in the center of the table, with each shadow seated, their successors standing behind them. Wu gazed at the scene and mused that only Konoha was missing. The first 5 Kage summit was poised to transform into a 4 Kage summit. All right, I shall not prolong the pleasantries. Although the war is yet to commence, let us first delineate the division of interest to prevent inequitable distribution later. Let us each demarcate our respective spheres of influence on the map. With that, Tujanin gradually unfurled a map of the ninja world and laid it on the table. Humph, then I shall not hold back. The first Raikage boldly seized a pen and made a sweeping stroke across the map. The entire northern region of the Fire Country, including the Moon Country, Rice Country, and Hot Springs Country, shall belong to the Land of Lightning. Wu raised an eyebrow at the Raikage's audacity. However, considering that these 3 nations had yet to establish ninja villages, it was understandable that the Land of Lightning sought to absorb them. Then I shall also be unreserved. Bai Lian narrowed his eyes, promptly designating various islands and maritime territories, including the Land of Whirlpools, within his domain. The first Wind Shadow, Rido, silently marked the river country and southern regions of the Fire Country as well. Wu's expression remained impassive, his face devoid of emotion. These 3 seemed to genuinely regard the Fire Country as a piece of meat to be sliced at will, without any thought of whether they could withstand a confrontation. Even with formidable allies like himself, it was impractical to traverse back and forth to quell resistance constantly. My land of earth is vast. Let the western portion of the Fire Country belong to us. Sure, he designated a segment of land, leading to the division of the Fire Country by the 4 shadows, leaving only the central region. We shall discuss this area further once we conquer it. Bai Lian spoke slowly, and his words garnered unanimous agreement. Subsequently, they began to strategize the formation of a coalition to engage in battle. Ultimately, a proposal arose to appoint a singular individual as the supreme commander of the ninja coalition. Thus, the question loomed, who would assume the mantle of the coalition's highest commander? As these words were uttered, all eyes turned in unison towards the enigmatic figure standing behind the Tsuchikage, Wu. Shurha, Rido, the first Raikage, Hakurin, and the second Raikage, along with the members of the ninja allied forces, gradually shifted their gazes towards him. It was evident that everyone had already formed their opinions. Under the scrutiny of countless pairs of eyes, Wu felt a twinge of discomfort, nearly wishing to vanish into thin air. Noticing Wu's silence, the Ghost Lantern Moonlight stepped forward to bolster the conversation. The commander of the ninja allied forces must possess several qualities. First and foremost, they must be the strongest among us. Secondly, they should have a reputation, ideally having saved everyone's lives at some point and maintaining good relations with other powerful figures. Thirdly, they must be exceptionally intelligent, a strategist of great renown. As for the fourth, before Ghost Lantern Moonlight could continue, the Sandman interjected. Unable to contain himself, must they be wrapped in bandages? It would be preferable if they were adept in dust release as well. And perhaps their name should be a single, exquisite character? The second Raikage chimed in with a grin, should they also be strikingly handsome and tall. destined to become the most formidable ninja in the world, perhaps a disciple named Noki? Oh dear. Who on earth could this person be? It's so difficult to guess. Noki lamented, scratching his head in frustration. Below, Noki and the other members of the ninja allied forces were equally vexed, exclaiming, "Who is this person? It's so hard to guess. Please tell us the answer." Yet, everyone remained fixated on the silent Wu. After being teased by a few, the four shadows could not help but cover their faces in exasperation. Even Wu struggled to maintain his composure. Particularly upon hearing references to bandages and an exquisite single character, it felt as if they were reciting his identification number. Seeing Wu feigning ignorance, Shurha grew anxious. This was an opportunity to elevate a wagure's prestige and reputation. Even if Wu were merely a mascot, he must be pushed to the forefront. "Wu, what do you think about taking on this role?" Shurha boldly proposed, glancing at the other three shadows, who nodded in agreement. Well, perhaps we should just discuss matters among ourselves without designating a leader." Wu lightly coughed, his face flushed. In the next moment, Ghost Lantern Moonlight playfully slapped Wu on the back. "Come on, stop pretending. We may argue about many things, but our consensus is you. You're refusing to be a mascot? Bring forth the commander of the Ninja Alliance." After that battle, it was universally acknowledged that Wu was indeed the strongest among them. Soon, a chair was brought forth and placed among the four shadows. "Oh dear. I truly have no interest in being a mascot. I would rather serve as a strategist." Wu lamented, attempting to decline with an air of dignity. "I, Wu, possess neither the virtue nor the capability to assume such a grand position as the leader of the ninjas." No, no, no. The impetuous second-generation Raikage directly shouted at the Ninja Alliance below. "Where are the A&B from a wagure? Hurry up and send a few of your A&Bu up here to pin your leader to the chair." In the next moment, several wagure A&Bu appeared, grinning as they utilized the body flicker technique. These A&Bu were all familiar faces. The very ones who had bravely stepped forward to confront Uchiha Madara when he sought to eliminate the speaker. "Hehe, Lord Mu, please do not refuse. You are the one we all look up to," they exclaimed. "Forgive us, Lord Mu." In an instant, the wagure A&Bu surged forward, surrounding Mu and forcibly seating him in the chair. Strangely enough, the man capable of vanquishing Uchiha Madara and suppressing Senja Hashirama was thus restrained by a few wagure A&Bu. Mu's expression grew tense as he sat alongside the other four Kage. "Alas, you truly have put me in a difficult position. You have made my life miserable." Mu lamented helplessly. At these words, even the four Kage and the Ninja Alliance could no longer contain their laughter. Indeed, even Mu himself found it hard to maintain his composure. Chapter 43. The Expedition to the Land of Fire. The news of the demise of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha reverberated throughout the entire shinobi world, particularly among the inhabitants of the Land of Fire. In an instant, civilians, merchants, samurai, nobles, feudal lords, and ninja alike were engulfed in shock and disbelief. These residents had witnessed the fierce battles between Hashirama and Madara, two beings transcending the realm of ordinary men, formidable ninjas devoid of any semblance of warmth. The magnitude of their confrontations was such that even from several kilometers away, one could distinctly feel the tremors. The residual energy from their clashes could obliterate a multitude of lesser jonin. Yet, astonishingly, these two titans had been vanquished. By whom, one might ask? A coalition of 5 had united to slay Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. The revelation left everyone astounded. It appeared that the 4 great nations had banded together to confront these colossal figures. As the names of the assailants came to light, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. No, it was Tsuchikage Mangitsu, the second Raikage, the Sandaime Kazekage, Kakuzu, and so forth. Was there an anomaly among them? Upon closer inspection, Kakuzu? Wait, while the first 4 were somewhat familiar, who was this Kakuzu? A commoner, clutching a newspaper, exclaimed in disbelief. This paper claims that Kakuzu also participated in the slaying of Hashirama Senju. Are you serious? Indeed, came the affirmation. The second Raikage himself has confirmed it. It must be true. As the news spread, journalists from various nations converged, seeking interviews with the key figures. They surrounded the second Raikage, demanding, "Is it true that this ninja named Kakuzu was involved in the demise of Hashirama Senju?" The second Raikage, though visibly strained at the mention of Kakuzu, recognized the courage it took for him to assist in the assassination of the god of ninjas. Thus, rather than refuting him, the Raikage merely nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Let him bask in the glory of the assist. It costs me nothing, he mused inwardly. At this juncture, Tsuchikage Mangitsu was absent. Had he been present, he would undoubtedly have exposed Kakuzu's true role. Oh, Is this really true? Gasped the reporters. Their faces a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. They seized upon this sensational story and proceeded to embellish it further. In a tavern in Tsuchikage, Kakuzu found himself surrounded by several lower-ranked ninjas. Kakuzu-senpai, did you truly fight alongside those four esteemed individuals? Indeed. It is said that the four of them could not even approach Hashirama, yet you succeeded in closing the distance. My word. Who would have thought that our humble Tsuchikage could produce a figure of your caliber, Kakuzudano? Truly, our ancestors must be rejoicing, listening to the flattery and admiration surrounding him. Kakuzu smiled broadly, relishing the praise. Although somewhat bewildered by the sudden reverence, he firmly resolved never to admit that he had merely taken a punch and fled the scene. Of course, he declared with confidence, I am one who has fought alongside those four esteemed individuals against the god of ninjas. Even the esteemed leader praised my capabilities. As Kakuzu downed a cup of sake, he thumped his chest and declared, all right, bring all the fine wine to me. Just as Kakuzu was reveling in his merriment, a Tsuchikage Jonin appeared in an instant. Kakuzu, the leader seeks your presence. Upon hearing that he was summoned, Kakuzu felt a surge of joy. Although he had benefited from the four great figures, he had also played a role in the demise of Hashirama. The mission was accomplished. Surely, he would be met with accolades from the leader and perhaps even promoted to the position of Tsuchikage leader. Very well, Kakuzu thought happily as he followed the Jonin to the leader's residence in Tsuchikage. Upon entering, he noticed the peculiar gazes of the surrounding ninjas. Yet he paid them no mind. Esteemed leader, Kakuzu half-knelt respectfully. The leader of Tsuchikage sat high upon his throne, his chilling gaze fixed upon Kakuzu, who had returned alive, stirring a twinge of regret within him. Originally, this had been a mission destined for failure, intentionally set up for Kakuzu's demise. Now, to his surprise, Kakuzu had returned unscathed. Since he was unwilling to maintain his dignity, the leader would assist him in that regard. Kakuzu has failed to complete the mission. He is derelict in his duties. Imprison him at once. With a command from the Tsuchikage leader, two Jonin swiftly subdued Kakuzu, rendering him immobile. Kakuzu was astounded. He never anticipated such treatment from his own village. He had risked his life to undertake the mission, only to be met with betrayal. In that moment, a realization dawned upon him. He had been ensnared by the machinations of those in power. This was, in essence, a death sentence, a deliberate plot for his demise. Cursed be the wealthy. Kakuzu glared fiercely at the Tsuchikage leader seated above him, gritting his teeth in indignation. Amid his resentment, Kakuzu was cast into the dungeons of Tsuchikage. At this moment, the ninja allied forces had assembled. After a brief period of organization and resupply, the coalition from the four villages was ready for action. The four Kage had returned to their villages, entrusting these matters to their heirs. It was a magnificent sight, reminiscent of the ninja alliance seen in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Taking a deep breath, he gazed upon the assembly of ninja forces. Enough with the all. Let us swiftly advance our assault on the land of fire, urged the figure beside him, Zuki Mangetsu. With a slight raise of his brow, he stepped forward, lifting his arm to the crowd. To the land of fire. With a resounding roar, the ninja allied forces surged forth toward their target. The morale of the Ren army soared, while the atmosphere in Konoha was steeped in sorrow. At the funeral of Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, all members of Konoha gathered in the cemetery to mourn. Tobarama, Uzumaki Mido, Uzumaki Ashina, Saratobi Sasuke, and a host of other clan leaders stood alongside Uzumaki Mido. Leading Hashirama's son, their faces a portrait of anguish. It was not just they who wept. The entire village echoed with cries of despair. Hashirama, a benevolent leader, had built homes for them and introduced various benefits, sometimes even distributing money freely to those in need. His passing left an indelible mark of grief upon the hearts of all. Brother, I am so sorry. Tobarama struggled to hold back his tears as he gazed at the portraits of Hashirama and Madara, his fists clenched tightly. He had never imagined that his elder brother would truly be defeated. He lamented that he should have remained by his side. It was his overconfidence in Hashirama that led to this tragedy. He had already announced to the residents of Konoha that Hashirama had sacrificed himself to protect the village. With the four great nations threatening to attack, both Madara and Hashirama had stood tall to defend their home. He could not allow the narrative to suggest that his brother had gone to war against the four great nations merely to protect a rogue ninja like Madara, only to ultimately face defeat. As for why he felt compelled to display Madara's portrait, it was essential now, in the wake of his brother's death, to prevent infighting within Konoha. By showcasing Madara's image, he aimed to stabilize the Uchiha faction and avert unrest during this critical time. It was imperative to unite the people of Konoha to collectively resist the potential invasion of the four great nations. Senju Tobarama furrowed his brow in contemplation. Based on his assessments, the four great nations might seize this opportunity to strike Konoha. He would not allow the village, a legacy founded by his brother, to be extinguished. Chapter 44. Tobarama, should we face defeat, remember to ascend the island. My lord Tobarama, it is dire news. The four great shinobi villages have united to launch an offensive against the Land of Fire and have already invaded its territory. A hurried messenger from the Senju clan reported urgently. In the next moment, an envoy from the capital of the Land of Fire hastened in. Lord Tobarama. The daimyo is greatly displeased with Konoha. With the four shinobi villages now encroaching upon the Land of Fire, the daimyo demands that you immediately deploy the shinobi to defend. The tone of the daimyo's envoy had turned considerably stern, especially in the absence of Hashirama Senju. Tobarama's expression darkened. Indeed, it is as I feared. Those treacherous wolves from the four great shinobi villages. When my brother and Madara were alive, they dared not stir. Now that both have perished, these vermin have emerged to attack the Land of Fire. Tobarama hastened the memorial rites. Once they concluded, he promptly summoned everyone to convene at the Hokage building. Within the Hokage building, the atmosphere was stifling, as the clan leaders remained silent. They were not fools. It was evident that the news of the four great shinobi villages breaching the Land of Fire had reached them. Lord Tobarama, our clan leaders have fallen at the hands of those scoundrels. Even Lord Hashirama, who was always benevolent towards us, has succumbed to their treachery. Let the Uchiha clan avenge our fallen. The newly appointed Uchiha clan leader stood forth, his voice resonating with indignation. Unexpectedly, the Uchiha, who had often been at odds with Tobarama, were now willing to charge into battle. Upon hearing this, Tobarama felt a twinge of guilt, unable to meet the Uchiha's gaze. For he too had played a part in the death of Madara. Yet, the Uchiha leader, despite the looming threat, urged caution. We must not act recklessly, for a grave peril approaches. Tobarama waved his hand and then turned to the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Dispatch scouts to gather intelligence on the enemy's movements and military deployments. Understood. The Sarutobi and Shimura clan leaders swiftly departed to execute the orders. Tobarama pondered deeply. He realized that he could not leave the village lightly. Konoha's elite forces were insufficient at present. Should he rashly venture out, the risk of the enemy's top forces breaching the village and slaughtering its inhabitants would be too great. Senju, Uchiha, Inuzuka, and Aburame remained to defend the village. The rest of the shinobi will be stationed outside. Tobarama issued his commands one by one. The Inuzuka clan, suited for group battles, should not be separated lightly. The Senju and Uchiha were Konoha's foremost strength and must protect the village at all costs. At that moment, standing nearby, Uzumaki Ashina glanced at Uzumaki Mito and let out a soft sigh. Ah, Tobarama, while I still possess the strength to fight, allow me to lend my aid to Konoha. In an instant, Senju Tobarama and Uzumaki Mito stared in astonishment at Uzumaki Ashina, their eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise. They had not anticipated that at this moment, Uzumaki Ashina would rise to the occasion. He was a formidable expert, skilled in the art of sealing, revered as the patriarch of such techniques, as recorded in the annals. Old patriarch, you. Senju Tobarama stepped forward, hesitating to speak. Ah, there's no need to say more. If Konoha falls, my Yuzushiogakure will undoubtedly face calamity as well. Mito is now one of your Konoha people. How could I remain indifferent? He sighed. I can only hope that Konoha will safeguard Uzushio village in the future. Uzumaki Ashina understood that if Konoha were to perish, his own nation would also be besieged. I see, old patriarch. Konoha shall surely protect Uzushio village, generation after generation. As long as Konoha draws breath, I vow to ensure the safety of your village. Senju Tobarama made a bold declaration. Uzumaki Ashina's expression tightened, an ominous premonition creeping over him. I can only do my utmost. That being named Mu is extraordinarily powerful. I am uncertain if I can defeat him. However, Tobarama, you must consider a contingency plan. If we lose, then we should retreat to the island. I recall there is an island to the east of the Land of Fire called the Land of Waves, Uzumaki Ashina advised, referring to the Land of Waves from the original narrative, which had yet to be established as a nation. Upon hearing about the retreat to the island, Senju Tobarama's face fell. Alas! At that moment, his heart was heavy with sorrow. He could not bear to abandon the village he had painstakingly founded. Rest assured, old patriarch, I shall steadfastly defend Konoha. His face displayed unwavering determination. Moreover, we have the Nine Tails. Recalling the Nine Tails, Senju Tobarama suddenly remembered that the tailed beasts could be controlled through a Jinchuriki, transforming them into instruments of war. Yet, he lamented, he had no time to cultivate a Jinchuriki. If he were to become one himself, he feared that a loss of control might weaken him instead. At that moment, Mito, who had been silent, spoke with conviction, Tobarama, allow me to become the Jinchuriki. No. Tobarama immediately rejected, my brother entrusted me with your safety. This cannot be allowed. Now is not the time for such discussions. Hashirama had sacrificed himself to protect the village. I too must inherit his will to safeguard our home and defend Konoha. Mito's resolute tone earned the admiration of every elder present. Uzumaki Ashina narrowed his eyes and spoke. Tobarama, permitting Mito to become the Jinchuriki would be wise. Her abilities can harness the tailed beast. Senju Tobarama closed his eyes, grappling with the decision. Ultimately, recognizing the peril facing their village, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, a 20-member squad dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen had arrived at the borders of the Land of Fire. Upon their arrival, they were instantly detected by an unseen presence. There are individuals in the northern woods, proceed to eliminate them. Without a hint of hesitation, the likes of such adversaries do not warrant my personal involvement. Let us not forget that both Hashirama and Madara have perished. I am now the foremost expert in the ninja world. Lord Mu has also ascended to the pinnacle of the shinobi realm. The Umbu of a wagure swiftly executed a teleportation to eliminate the hidden reconnaissance team dispatched by the Shimura clan. As Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen walked along their path, they were incensed upon learning of the happenings within the ninja coalition. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. Danzo, brother. Akimichi Choji hurriedly approached Shimura Danzo. Both Danzo and Hiruzen exchanged puzzled glances. Brother Danzo, something terrible has happened. Your mother has died. Choji exclaimed in a flurry of anxiety. Upon hearing such a sweetly spoken yet devastating statement, Shimura Danzo's fury ignited, his eyes widening in disbelief. Nonsense. My mother just set out on a mission with my father this morning. Oh, perhaps I was mistaken. Maybe it is your father who has passed. Choji scratched his head, uncertain. Enough of your nonsense. What are you rambling about? Danzo glared at Choji, seizing his collar in a fit of rage. Brother Danzo, truly. Someone in your family has died. It's unclear whether it is your father or your mother. Choji trembled, his chubby face reflecting his helplessness. Danzo momentarily paused. Then a sense of foreboding washed over him. He dashed home with urgency. We must follow him. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Akimichi Choji, feeling uneasy, hastily pursued him. As Shimura Danzo reached his home, he was met with a horrifying sight. Expecting to find either his father or mother deceased, he was instead confronted with the grim reality that both had perished. Chapter 45, the gradual emergence of crack. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Akimichi Torafa hurriedly followed suit. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of Shimura Danzo, weeping bitterly. The expressions on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Akimichi Torafu's faces were grave, as they had initially feared the worst for Danzo, perhaps the loss of his mother or father. However, they were utterly unprepared for the devastating news. Both of his parents had perished. Uncle Sasuke, who is responsible for the murder of my parents? I shall avenge them. Danzo glared at Sarutobi Sasuke, who had brought his parents' remains home, his face twisted in rage as he demanded answers. Sasuke sighed deeply. Danzo, we were initially a reconnaissance team, managing to conceal ourselves effectively. Yet, we never anticipated that the enemy would possess such exceptional sensory abilities. We were discovered. At these words, Danzo's gaze faltered, and memories of the bandaged man flashed through his mind. The seemingly invincible figure who had unleashed the formidable super god technique that even forced Uchiha Madara's Susanoo into existence. That night, he had become the principal architect of the deaths of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The prospect of avenging his parents appeared utterly hopeless. With a sharp crack, Danzo fell to his knees, overwhelmed by grief as he wept. Woo, woo. Sasuke shook his head with a heavy heart. Report to Lord Tobarama. We have received catastrophic news. The northern territories of the Land of Fire have fallen. Report to Lord Tobarama. Catastrophic news. The eastern territories of the Land of Fire have fallen. Report to Lord Tobarama. Catastrophic news. The southwestern territories of the Land of Fire have been lost, and the daimyo has been forced to relocate, now seeking refuge in Konoha. Lord Uzumaki's Land of Whirlpools has been attacked by the Mist Village and is now unable to assist us. One after another, grim reports of defeat poured into the Hokage building like snowflakes. Senju Tobarama had never felt such weight upon his shoulders, his face etched with worry. In just a few days, half of the Land of Fire had succumbed, leaving only the central region intact. Lord Tobarama, if it becomes too dire, we should take refuge on the Land of Waves. Senjutsuka suggested, her face marred by concern. In recent days, the ninja front organized by Konoha had rapidly disintegrated, and a wave of pessimism had swept through the village. Impossible. The Hyuga, Uchiha, Senju, and the Inuzuka clans have yet to make their full strength felt. How can we possibly retreat? Do not mention fleeing to the island. I, Senju Tobarama, would rather perish in battle than abandon our cause. Tobarama vehemently rejected the notion. He believed that if Konoha remained united, with all the major clans banding together, they could indeed thwart the invading ninja coalition, provided he could find a way to hold off the likes of Mu, Shaman, and the others. Indeed, as Tobarama had anticipated, Konoha's core strength eclipsed that of the combined forces of the other 4 ninja villages. The Uchiha clan alone boasted dozens of 3-tomo Sharingan, a power sufficient to overpower the foundational strength of the 4 great ninja villages. Lord Tobarama, the enemy ninja coalition is gathering at Kaiki Mountain and will soon march upon Konoha. The anxious shinobi of the Senju clan hurriedly reported to Senju Tobarama, who rubbed his brow and quietly gazed at the map. After a deep breath, Senju Tobarama resolved to take a gamble. Haha, it appears that everyone is making good progress. The ninjas of Konoha are so intimidated that they dare not venture beyond the central region. We have already seized a substantial amount of territory. Now, we simply need to conquer the center, and the Land of Fire will be no more. Wait, Gado Mitsuki, Shaman, and the second Reikage are mobilizing their forces at Kaiki Mountain, preparing to launch a decisive strike against Konoha. However, as the 4 convened, the atmosphere became somewhat delicate, particularly when the central region of the Land of Fire was mentioned, causing a sudden chill in the air. Ahem, how shall we divide the central region of the Land of Fire? Gado Mitsuki broke the silence, aware that while the conquest had yet to commence, they believed capturing Konoha was merely a matter of time. I have contributed significantly from Sunigakure, and I desire to claim dominion over Konoha and its bloodline limits. Shaman intoned softly. Upon hearing this, the second Reikage objected vehemently. No, we also wish to acquire Konoha and its bloodline limits. The second Reikage recalled with longing the Byakugan and Sharingan, among other coveted bloodline limits. Then let us divide it equally. Shaman and the second Reikage reached an accord. No. AI, Shaman, we of Kirigakure also require bloodline limits. Gado Mitsuki retorted coldly. Kirigakure had yet to implement certain misguided policies and was not particularly opposed to bloodline limits. Rather, they found themselves in need of them. Doesn't Kirigakure already possess an ample selection of bloodline limits? Do not covet ours. The second Reikage's impatience got the better of him, causing him to raise his voice. Gado Mitsuki's eyes narrowed. Assuming the Reikage's loudness was a provocation, he retorted sharply. Who despises having too many bloodline limits? Your Kumogakure has enough with your Korwagai. What more do you need? Upon hearing this, the second Reikage slammed the table. You bald-headed fool. Who are you calling Korwagai? He shouted in anger. Gado Mitsuki, your Kirigakure has more than enough bloodline limits. Let Shaman and I have our share. Shaman chimed in, eager to secure additional bloodline limits for Sunigakure. In an instant, the conference table was charged with tension. Each participant was advocating for their own village. In the face of a formidable foe, they could maintain unity, but as the threat dissipated and victory seemed assured, they began scheming for personal gain, straying perilously close to open conflict. Mu, remaining silent, had anticipated this scenario long ago. Was this not a classic tale? In times of adversity, one can share burdens. Yet in times of prosperity, one must not share the bounty. Now, the other 3 were solely focused on securing greater advantages for their respective villages. Hey, Mu, stop being a wallflower and come forward to share your thoughts. In the presence of the second Reikage and the Sandmaster, Zuki Mangetsu stood with an air of authority, immediately calling upon the individual he held dearest among them, Wu. All eyes turned toward Wu, their throats constricting in awe, for his prowess surpassed that of all present. Especially during the fierce battle between Hashirama and Madara, Wu emerged as the unequivocal MVP. There was a palpable sense of reverence for Wu among them. Wu, our union truly requires the Kekkei Genkai. If you agree not to contest with me, I, the union, am willing to offer financial compensation, essentially purchasing these Kekkei Genkai. The second Reikage proclaimed with conviction, thumping his chest in assurance. I stand in solidarity with him. Though the expanse of my Sunigakure is barren, it conceals ample gold mines. I have heard that Lord Wu has an affinity for wealth. I can provide. The Sand Master hastily added. Wu cast a downward glance, contemplating. Indeed, Yunin was in dire need of Kekkai Genkai. In the original narrative, Yunin had long coveted the Byakugan of Konoha. However, with his presence, could they truly secure such an asset? It was a jest. If I were able to acquire it with certainty, would I be willing to relinquish the Kekkai Genkai of Konoha to the three of you? Such aspirations are far too fanciful. You three should depart. The Kekkai Genkai of Konoha is beyond your grasp. Let a wagure take the reins. Chapter 46. Oh. The king of Konoha has arrived to him. Let us refrain from discussing this matter for the time being. We should first focus on how to proceed. It would be unwise for us to charge in recklessly. Who shall take the lead? Wu gently tapped the table, and the atmosphere once again fell into silence. The three remained mute, clearly apprehensive as victory seemed within reach. Having attained most of their desires, they were now reluctant to risk their lives. Don't look at me. Think of a solution and make a decision, Wu spoke softly. At that moment, a ninja hurriedly approached. Esteemed lords, Senju Tobarama has come to negotiate. The group was taken aback, surprised that Senju Tobarama would take the initiative to engage in talks, as they had expected to encounter him on the battlefield. Exchanging glances, they gestured for him to enter. Soon, Senju Tobarama, clad in a cloak and accompanied by a Senju guard, entered the tent. Ah, the king of Konoha has come. I thought you would remain hidden in the Konoha stronghold like an elderly hermit, mocked Kirigakure's Getsu Mangetsu. Senju Tobarama remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on Wu, before stating, I have come to negotiate. Continuing this conflict serves no purpose. Konoha does not desire war. Ha! Are you jesting? We are already at your doorstep. You wish to negotiate now? Laughed Shaman. We have yet to unleash our true strength. You have not witnessed the full might of the Uchiha, Senju. And Hyuga clans on the battlefield, have you? Senju Tobarama replied calmly. At this, Shaman hesitated, seemingly acknowledging the truth in his words. If you insist on advancing, it is highly probable that Konoha will perish alongside you. I assure you, I will take at least 2 of you down with me, Senju Tobarama declared, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he surveyed the four. The group fell silent, exchanging glances. Wu concentrated, aware that Senju Tobarama was not jesting. He had always been concerned about the techniques of Shiki Fujin and Edo Tensei. If you agree to cease hostilities, I shall overlook the territories you have seized. Senju Tobarama stated, his teeth clenched as he made a significant concession. Gasping, the others were taken aback. Wu was equally astonished. To relinquish so much territory so readily? Even Li Hongzhang would hesitate to sign such an agreement. Wu contemplated this, realizing he was not particularly concerned about the casualties Konoha's strength might inflict upon a wagure. After all, he could easily declare, I do not care for the numbers of casualties. I only desire Konoha's demise. He longed more than anyone for Konoha's swift downfall, which was why he had exerted so much effort to eliminate Hashirama Senju. Please consider this carefully. I shall take my leave for now. Konoha's Tobarama Senju subtly cast a glance at Mu before departing with his guards. Mu, with narrowed eyes, deciphered the meaning behind Tobarama's final gaze. In the deep of night, Mu arrived at the edge of a cliff, gazing into the distance at the distant Kaiki Mountain. In the original narrative, the battle at Kaiki Mountain marked a significant defeat for Konoha, a mere prelude to the ensuing Ninja World War. Tobarama Senju, you needn't conceal yourself any longer. My senses have long detected your presence, Mu stated, hands clasped behind his back, casting a casual glance behind him. Tobarama stepped out slowly from the woods, approaching Mu's side. You summoned me at such an hour, surely not merely to admire the moon? Mu remarked, his gaze fixed on the moon. Tobarama, his expression impassive, replied, name your condition. If a wagure withdraws its assault on Konoha, I will do my utmost to fulfill your demands. Mu raised an eyebrow and retorted, what if I desire Konoha itself? Tobarama's eyes narrowed. Then you must be prepared to pay a heavy price. Upon hearing this, a chill crept into Mu's gaze. Humph. I am Mu, and I despise threats. The last to threaten me, Uchiha Madara, was reduced to mere fragments of a ninja by my hand. If you claim your elder brother, the god of ninjas, still lives to threaten me, I might concede. However, your elder brother lies dead, and now, I am the strongest in the ninja world. Tobarama Senju, are you threatening me? Your brother has met his end at my hands. Do you wish to taste my dust release? Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju are relics of the past. Who now commands the tumultuous ninja world? It is I who reign supreme. Mu's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept toward Tobarama, and in an instant, the aura of dominance over the ninja realm erupted from him. In that moment, Tobarama's pupils constricted, and he involuntarily took 2 steps back, his eyes reflecting astonishment and a hint of regret. Very well, very well. This individual, once known as Mu, who had humbly sought peace from Konoha, is not the same as he stands now. I remember when he knelt before Uchiha Madara, defeated and broken. He was not like this then. I had witnessed him, submissive before my brother and Madara, only to be trampled upon. And now, he seems to lament why my brother and Madara did not eliminate him at the first opportunity. Had they done so, none of this would have transpired. Cough. I have been too hasty. A flicker of restraint flashed in Tobarama's eyes. Mu regarded him coolly, suddenly recalling that Tobarama possessed numerous forbidden techniques. Engaging in discussion could indeed be fruitful. However, I did not journey all this way to return empty-handed. I have heard that Lord Tobarama delights in creating forbidden techniques. Why not showcase your various techniques for my observation? Mu suggested, patting Tobarama on the shoulder. Tobarama's expression soured as he realized this individual coveted his jutsu. You desire those? I want them all. With a clenched fist gesture, Wu exclaimed, What are you joking about? Techniques are exceedingly precious. Tobarama sternly responded, Then let us not discuss it. Wu dismissed him with a wave of his hand. Tobarama, left with no choice, clenched his teeth until they nearly shattered. Fine. I shall grant you a copy of all the jutsu from the Leaf Village. Furthermore, I will not pursue the territory you previously occupied in the Land of Fire. However, you must guarantee that you will withdraw your troops. In order to reach a compromise, Tobarama reluctantly agreed. All right, Wu nodded, their transaction completely disregarding the other ninja villages. This was a result of Wu's careful consideration. He did not wish for the other 3 ninja villages to stand on equal footing with the wagure. If the conflict persisted, other villages would exploit the situation for their own gain, leading to an inevitable confrontation. For now, he aimed to preserve the Leaf Village. As long as he remained, the Leaf would obediently remain the second strongest in the ninja world. Wu sought to swiftly consolidate the fruits of victory, returning to his village to focus on development, placing the wagure ahead of the other villages. This was precisely why he sought jutsu from Tobarama. A wagure had too few techniques and required supplementation. Additionally, Wu aspired to capture tailed beasts not for his own use, but to cultivate Jinchuriki. With Hashirama now deceased, there was no one to unleash the tailed beasts. Thus he had to capture them himself. He regretted not waiting for Hashirama to exhaust the tailed beast before eliminating him. However, there was little to be done, given the entangled souls of Ashura and Indra. As for Tobarama, Wu would not permit his continued existence. This man was far too clever. Wu despised intelligent individuals, especially one who wielded the Flying Thunder God technique, Edo Tensei, and a plethora of forbidden jutsu. The mere possession of the Flying Thunder God indicated that Wu's dust release would be ineffective against him. It was known that Obito's Kamui could evade dust release, and the speed of the Flying Thunder God was evidently superior to Kamui. Wu had already devised a plan to eliminate Tobarama. In the ninja world, there was no room for someone so formidable to exist.